the blessing you received. An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done. Future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to see. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away try still course. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more the door. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle, plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Nine at night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale.
The final version is for parent and child?
Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples.
The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems,
Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening! We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. I cast their memories into the abyss, again and again, as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergi and to me.
Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. sight to see. I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep up, always be right. Through my sins I washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost. Without chances on my eye, don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have known, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past?
今回俺たちの実力を見せてやる。この舞台の王が誰か思い知らせよう。
站在赛场上，只剩下一腔热血和想赢的信念。
经历过低谷的苦，更有实力配上冠军的荣誉。
我们已经做好登上冠军宝座的准备。
比赛会让我们更强大，对手会让我们更勇敢，
我们必将一往无前。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the playoff stage of IVS. My name's Elio, joined here with Entity, and we are going to have our continuation of the bracket today. We're going to start off immediately in the lower bracket with RD versus Zeta. Yesterday, we had a very big upset. Scars defeating Zeta Division. I don't think anybody expected that. Obviously, you know, Scars, of course, a very strong team out of Japan, but Zeta has been so strong throughout this event. And I think a lot of people just expected them to go very deep into this playoff, staying in the winner's bracket all the way through, but ultimately going down to Scars yesterday. So Scars is going to be advancing in the winner's bracket, and it will be Zeta Division versus RD. Last chance for both of these teams. This is a must-win situation, and it's going to be a very close one for sure.
Yeah, and the winner of this match will face up against Weibo Gaming, also a very tough to deal with team in the loser bracket. But before that, I believe the next match after RD versus Zeta will be the winner bracket, which is MRC versus Scars.
Right. Yeah, definitely. We're going to have that later as well. That's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Very similar to what we saw in the group stage. Both MRC and Scars did play out a match, of course, in the group stage part of this event. And MRC did have a pretty convincing victory. So I think that's going to be very beneficial for them. And yeah, but before we get into anything, we do have to give a special shout out to our sponsor for this event, which is going to be UU Booster. Again, something that comes up very often, Entity. I feel like for a lot of players is struggle with connection and with ping issues. So UU Booster, definitely a good option to help support your ping, keep it stable. So again, special shout out to UU Booster with a special acceleration technology, 80% improvement, low latency, and stable online connections. UU Booster is definitely the best choice for playing Identity 5 at the maximum possible connection and trying to keep your ping as stable as possible for sure.
Yeah, special thanks to UU Booster for making this event happen, because this is a global event. You know, a lot of teams struggle with connection, so UU Booster definitely help with that. So absolutely. Yeah, shout out to you, Game Booster. Again, we're gonna talk about the matchup first. So it's between RD and Zeta. RD does have a very consistent survivor team, I would say. And for the side of Zeta, they also have a very strong survivor team, but not as consistent as RD, I would say.
RD survivors, yeah, definitely they've been very kind of around the middle of the pack through the majority of this event. They have made some minor mistakes in certain situations. If you recall back to the Moonlit match, I believe it was against YMM's Dreamwitch, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
They did have a drawn position, and there was a few missteps at the end that cost them that situation. We've seen them try to play a little bit extra aggressive in some instances, or at least early on in this event, and they sort of leveled it out and started to play more consistently, as you mentioned. As for Zeta Division, the survivors in Zeta, as we've seen, incredibly strong, a lot of potential, but again, less consistency. And it's also on the Hunter side as well. We've seen the Hunter Vampy also have some consistency issues.
Yeah,
He's
a
been
lot of
very
hiccup.
good. Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Vampy's been a very strong hunter throughout the past few years in a lot of these Call of Abyss tournaments. And he's been strong here as well, but the Dream Witch, he's kind of veered away from that over to the Bonbon a little bit, and over to the Clerk as well. But I think we'll probably see him stick with the Bonbon because that's what he's been most successful with. We're going to look at our bracket from yesterday. Of course, MRC taking down Weibo Gaming in that first match, advancing to the winners bracket. Zeta Division versus SC. SC with an upset victory over Zeta Division, and then GH versus Weibo in the first section of the lower bracket, and Weibo Gaming with a decisive victory over GH, which means they will be advancing to play the winner of the RD and Zeta matchup here.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, GH won't be continuing in the tournament, and we will have another team sent home between RD and Zeta. So let's see who will have a chance to face up against Weibo Gaming. It will be the last match of today. Before that will be MRC versus Scar, and the match that we are about to head in, RD versus Zeta.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see ultimately how this is going to play out here. Again, we're down to, we're slowly running out of teams here. One more team is going to be sent home after this matchup. And it's really just, it's coming down to who is ultimately going to be the victor here. Again, these are the best teams from each region competing in this global event here. It's always nice to see. I'm actually really glad that we did have IVS ultimately added in. It's sort of like a mid-season global event. Obviously, the big global event everyone trains for is called. We're gonna have a quick player interview before we continue.
队伍的成立的契机就是为了这次冠军而来的，成立了大概2个多月，就挺紧张的吧。毕竟是第一次参加这种国际比赛，希望自己能发挥好，大家打得开心，然后自己也玩得好，这样就行。
ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。今日カーズと対戦した1試合目のことなんですけど、揚げ鳥がダウンした時に、僕が確定救助を行こうとしていたんですけど、間違えてボタンを押してしまいいけなかったので、そこは反省して次に生かそうと思います。相手チームは、全員注意しなければいけないんですけど、僕たちも、負けないと思ってるので、自信を持って勝ちに行きたいと思います。
And there we have it, the interview between the team. Yeah, we did see that Kazuneko did mention about a mistake that cost them the win yesterday. So today they will be reflecting on the mistake and will try to prevent it as the look of it. But yeah, we just got the map pick right there, Eli. You got away from it.
Yeah, Ever-Swimming Town will be immediately coming out here. It's going to be Vampy on the Hunter side as well. So, we talked about how Alpha's been very consistent in the later rounds. One of the best late round hunters in the game. Vampy, of course, the starter. So we're very interested to see what Vampy's going to go for. Less consistent with the Dream Witch, less consistent with the Clerk. He has been very nice with the Bonbon so far, so we might see him continue to go back to that character. We're going to have Zekai on the side of RD here, listed as Priestess. Again, RD, a team that's kind of come out of this Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan region. Definitely surprised a lot of people. There was not a lot of high expectations, I think, from this region. They unfortunately never been too successful in the Call of Abyss Global event, but this is the first time RD has really come out and shined here in this event and really put up some good numbers against some of these global teams.
Yeah, exactly. And we did see some familiar face in RD also. But before that, we're gonna head into the stat up COI with the Postman as the variable character, 74.88 seconds of containment time, average containment time, and 25% of win rate. So they are a team that is more heading toward a tie rather than a win from what I have seen in the previous day.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have Pin as well. 98 seconds of average containment time. Very impressive. We've seen Pin put up some impressive numbers in terms of kiting potential, which is always nice to see a high skill kiting come out of this Hong Kong region. So very, very impressive. And we're excited to see how RD is going to continue here. Of course, a very difficult matchup ahead of us. We also have Tang as well, who is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the current coach for RD.
Yeah, the current survivor coach and also a former member of Weibo, I believe. So a former member of Weibo in Chinese team, but he has since moved to RD to become the coach of that team, and seems like they have a lot of success with a Tang coach as of now.
Absolutely. And it looks like, yeah, on the Hunter side for Zeta Division, obviously we do see Vampy here. And yeah, how does Zeta play this out? Yesterday, Vampy really struggled with the Clerk. We see obviously listed as Bon Budding Clerk. Not exactly accurate. I think Vampy, as far as we know, has only pulled out Clerk once, and it was in yesterday's match. And it did result in a forced survivor escape. So I don't think Vampy's going to be going back to that. It was definitely a struggle. I think he actually, if I recall, had a relatively fast down, but I'm actually not sure. I would have to look back at it. But yeah, you know, the Dream Witch has been the character that he's always gone to in the early rounds, but I also struggled with that as well. We saw him have a difficult match against the Nice team from Korea. So I think we'll probably see him stick to the Bon here, try to get a tie for round number 1, rely on Zeta survivors. And of course, we do see Laddie, which is actually an ex-Hunter player from IJL, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. And he will be the coach for Zeta. I have to agree on that. Vampy seems to be pulling out more Dream Witch rather than the Clerk with look at the stat. Vampy seems to be doing fine in the 1K department. But when it comes to 2K or 3K, he seems to struggle with it. So let's see how he deals with the survivor side of RD. And it's Ever Sleeping Town. We did see Ever Sleeping Town yesterday, and Vampy did pull out a Clerk. It doesn't prove to be much success to him.
Right.
So yeah, he might be going for the Bon, as you say.
Right, now did we see who, if you recall, which teams chose Ever Sleeping?
Yesterday? Today.
Today.
I believe. I actually didn't catch that. I only noticed the map pick, so I'll have to check on that.
Okay, yeah. So there's a few different instances in this. Obviously, Ever Sleeping Town is a very common map for the Japan region. However, going to Ever Sleeping here for Vampy, it would be good if he wants to play Dream Witch, but with how much the Dream Witch has been not his best weapon thus far in this event, I don't think he's going to go back to that. So again, the key for Vampy here is to play a consistent Bon. That's going to be the key here. Consistent Bon. Try to tie RD survivors round number 1. Zeta can easily continue out with that momentum and win. That's how it goes with a lot of these matches. Comes down to how strong can Vampy play in that round 1 situation. However, Ever Sleeping Town, it's not great for Bon. You pick this map as a Hunter. If you're trying to play Dream Witch, also Clerk is okay. Bon not so much. So do we know who?
Yeah. RD banned Chinatown, and Zeta picks Ever Sleeping. So it's Zeta picks right here. Maybe quite interesting.
That's
Vampy still had a Clerk on his hand and also a Bloody Queen. He seems to be having more success with the Bloody Queen than the other 3 characters, from what I have seen.
Right, and Bloody Queen's okay as well, but the problem is Bloody Queen doesn't really like Ever Sleeping Town that much, so it's kind of an interesting decision here. Again, I mean, obviously, I think this choice is more favored towards the Zeta survivors being able to perform successfully on Ever Sleeping Town, and less so for Vampy here. But yeah, I mean, it's tough. You know, again, I would like to see Vampy play Bon, and Bon's not terrible for Ever Sleeping, but it's also not great. I mean, there's better maps, obviously. So it's an interesting.
So the map pick might be for the survivor side then, because the survivor side of Zeta really did well in Ever Sleeping. So they might go for the survivor strategy in the first round.
Yeah, looking how that plays out, I don't really know. Because we might see PB play Dream Witch. I guess that works. I mean, obviously we saw Zeta survivors being very effective against Dream Witch earlier on this fight. I think it was YMM's Dream Witch, if I'm not mistaken. They were able to get a 4 survivor escape with an Enchantress. So I think that in reality, this map is chosen for Zeta survivors to play effectively against the Dream Witch on Ever Sleeping, because they've been very consistent with that. And of course, the Japan region survivors love the Ever Sleeping Town map for round number 1. So I think that's definitely going to benefit the Zeta survivors. Again, yeah, as we talked about, it's less so for the Hunter here, because Vampy doesn't really want to play round 1 Bon on this map, maybe on something like Arms or Church, but Ever Sleeping is more challenging. So it's actually interesting. RD bans Chinatown. I don't think Zeta was going to choose that. We don't really see the Japan region go for Chinatown early rounds, so
they actually hit Chinatown.
Yeah,
Japan region pick is leaning more toward Ever Sleeping, Lakeside, and from what I've seen, Red Church also. They rarely go for Moonlit. Moonlit pick is usually reserved for the Chinese team and the Southeast Asia team.
Right. So that's yeah, interesting choice here, but I don't know. Definitely Zeta has something prepared here. I think it's they're favoring the survivors with this map selection. And then again, as for RD banning Chinatown, again, we don't really understand it completely, but we'll have to see. Maybe they have something planned. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see ultimately how this plays out. I guess maybe they're trying to bait an Ever Sleeping Town map pick because they'd rather actually play on that for the RD survivors. But yeah, ultimately we'll see again how this is going to work out here. We did have the RD survivors picking survivor first, which is again very standard. We do see a lot of we actually have some RD fans there as well, which is definitely nice to see. Considering this is obviously Zeta's home field. They do have that home field advantage, of course, in Japan, so it's always nice to see some RD fans there as well. But yeah, ultimately, obviously competing for the IVS trophy here. We are going to have our picks and bans here in a moment. But yeah, looking at this matchup, Entity, I think a lot of this comes down to how well Zeta is able to play in round number 1. Obviously, that's been the key for them. If they're able to hold a round 1 early lead, Alpha has always been very consistent in holding holding that lead, right, as the rounds play out. That's going to be the key here. Can Vampy have a successful round number 1 here? He needs to stay as consistent as possible around the tie range. Zeta survivors are probably not going to lose, so I think it's just going to come down to Vampy here. It's really important.
He cannot afford a result like yesterday. He allowed the format escape to happen yesterday, and that kind of result in the downfall of Zeta, because Alpha cannot fulfill the point deficit that Vampy has created in the early round. So yeah, Vampy will try to negate that as much as possible. Let's think about the possible pick for Vampy, because I know that whatever he chose, the survivor team will be rather consistent with that pick. It will be the acrobat, it will be the mercenary, priestess, whichever hunter, whichever survivor in the meta that isn't banned. They won't go for Vomit, they won't go for a psychologist for what I have seen, even if it is against a Dream Witch.
Right. I just don't think they really need to worry about Dream. Like, Vampy plays Blink Dream Witch, first of all, so that's the first thing that's kind of interesting. Is Blink Dream Witch is not consistent. Like, the problem with Blink Dream Witch is that you rely so much on getting an early hit by trapping in the survivors with, like, the leech and the follower, and then you go for a follow-up blink to get the kill. You cannot, if you don't get that, I mean, you can go for a double blink, but the problem with that is as soon as you blink the first time, you put the blink on the other follower on a 20-second cooldown. So at that point, you're already at best getting your first kill 80 seconds of the match, which is really not great. With Dream Witch's Cyber Control, it's obviously enough for a draw, but it's not a winning build. Like, you just don't have as much potential. I struggle to understand the idea behind Blink Dream Witch. Like, I get it's there because it's easier to deal with Flywheel. Obviously, Flywheel is very effective against Patroller, and Blink Dream Witch can negate that to an extent. However, it's just so inconsistent, and we've seen that be the struggle for Vampy. Blink Dream Witch, it doesn't really work. It hasn't worked consistently for him. So yeah, I don't know. Again, it's gonna be curious. Thinking about how this ban pick will probably play out. We'll see what Vampy opts to go with first. If we see an immediate Priestess ban, there's a good chance he's probably playing into Bon Bon. If we see a Seer ban, he's gonna play into Dream Witch. But I don't really know. Again, here we go into our picks and bans here. What is Vampy gonna ban? We're gonna get a good idea of what he's gonna play based off of this ban.
Yeah, exactly. I have a feeling it's going to be a Priestess. Since if Vampy go for the Bon Bon, he don't need to worry about the Seer. The bomb can negate the owl anyways. With the new spawn pick system, he doesn't have to worry about the Seer knowing the spawn location, because they know the spawn location anyways. Vampy is still, I believe, disgusting. Priestess ban is going to be
play Bon Bon. I mean, the only option he plays Clerk. He went Priestess ban first, Clerk pick, but after yesterday's match, I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, I think we're gonna see forward Seer here. Oh, Postman.
Interesting.
Yeah, we actually see RD not really go to forward early on. If you recall, we haven't seen that a lot from them.
Yeah.
This opens up a forward and a mercenary band from Vampy here. He could also go patient or acro. But it depends. Again, we still don't know if he wants to play clerk. I don't think he does. Patient ban, yeah. I mean, this could technically still be a clerk ban, but it's most likely a Bonbon ban, or small chance of a Bloody Queen as well. But I think with a Seer on the team and the addition of Flywheel, it's a lot less likely.
Yeah, the flywheel is imminent alongside the owl. The Bloody Queen doesn't make sense in a map like Ever Sleeping. The ban onto the patient kind of allow RD here to pick either Acrobat or Mercenary. Yeah, Mercenary from the side pin. The forward and the Acrobat is still up for grabs. Vampy has to ban either one of those.
Right.
So let's see which Vampy opts into. Or it could be any other character.
I think he banned forward, right? There's no reason to give forward here. They're kind of just giving you a free ban with forward here, so there's no reason to just give up forward. I mean,
Forward can get an easy rescue with just going for the stun rescue. But ban the mechanic. Wow. Is Vampy really allowing the Survivor team to go for the tie strategy? Not allowing the Survivor team to go for that.
Playing Embalmer. Actually, I think Mechanic's okay. If you have Mechanic and Postman, that can be really hard for a Bonbon with double decoder. So, it doesn't. I mean, Vampy's already not playing for a win. If he plays Bonbon, he's not playing for a win. Mechanic ban also could suggest Clerk. That's why I don't really. I don't know. This is interesting. I think Vampy has to play Bonbon. This comp is pretty tie heavy. But then again, Bonbon struggles against Embalmer self-rescue because you can't rely on your camp to potentially stuff a save.
Yeah, so the Embalmer pick kind of forced Vampy to go into a Clerk pick.
No, but he has to play Bonbon. There's no way he goes back to Clerk after that match yesterday. I think he has to play Bonbon. Bonbon's still okay here. Obviously, Steer is a very easy chase target. If you're able to get a Bomber down, you can play Teleport Bonbon. You can teleport after the coffin. Postman is still a pretty viable chase target as well. You have a lot of easy chase targets. With the Seer Owl not being very effective against a Bonbon, I think that Bonbon is maybe a teleport build would be very logical for him here.
Yeah, possible. We have seen Vampy rigging Insolent with Bonbon also to get the control bomb early on. So let's see what Vampy opts into. Again, Bloody Queen can still be picked here because Bloody Queen can counter Embalmer in Ever Sleeping. Just filling the distance bit is going to be a Bonbon, as we mentioned. Bonbon can counter Seer, can get an easy chase. It's just that the Embalmer can negate the camping from happening.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a difference that ultimately makes. It's a little bit challenging. Obviously, whenever you have a Seer on the Survivor side, you always want to be able to blink. If there's a chance that Seer is able to absorb a basic hit with the Owl, then that actually becomes very strong. You want Blink so you can get that extra hit, because if you have to go for 3 hits to down a Survivor, then Blink is very crucial for that. If you're bringing Teleport for Embalmer, you don't have that as an option. But if there's any hunter that doesn't worry about the Owl as much, it's definitely gonna be Bonbon. So and again, there's so many easy chase targets here. He only has one unchaseable target. Everything else is easy chase. It's not even like it's Acrobat. It's like, okay, it's a decent chase target. It's like everything is chaseable. Seer, Embalmer, Postman. This limits rotation. It's harder to rotate when you have so many chaseable targets. It's easier to rotate when you have rescuers. If he finds a mercenary first, if he finds a forward first, he usually has to leave them, chase somebody else, try to find a new chase target. But because you have Embalmer, Postman, Seer, any of them are okay. Seer's easy because you can show off the Owl. Embalmer has nothing to kite with. He relies on self-rescue with the coffin. And Postman's the main decoder. So you don't mind chasing any of them here. And of course, the Survivors did have to fix their traits before the Hunter was locked in. I think there's a decent... no, they have to pick Flywheel because you don't want to play in the Dream Witch. You have to stick with Flywheel. Yeah.
Possibly. They might be thinking of a Cloak though. So it could be Broken Window. I have a feeling that Survivor team here will go for 1 Tide Turner, 2 Broken Window, and 1 Flywheel. Seems like, the spawn pick Postman will be in the graveyard area. Interesting spawn from Embalmer to go for the coffin at the middle 2-story. Zika will be at the middle of the map, and Pin immediately pick that spawn at the 2 pallet gate.
Right. Here we go. We're gonna see our traits here. It is triple flywheel, so
Oh,
yeah, inspiration of the Dream Witch. We see
They
2
might be
detentions from Vampy. That makes sense.
one
let's
bomb,
see
2 hit.
Yeah, he just double tapped the detention persona so quick that it activated twice. So.
Okay,
alright,
so
we already
only
have-
detention, I believe. It was like
It's either only
612, but
detention-
only broken pallet. Yeah.
There's a chance that maybe it could be insolence and it doesn't show. It didn't. No, it looks like no insolence. Okay, so yeah, he is teleport, so probably just straight down detention. It looks like he's gonna immediately go for postman here. And this is why Bonbon's loses side of the postman for a second, but he's kind of trapped here. This is why Bonbon's okay here because you have so many easy chase targets. 5-second bomb rush the postman away here. Does not have anything to work with. No flywheel, no owl, and that's an early hit from Vampy. Now he's gonna try to push the window here, trying to get out of graveyard, but takes a bomb in the process. Such a weak start. He has trying to work with here. He probably will try to push him here. 5-second bomb, trying to push him away from the trim. Does he get the second follow-up here? 5 goes onto the trim, gets it! Huge, and the coffin. The bomber was able to coffin him in the process. Vampy's gonna get off here. He's gonna teleport. No, but he teleports, but there's a coffin. He set up a coffin. He wastes his teleport. He coffins him away now. What is it?
He might not notice. Yeah, he might not notice the coffin happening, and Vampy just make a great mistake here. Now, after postman is down, he will have to chair the postman, and he missed the hit also. That just allow more time for survivor team to rotate. No more teleport to work with. Vampy is in a difficult situation now.
The coffin was on so much. It was on a good 10 seconds before the teleport. So yeah, I guess Vampy just completely overlooked that. I guess maybe his mindset is that if they coffin that early, he's gonna hide in basement.
Oh wow!
I actually kind of like this because if Postman gets found, they're probably not rescuing a second time. So if he gets down, he dies in basement. He dies away from all ciphers, and he hides away here. I don't like Embalmer continuing to do this cipher because now Embalmer is placed in a really weak area.
Yeah.
And he flywheels into the bomb here, able to get a bomb ship. This time flywheel there, and now Tank's trapped in the back area here, trying to dodge this as much as possible. Vampy, can he get the instant down here? Gets the bomb here. No, misses every bomb, unfortunately. Has one more to work with, goes for the control bomb, gets that down, and he's gonna get the Embalmer down right away. And I think the Embalmer needed to rotate earlier there.
Yeah, the Embalmer could had all the time in the world to rotate back to the middle instead of just staying at the graveyard area there. And he should have known that Vampy would go for the coffin anyways. So yeah, I had all the time in the world to rotate. Seems like Mercenary will commit to the rescue. So Vampy has to make this camp count if he wants to get at least a tie in this game right here.
Yeah, we're gonna see Mercenary is pressuring. The downside is he's wanted on postman, so it's actually forcing them to rescue. If they don't rescue, he just teleports on a postman. We're gonna go for this out here to rescue. And Bomber able. Oh, he takes a bomb hit there. Teleports onto the postman, which I actually think is okay. Obviously, Postman's already been on tier 1. And yeah, and Bomber sets up a coffin for himself. So beautiful flywheel to avoid a control bomb, but he is full presence. He gets his bombs back so quickly. And able to avoid this. He's gonna just kind of die in the corner here. Can he give a? Yeah, he gives the coffin.
He gives the. Oh my god.
Because Embalmer was rescued, you get the coffin back. Every time Embalmer gets rescued, you get a coffin back. And because he was rescued there, he got a coffin back. He already had the face of the postman because he coffined him earlier in the game, so he just coffined him a second time. That's the point we're trying to talk about. And the ciphers are 75 and 65. This is the winning position for RD. As long as CY stays out of vision of Vampy long enough for them to finish the cipher machines, I think he's gonna potentially be able to do this. It's gonna be very close, but this is potentially winning here.
Yeah, CY actually should have just stayed in the graveyard area there instead of rotating out. Now Vampy will be caught in the web of the postman. They will have to decode the cipher immediately. 79%, 80%. Will they be able to pop the cipher in time? One bomb hit onto the postman. The doggo caught onto the postman.
Down 90.
Postman got down. He will have to go for the 4CO. Can he do it? Oh.
And there's still a chance. No one's at the exit gate. Yeah, no one is pushing the exit gate for now. You just faces the exterior. So, so close. If he dodges that one bomb, they have enough time. He needed to dodge that one bomb. Wasn't able to do it here. The game's not over. That game's 50. Kinsey can get this open. This is gonna be really close. It's gonna be a foot race here. Vampy's gonna try to throw bombs. Cut him off. The Trim's gonna block the bombs. This might actually be a game-saving Trim. It forces him to teleport away, and he's gonna. And the survivors are gone. They're going to the other exit gate. This is a 3 escape. There's no way he catches them.
Yeah, Vampy. He should have just used the air teleport to the gate that he had been throwing bomb on. I don't know. I don't know
Oh,
what
no,
Vampy was doing there. Tang
Oh,
is actually hiding here. Can't tangle for the dungeon. Vampy!
He doesn't see him. He has
He has
flywheel.
flywheel.
It's over. He needs the flywheel. He goes for the flywheel. Gets to the dungeon. He makes it out. Gate 3 survivor escape for RD. Wow. And that is exactly the momentum we talked about. RD needed to capitalize in this round number 1. If ZETA wants to win, they have to hold the momentum from the start here. And RD takes it in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. Vampy, he was. Okay. Apart from the first teleport, it was actually the survivor teamwork that wasted, that nullified the teleport. Yeah, the first teleport, it was a mistake from Vampy, but the other two teleport, the survivor team did very well. After the teleport onto the postman, Embalmer saw the opportunity to go for the coffin immediately on the postman, and it just basically killed the game for the Bon Boy entirely. If the postman actually stayed at the graveyard, they had a higher chance of getting a 3-man escape, and they might even go for a 4-man escape. But yeah, eventually Vampy did caught up to the postman after those two very precise bomb hit. And it's that the end game, Vampy wasn't too confident with the teleport. If he actually teleported to the 2-planet gate, he would have been able to caught up to the Seer that had been opening the gate, and could have been a tie for Vampy there.
I think he was worried about teleporting on the mercenary and then getting kited. It was just like, yeah, I don't know. Survivors played the endgame very well. The coffin setup was beautiful. You rarely see Embalmer able to coffin that many times. Vampy's teleport onto the postman, he didn't consider that Embalmer. I mean, it's such a interesting concept that you don't see happen very often. Embalmer gets rescued by another survivor, gaining his coffin back. And since you already had the vision on the, you already had the face of the survivor that you teleport on, and you can just coffin them again. When does that ever happen? That's so rare, right? That's so rare. So Vampy doesn't think about that. He overlooks that play, and RD survivors take advantage. I'm gonna be honest, most hunters would not have seen that. It is really difficult. That is one of those situations where, say you're playing like a chess match, and you have like a really there's like a set of moves that can win you the game, but it's such a difficult line to see that you're just unable to pick it up. Even something like a chess grandmaster would miss it. Vampy, of course, is a grandmaster of Hunter. He's one of the best hunters in Japan. He's on one of the best teams in Japan. So he misses that play. That's what happens. Okay, again, like how many times does this happen where self-rescue gets the coffin back, you already had vision on him. Vampy has to, in that moment, in about a span of 5 seconds, he needs to see that, he needs to think that Embalmer 1 gets his coffin back, 2 can set up a coffin on the survivor he's teleporting on, and 3, does he have the face of that survivor? Yes, he does, because he already coffined him once. But it's so much things happening, he didn't see it. He just didn't see that line, and RD took advantage of it. Beautiful job from the survivor.
Yeah, you can see the survivor team there. The longest kiting session was 75 seconds from the postman, which is commendable. But it's the coffin that is buying all the time in the world for the survivor team to go for the decoding. Yeah. After those 2 coffin, it wasted 2 teleport from Vampy. And yeah, it basically killed the game. It allowed the survivor to decode so much that Vampy is hard to caught up with that. And yeah, the analysis as a chess game was quite on point. I wouldn't have think of that. Right. It is actually a very stressful game for Vampy, I would say, because the coffin placement is so far away that Vampy might have been worried a lot. I think the better thing for him to do is not teleport on the postman, but instead tunneling the Embalmer.
The Embalmer, yeah. Because the only instance where that makes a difference is Embalmer, because Embalmer, as soon as he gets rescued, he can set up a coffin while kiting, and he's gonna go down. He can then self-rescue himself, but if you do that, then he's self-rescuing right next to the bonbon. So of course you're gonna have your bubble, you're gonna have Tide Turner, so you're gonna have a few opportunities to kite because of that bubble, obviously. But it's a pretty easy kill. Like there's not a lot of rebound potential from
yeah,
him,
and
you're
also the
profiting next to the chair. Yeah.
And the last cipher is right there, right in the graveyard. He would have been able to camp the cipher, and had been able to eliminate the bomber right there. But he teleported far away and allowed Survivor to finish the cipher in the graveyard. He has so much tie potential right there.
Yep. Just overlook that play. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of hunters would not have seen that.
I wouldn't have seen that.
A lot of coaches would not. I can promise you, a lot of these, even some of these coaches from Japan, they would not have seen that play in the middle of the match. When you go back and analyze it, obviously you're like, okay, yeah, obviously, this play is here. RD sees it. They see the line. They take advantage of it. That was, I cannot stress how impressive that was. That was very impressive. Beautiful usage of the Embalmer. If I'm playing a hunter match there, I don't see that line either. That's just it just doesn't happen. That's so rare. That's such a rare interaction. But it was executed beautifully by the survivors of RD again. Vampy did what he could, but it was now it's just a lot of pressure on Zeta now. So let's see what they're able to do here. Zeta survivors, of course, known for Ever Sleeping Town being very effective for their survivors. So they definitely are going into this with still having some confidence here, right? But the problem is that, down on the back foot here, RD, if they take round number 1, that's their chance. They cannot drop round number 1. If they drop round number 1 or even tie round number 1, Alf comes in, it gets really difficult. Zeta gets to pick a map in round number 3 with no map ban. It falls right in their favor. RD needs a tie. The RD Hunter has to tie here. If they tie, this is how RD ultimately would take down Zeta.
Yeah, and from the previous match, it showed how far, how powerful the Embalmer is when it comes to countering Bonbon. He just doesn't allow the camping to happen. There's no chance for Vampy there, apart from the cam onto the Embalmer there, and I would say the Seer Owl pretty much allowed the rescue to happen and allow that play to happen also. If that rescue didn't happen, I don't think the strategy would have been pulled. And it's the pressure on the Zeta survivor now. They have to get at least a 3-man escape to equalize right here, or RD will take the win on their map pick, on Zeta map pick. So it's a lot of advantage for the side of RD.
Zeta wants to equalize. If Zeta ties this round, they're still set up nicely. Even though RD gets to pick map second round, Zeta gets to pick round 3 with no map ban. And again, in my opinion, the best late round hunter is going to be coming in for Zeta. So it becomes really challenging for RD to continue that momentum. They have an early momentum lead right here. This is they have to take advantage right now. They have to hold this. This is really, really important for this matchup. If Zeta gets any sort of momentum in round number 1, it's over. So that's why Zeta is so scary, and this is why they're such a strong team and arguably one of the best in the whole world right now. So again, this is really going to come down to just securing a draw in round number 1. Again, there's a few options that you can go with this. Obviously, you can be like, okay, I want to tie here. I'm going to play Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen on Ever Sleeping Town with the addition of Flywheel, really, really tough. It's no longer a consistent tie option, especially for Ever Sleeping Town. So it's really, obviously it's still a very good tie option, but it's less consistent. That's why we've seen Bonbon take over, because Bonbon doesn't mind Flywheel as much as Bloody Queen does. Bonbon and Bloody Queen have been kind of the two hard secure tie hunters, right, that we've seen currently in the meta. Bloody Queen was even more consistent than Bonbon, but because of Flywheel, Bonbon started to take over a little bit. But I don't think we're going to see Bloody Queen. I think it's a little bit too risky. The only way Bloody Queen comes out of it is if it's UKG. If it's PB Shaw here, he could technically play Dream Witch, but again, Dream Witch is aggressive. He wants to tie here, so...
And a consistent tie hunter would be a Bonbon, and it seems like it will be UKG doing the hunting.
It's UKG. Yeah. So we might see Bloody Queen.
UKG actually play Anne.
Yeah, but Ever Sleeping Anne is really it's not
it
great.
Depends, because in the Anne, it depends on the location of the Ever Sleeping. When it's a narrow corridor and you manage to caught the cat onto the survivor team, it will be an easy hit onto the survivor, and UKG might go for the end right here. But knowing the survival team of Zeta, they will go for the prospector to counter the end, and also
the biggest problem that you have to consider also is if you chase corner houses it's so hard to kill corner houses Not only is the 2-story really difficult to land cats, you have 2 god pallets which are almost guaranteed to kite out the cats. The one obviously sort of behind the 2-story, and then you near the train tracks, and you have the other one on the other side. There's 2 very strong pallets there, so it's really difficult. I now understand why they pick Ever Sleeping Town. It was not for Vampy, it was for the survivors, because UKG is going first. UKG, his 2 main options are Anne and Bloody Queen. Both hunters, obviously good TIE hunters, but both hunters are not very strong on this map. So that's going to be that's kind of going to be the kicker here, and that's why they picked this map here. So we'll see again ultimately how this is going to play out, but I think that I don't know if they go Prospector like you mentioned, Entity, that also gives Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen's pretty strong against Prospector, so
I have a feeling that's the level side of Zeta will go for a lineup like this. Mercenary, Prospector, Entomologist, and could be either Priestess or the Seer. If the other one is
if he was just playing Anne or Bloody Queen, he can't give Seer, right?
The Priestess still a force to be reckoned with, though, because Zeta did utilize Priestess very well. So Priestess, Mercenary, Prospector, Casaneko will play Prospector, I would say, and Entomologist to kind of counter Anne and kind of counter Bloody Queen also.
Right.
I will see like possibly 3 flywheel or 2 flywheel on Zeta side.
I think he goes Seerban, Priestess Merc. Seerban, Priestess Merc. Maybe no forward. He's playing Anne, maybe no forward. He might take Prospector. Yeah, it's so weird. It's very easy to predict a lot of round 1 band picks. For example, if it's like a common hunter. If it's a common hunter from a region like China, it's very you just see a specific set of bands, and stuff like that. They have slightly different meta than what we're usually used to. It's so difficult to predict what's going to happen here.
Yeah, we're gonna head into the band picks right here, second half of round number 1. UKG will head in with the first band. After the first band, we'll kinda see how the match gonna pan out. Let's not forget that UKG is also a photographer player.
Yeah, but
this could possibly happen. Banning the Seer from UKG.
For a tie.
Actually, photographer is great in Ever Sleeping Town.
Is great, but maybe it just seems like it's that's such a risky pick. I guess in RD's position, you're already going heavily disadvantaged in this matchup. You're definitely the underdogs here, so maybe playing risky is worth it for them. Probably see Mercenary ban here second from UKG. If it is Mercenary, he's probably playing Bloody Queen or Anne. If it's something else, then it obviously still opens up Photo. Photo doesn't ban Mercenary. Prospector, so maybe he is trying to play Anne. As I was gonna say, Photo doesn't ban Mercenary because Mercenary obviously is a photographer in that he does go down to 2 hits. He can't double rescue like he can with people with single hit hunters. So we're going to see Mercenary get locked in here. Last ban for UKG, probably Entomologist. And I do like the Prospector ban here. It does open up Anne a lot easier than if you did go for something else like a Mercenary ban. Then you play into Prospector, it's going to be Entomologist. Then you play too hard into Prospector. Mechanic is interesting. Mechanic is a very good tie survivor, but going for a win. It can be good against Bloody Queen, because how Bloody Queen matchup plays out is that Bloody Queen's going to mirror you twice and kill you no matter what, unless you're an anti-beacon character, which Mechanic obviously isn't. But if you go down to 2 mirrors, and it is going to be Anne, so I was going to say, if you go down to 2 mirrors, you still have bot in play, so Mechanics still get to have strong Cypher Rush, and it would be the same as if they were double mirroring another kiting character like an Entomologist or a Prospector. So, but the thing is, we're going to see Anne here. Where do the survivors spawn? I expect, I don't think Mech can afford to go Graveyard.
I think we'll have to go to the corner home.
Yeah, that's really the only option. So we'll have to see anyways. Forward here, obviously. Oh, Mechanic with a really nice spawn here. Priest is a pretty difficult chase target. Forward, he may actually commit to forward. Problem is Cornerhouse. Cornerhouse is so difficult for Ann to chase that. This is why I don't like. This is why Ann pick here is so challenging because you put yourself in a position where it's like, you know, you got to chase forward at corner, or you have to chase the Priestess, which is again not a great chase target. We are going to see double flywheel Priestess with broken, so she is increasing her chances to potentially tight end as well.
Yeah. Let's head into the match, and I do agree with you. Banning the prospector and the entomologist allow the AND play to be more efficient. The AND can also counter the forward, so UKG allowing the forward to be in the game is actually great. Also, we'll see UKG here heading toward the 2-story, and we'll find out Kazuneko location. Going through the portal, so it will be Dolisu that will be making the first kite.
Yeah, it is going to be Dolisu. So we do have an up-down build, so this is really interesting. Trying to mind game around this is going to get jumped just to close the distance here. But, yeah, I mean, again, this is another reason why Ann is tough. Graveyard, like, you can just stay here, use this window, it's very strong. You can take the... I don't think he's going to take trim, he's going to push middle instead. He does have a portal back in a second here. He has excitement. He's going up-down excitement as an Ann.
It's not really necessary. I think if it had been the blink, it would have been easier to get a tie. The excitement play here is probably just to counter the Priestess and the forward to caught them off guard. But yeah, it's not as efficient as a blink.
Yeah, so I mean, you can bring excitement to deal with the forward. Oh, gets the pallet punch. He does not get. That's actually an interaction that happens with N. If you double back and get a pallet stun while there's a cat on the survivor, he's gonna be able to portal. He's gonna excite through the portal and get that hit. So that is a nice excitement there. But now forward can support for free here. We are gonna see forward come in. Forward can stun while the survivor's kiting. He cannot harass obviously while the survivor's being picked up because he can just cancel the cats here. But now, yeah. And on this map, it's just so difficult. We see Priestess staying alive so much longer than she really should have here. Forward's going for a really long... He goes for the spin, and he knocks him back. He doesn't get the stun. Forward is going to take it. He can't flywheel that either. He's going to take a hit in the process. Yeah, maybe a misstep here. I don't know if that was worth it here for ZETA.
Yeah, UKG will be able to chase either the forward or the Priestess right here. Kazuneko vaulting, though there will be a cat onto Kazuneko. The Kazuneko cannot be able to use the flywheel. Also with the football, Kazuneko will be down here and camped on Dolisu Cypher. Dolisu will have to make the transition right here.
Yeah, it looks like he's not able to finish it. They have enough Cypher progress to win though. It really just comes down to rescues here. We need to see clean rescues. I don't know if giving the cat to the Priestess was a good idea, because now you have one less cat to camp with. He's going to get the hit onto the mercenary. He does not have full presence yet, so he's not going to be able to jump after him. Is Ford going to use flywheel? No, he's going to take that. He's going to save flywheel and football for another potential rebound kite. Cypher progress, very close here. He needs to try to use his cats onto that graveyard Cypher to try to slow it down here. Let's see if he's able to do that. Yeah, he is going to do that. He's going to try to slow it down that way. Does he get the cat onto the Priestess? He does. He can cancel to prevent the Priestess from popping that Cypher machine, so slowing down the Cypher progress even more here. It still might not be enough though. We see one Cypher machine going down here at 99, one at 8. Oh, it's not able to pop, but I think he's still able to get it off here.
To double back and pop the Cypher right here. So UKG have no ability to can the Cypher right now. They will be able to pop the Cypher after this rescue. UKG actually dropping the cat a little bit too early. Number 0 will be able to go for the rescue, and yeah, UKG is at a loss here. Flywheel away from the normal hit from Sasori, and with the Cypher progress.
Yeah, he went way too deep for the hit on the mechanic. If you camp out that chair, you can just force a farm. I mean, there's no more tide turner. So he can just force a farm as Ann. Ann is such a good character for forcing farm rescues, because you can easily just stun the survivor as they get off the chair and immediately hit them down. Now the Cypher machine is going to be primed, and this is completely winning for ZETA here. And we talked about how UKG, he needs to try to tie. Gets the double stun here, but it doesn't matter. He just gets the rescue. Detention's going to be ready here. UKG, he doesn't even wait for his cast. They're going to pop the Cypher Machine, and it is an up-down build with exciting machines. The only chance he has is to kill this Mechanic. He should be able to do so here, but as soon as Mechanic goes down here, he cannot teleport, and ZETA will tie round number 1 here, and that's not good for RD at all.
Yeah, a tie in ZETA picks map. Decent, a decent result for ZETA. And yeah, now RD Survivor will have to face up against the true force of ZETA, which is Alf. It's going to be very hard.
Yeah, that's the thing. If ZETA doesn't lose round 1, they are, I don't know the exact statistic, but it's very high probability that they're winning. Just because, yeah, Alf comes in again, the best late round hunter in the game. And that's, yeah, it's just like, RD needed to win that round. They needed to win that round if they wanted to win things here. Again, you know, we talk about how getting a tie on opponent's map selection is usually good, but in this instance, this is the one instance where it really isn't, because you have to deal with Alf here, and you have to, and you're the underdogs. When you have such a successful start, such as a 3 survivor escape like that, you need to take advantage. You need to win round number 1. Certain keys to matchups, there's different situations. One of them is win in the later round, or one of them is win in the early round, depending on the type of hunter you're going against, depending on the type of team you're going against. A team like ZETA, you have to win in the early round and then just try to hold your lead as the later rounds progress. But because they tied round number 1 here, ZETA has the advantage. They get to pick the round 3 map pick, and they have Alf coming in.
Yeah,
it's really hard for RD now.
Yeah. It's going to be tough for Psyop RD. I would agree with that. Yeah, Alf will be making his way in. The Psyop RD wasn't able to pull up the same situation as ZETA versus Scar. We did see yesterday Scar was able to pull up a win in round 1, and they was able to hold that distance throughout the round. So that's why, you know, Scar was able to win against ZETA. Now, RD won't have the chance to apply the same strategy. In the second round, yeah, I can't see of a potential strategy that this Psyop RD could go for, apart from Moonlit Real Park to counter Alf.
And it doesn't even counter Alf that hard because you still play the Geisha. If you go Moonlit, you have to ban Geisha. So then Alf he'll probably play Moonlit Bonbon at that point, I think. Which is not bad. I mean, Bonbon obviously is more successful on smaller maps, but against on a very open map, it's easier to chain bombs, and Moonlit Bonbon can pressure Cypher Machines easier as well, believe it or not, because it's so open, it's easy to throw bombs across the map towards Cypher Machines to pressure the survivors off of them. So, Alf is actually not that much. It's just that the priestess kept so much distance. She constantly kept distance between herself and the hunter to a point where UKG just could never catch up. And that's the key. One of the keys to beating Anne is if you can keep enough distance, you can never catch up. In a map like Ever Sleeping Town, it's very easy to do that. And that's why, yeah, just Anne is just, I don't know. I mean, again, UKG going first here is interesting.
UKG is an easier hunter to get a time, because BB is a more risky hunter, I would say.
Yeah.
But you know, up against a seasoned survivor team like ZETA, UKG didn't stand a chance.
It's not that. It's just that. I don't know. I guess he doesn't have the character pool to deal with an Ever Sleeping map pick. You know, it's like, it's very specific. His character pool is very specific. It's Photo and Bloody Queen. That's it, right? And those hunter and Photo, obviously, as you mentioned, obviously Photo is good on this map, but Photo is a high risk, high reward. But when I say high risk, I mean extremely high risk, like extremely high risk with a potential high reward. And in reality, usually that reward doesn't come because it's so hard to play Photo against a 4VC team, especially a team that knows what they're doing, like ZETA. They're not going to struggle against a Photo. It's going to be on UKG to play the match perfectly. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. He could have played Bloody Queen. I don't know if that would have actually made much of a difference, but ultimately,
I would say the mistake is that the Ant actually opted in to bring Excitement up instead of a Blink.
Yeah, Excitement.
The Blink would have makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, Excitement got one hit on the Priestess, but it wasn't even that relevant. Like it was just like I get the idea of Excitement in that it's like if Ford harasses early, he can stun. When they try to cat a survivor, Ford can stun, allow the survivor to make enough distance where they can cat out the cat. But Ford went for one stun, it didn't even matter, he missed it, and so it was just like, and you saw it. He downed the Ford really fast, but the Cypher progress was already too much. It was already over at that point. So actually, let me rephrase that. It wasn't over. There was no Tide Turner, so he could have farmed. He could have forced a farm on this character that was getting rescued. If he's able to do that, he downs him, the Cypher Machine's not primed, he can tie it. But he went so deep for the hit on Mechanic, I don't understand why. Because when you go deep for the hit on the Mechanic, Mechanic is double rescuing with Mercenary. So it's not like okay, you hit Mechanic, then nobody can rescue because everyone's half health. You still have a Mercenary can still make that save. So you have to consider those options as well. I think it was another one of those instances similar to what happened with Vampy, is that he was just kind of was in a stressful situation, kind of overlooked the position, and he kind of maybe thought to himself, Mechanic's the only one rescuing. But because the Cypher progress was so far, because the Mechanic Cypher rush, they have enough time to go for a double rescue. Mercenary makes the backdoor save when Mechanic takes the hit, and from there it's game over.
Yeah, double man rescue against and the Ant has all the time in the world to go again. UKG just had to be a little bit more patient, because from what I have seen, UKG dropped the cat a little bit too early and allowed the survivor to go in for the easy rescue. Because after the stun, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. He wouldn't have any cat left, and they get an easy rescue. They only lose like they only get like a hit, and they could just scatter away. So yeah, UKG got a little bit too impatient.
The hit on the Mechanic, it doesn't do much. Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, Mechanic's already popped the Cypher. So it's like, what do you gain from that? You know, like I'm struggling to see. Again, I think I think his mindset is that Mechanic's the only one rescuing. But the problem is, again, if a second rescuer comes in, then you lose everything. You lose the match. If you get that hit, no one else is rescuing, then you tie. If you don't get the hit, someone else is rescuing, you lose. So it's kind of like it's a trade-off, and there's a likely chance Mercenary is making that save with one Cypher left. Priestess is pushing the last Cypher Machine, and Mercenary makes a backdoor rescue. I mean, that's pretty likely. I think UKG just, in the heat of the moment, just overlooked that, and Mercenary makes the backdoor save. They get the win. And again, no Tide Turner left, so I think he was worried that Mechanic would have Tide Turner as well. She gets the rescue and they prime the Cypher, because sometimes Mechanic does bring Tide Turner. In this instance, she did not. So that's also kind of the idea there for him going for the hit on the Mechanic. But I still think in that situation, you just have to hope Mechanic does not have Tide, and you just try to farm the Survivor. And that's easier, and normally you can say that's easier said than done, but it's actually very easy with Ant. You just put the cross on the chair, they get the rescue, all the survivors get stunned, and you just choose the one that you want to hit. You down them instantly, Cypher Machine's not primed, you tie the game. But yeah, obviously we saw he went for that on the Mechanic, he gets a free save. By that time, the Priestess, the Ford is gone, nothing you can do, Cypher Machine's primed, and the game is over from there. So, very interesting match, for sure. This is a very exciting one, very close. RD, still able to tie against the best team from Japan, or at least what we saw in IJL. Obviously, yesterday, Scars was able to come out on top, but yeah, I mean, again, RD still, while they may have finished in the loser's bracket, while they may have not been able to take down any of these global teams thus far, they're really putting up a great show.
Yeah, that analysis on the Disciple is actually on point, I would say. That is a tie game. That is a tie game from what I saw. Even though the Mechanic was able to pop the Cypher right there, the Cypher isn't enough for the second rescue to be able to happen. And with an Ant, you cannot force hero. She can just cat you, stun you, and then pick up the Survivor down. UKG got a little bit too impatient there, and we're gonna head into the second game to see if RD could hold up against the force that is about to be hitting them right here. It's going to be the toughest game that they're gonna go for.
It's gonna be difficult for sure. I think we're gonna see. I
would say Mulit is the best bet for
You know
the
what's
survival team
interesting?
here.
What's interesting is what we've seen a lot of strategies is that from a lot of the teams, the way they approach Alf is they go big map and Geisha ban, and they force Bonbon on a large map. But that hasn't worked. That hasn't worked at all so far. So far, Alf has still been strong with Bonbon. So I think you need to take a different approach. I think if you're RD, you need to look at this in a sense that we need to go on a map that's bad for Geisha, we need to ban Bonbon. That has to be the mindset here, because the Bonbon large map, it's worked for Alf. He's 4-killed against, I believe it was Nice, and he also...
Weibo. Yeah, 4K Weibo.
Weibo,
Bonbon.
Weibo,
In
it was
Lexi.
Weibo, Nice, and also 3-kill against Scars yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So he's been very consistent with Lakeside Bonbon. So there's a chance maybe you try to pick Moonlit, but Moonlit also it's similar to how the matchup plays out. Actually, if anything, Moonlit's arguably better for Bonbon. So I think that because Bonbon can struggle heavily on Big Boat, whereas you don't really have that as an option. On top of that, Bonbon can actually deal with Coaster pretty effectively. If a survivor tries to kite to Coaster, he can just throw bombs onto the Coaster, and they have to wait for the bombs to blow up before they take Coaster, which gives Bonbon enough time to catch up. Or if he lands a chain bomb, he can knock him off the Coaster. So there's Coaster. It's really difficult to take Coaster against a Bonbon. So you don't really get that advantage that you'd like to have normally. So the only way RD goes for that strategy is they try to pick Moonlit, and they're like, okay, we're prepared to play against a Moonlit Bonbon, because the Lakeside Bonbons worked so well for Alf so far. So if they want to go that route, they pick Moonlit, they ban Geisha, they take a Moonlit Bonbon. I think it's theoretically better for Alf than the Lakes, even better for Alf than the Lakeside has been. Yeah. So I don't think that's a great idea. I think the best idea here is you pick a bad Geisha map, you ban Bonbon. For example, go Arms maybe, ban Bonbon, and try to take an Arms Factory Geisha.
How about Hospital?
Hospital.
Hospital ban Geisha and then
you
to kind of Bonbon there. Yeah.
But then that's so weak. That's so weak for your Hunter. That's so weak for your Hunter too.
It's gonna throw to your Hunter, but yeah, they're gonna pick the Red Church. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna pick Red Church. This is also fine. Okay, RD has to ban Bonbon. So they're going Red Church, they have to ban Bonbon, and they have to take a Red Church Geisha. Geisha is not that strong on Church. There's a lot of walls here. It's very difficult to dash here. We're going to see PP Chug going Hunter first. I actually don't mind this Red Church pick. I think, so PP Chug's going to sub in for UKG, as we predicted here. Red Church is fine. We'll probably see a Dream Witch ban. This allows PP Chug to play Red Church Sculptor. Sculpt is pretty strong on this map here. And we also have Alf forced to potentially play Geisha on Church, which is very difficult because some of the walls are thicker, so it's harder to dash through those. If you want to go for the blind dash through the wall where you dash, because as a Geisha, we do see, of course, PP Cha is a one-time MVP as well here. As a Geisha, you can actually dash through thin walls even if you can't see like the butterfly. If there's a certain timing on it that you can get, it's very hard to do. But obviously, Alf with his Geisha skill can do that. But there are some walls in this map you cannot do that because the walls are too thick, such as Graveyard. Very difficult for Geisha there. So there's a lot of places, there's a lot of walls here that Geisha struggles to deal with. And that's why Geisha is not too strong on Church. So I think what we're going to see here is they're going to ban Bonbon, they're going to take Geisha, and they're going to see what they can do against it there. They're going to play an anti-Geisha. You can go Acrobat, Enchantress, different characters to deal with that. And as for PP Cha here, we should see Dream Witch ban, and I think he's preparing to play Sculptor on Church.
Yeah, PP Cha still has that Bonbon to be used. And let's see what I'm allowed to say. It's off, right? We saw that Geisha really struggle with a thick wall. With thick wall, apart from the thin wall, like you saw how Mushin used the Geisha in the ruin in Hospital. Like the dash is clipping into the wall, and then he just teleports to the other side, and that's how the Geisha was able, to get a hit easily onto the survivor. Like the dash are so unpredictable that you basically cannot avoid it. But as for Red Church, you could just constantly anti-dashing the Geisha and then just transition in the graveyard area.
There's a lot of pallets too. So it's difficult. And also a key to geisha as well is tie kiting, so mind gaming at pallets is very important. Pallet camping, mind gaming at pallets, double back pallet stun. Red Church is very strong because there's so many pallets on this map. And geisha likes the big open areas where that's less likely to happen, such as Moonlit River Park. We're going to get to the picks and bans here. We should see probably forward Seer, I would imagine, is going to get banned here. Obviously, Priestess is annoying, obviously, for PB to deal with, but I think it makes the most sense for Seer forward here. You could go Seer Priestess, but Seer forward, and yeah, Seer forward here. We are going to see Dream Witch ban. We are going to see Priestess, probably Priestess Mercenary from Zeta Survivors.
Mercenary Priestess, they might actually go for the Entomologist, because in Red Church, Entomologist is quite actually provide great support for the survivor side also. But they might go for the conventional right here. Mercenary and Priestess. Yeah, I could see that. Priestess is very powerful in the church area and also the graveyard. So that is what the survivor team better go for. Mercenary for the rescue, for the tough man rescue potential here. Let's see the second ban on the side of PP Chat. Could be the Acrobat. Prospector. Again, respect banning the Prospector of Kazuneko.
Yeah, and it looks like, Prospector out of the way here. Prospector also is a very scary character to deal with on Church too, because a lot of the time you can see survivors die in the corner of the inside of Church, and then Prospector can help them struggle free from there. It's really difficult. Female Dancer here from Zeta. This is a character that we see very, very, very common out of the Japan region. Dancer is very good on maps. Annoying to deal with. Also very good on maps where you can drop down and get speed boost. There's no two-story buildings here, but if you set up boxes inside Church, then it's very easy for survivors to kite through there. And we'll see how that ultimately plays out. Acrobat ban here as well. Pipicha has Clerk too, so that's still an option here as well. Enchantress is really smart from Zeta, because Enchantress, not only is Enchantress strong against Sculptor, because obviously Chip Hunter Enchantress can be very effective against, also very good against Clerk, because it opens up, obviously kiting around pallets, mind gaming at pallets is very important against a Clerk, and the Enchantress stuns are very effective there. We're going to see Flywheel and Broken for Priestess here. Dancer with Tide, very uncommon strategy. Naiad? Really?
Wow. That is not what I was expecting PP Chow to go for. And Insolent also. Insolent and Detention Naiad from PP Chow. Okay. One Flywheel, one Broken Window, two Tide Turner from the side of Zeta. Seems like they are going to play very aggressively here. I mean, the Dancer could go for like a slow block behind the chair and then go in for the rescue, because it would force the Hunter to go into the recovery animation and then go in for the easy rescue, because on a slow box you cannot prevent the rescue from happening. And okay, the spawn pick is kind of interesting. Dancer gonna be at the middle to provide the music box support. The Enchantress at the wedding, Delisu behind the church, possibly to create that portal through the church from either side of the map.
Yeah.
And Mochi at the middle workable.
Yeah, PB chooses to spawn here because this way it gives him three options. He gets to choose which three survivors in that line that he gets to chase first. Because he's a Naiad, he's very fast. He can get to those places very quickly. So it really allows him to choose where he wants to go. Insolence Naiad is so that's unheard of. That's very rare. Obviously Full Presence 9 is very strong, but it's very uncommon. Looks like he's gonna go through Church first here, possibly going for Female Dancer as his first target.
That makes sense, because Female Dancer seems to be an easy target to go for, unless Kazuneko plays those two music blocks. We'll grab the whole church area here, and Kazuneko had to transition out of the music block area. Pipicha It will try to wrap the other half of the church to not allow Kazaneko to be in the vicinity of that 2 music box ever again.
Yep. Looks like he's going to transition into the wedding area here, that water all the way down to 0 here. So he's going to pull back the trident. Does have him trapped in an area. He's going to spin to get out of that area, but he does get out of the box in the process. Gets the drop down on the pallet there. And this is a pretty good start. PB he's going to take his time. He's going to be able to water the Cypher with this as well. He's going to pull back here. He's not going to obviously have Flywheel available, so he's able to get that hit there onto the Dancer. But relocating back into Church here, Church is very difficult for Naiad, not only because obviously the slow boxes are here, but it's also very difficult to actually get a water trap here. He's going to go pull back the Trident, goes for the spin here. Is he going to go for the blink at the window? Goes for the blink. Terror Shock onto the Dancer, but what's really important is that she's able to vault. The vault means that's going to be very challenging for him to get him to the basement. Does he try to drag him there? With the slow box, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Yeah, he cannot take the basement here. So that is actually a really crucial vault there for the female Dancer.
Yeah, that vault allowed the Dancer to not be in the basement. And we know how scary the Naiad is with basement camping. Kazaneko did the right thing here, but had to take in the Terror Shock, which means Pipicha will be one step away from getting that cool present that he needed. Kazaneko will be rescued by a Mercenary, a free rescue. So the Mercenary could go for the second rescue right here. Oh, there's a global portal.
Yeah, portal set up here. Dancer is able to make it. Pipicha was not able to take down the portal in time. He's going to try to get across the map as quickly as possible, but they're going to be able to get at least 1 kill on this Dancer for sure. Definitely not 2 because of how fast Naiad is. But this Priestess will get the Dancer up. It's going to be very close, but he's going to have enough time for sure here. Is able to get it up, goes for the portal here, trying to cut this out. He's going to hit the portal away here. Priestess unable to camp this. And ultimately, this is actually okay for Pipicha because Priestess, he didn't waste a lot of time catching up to the Dancer here. And Priestess also lost time decoding in the process. We're going to see Enchantress come for an early harass here. This usually is common from the Japanese survivors, and it's a really risky strategy. It either pays off or it doesn't. It ends up being Enchantress really doesn't do much, or she's able to, and this is one of the instances Enchantress not doing a whole lot, is able to get 1 stun farmed here. I think Pipicha can actually just pick up here, but what Enchantress is trying to do, what Enchantress is trying to do here is going to file beautiful Flywheel to avoid that hit. What Enchantress is trying to do is she's trying to stun, get the drop, and then body block a hit so she can farm a stun in the process, and then Dancer's able to potentially rerun Kite.
Yeah, and not to mention Kazaneko still has a self heal, so if Enchantress is able to provide enough time, no, there's no chance for that after the puddle area creation from Pipicha. There is still 1 Cypher that is not at a great progress right here. 2 Cypher is about to be popped. This is looking like a tie game for Pipicha if he can play this right.
Yep. We're gonna see.
Mochi gonna go in for the second rescue.
Is he gonna try this? It looks like.
Can he though?
Is he gonna feed Tinnitus or is he gonna try it? Looks like he's gonna try it. Here comes the save here. Gets the save onto the Dancer here. No Tide Turner. They're trying to body block this as much as possible. They just water the whole area. I don't think Dancer makes this.
Oh,
no, she does! The 3 stack! That's game changing.
That's a game changing stun right there, but there's still 3 Cypher remaining. If Kazaneko isn't able to avoid this water area, yeah, he will be able to do so. Pipicha now has a blink on hand. He could actually blink right into Kazaneko. Will get the hit onto the Enchantress and the Enchantress. Such an annoying character to deal with, especially when you're on Naiad.
Yeah, I don't know if obviously Enchantress is gonna try to support this guy as long as possible. Cyphers are almost done here. I think Enchantress has enough. I think they have enough time. He's gonna get the water onto the Dancer here. Not able to. Another 3 stack. Dancer waiting for the Trident pullback here. Cypher machines are winding down. He needs to get this down onto the Dancer as quickly as possible. Even after he gets it down here. Okay, he gets it down here. Does he get it down? Double down into the Enchantress. They don't have enough time. They don't have enough time to pop it. Enchantress needed to not die there. She needed to stay up long enough so she could potentially get 1 more support stun. I think that would have been enough on the pickup. He's able to stun balloons there. That would have been enough time to prime the Cypher machine. But Enchantress needed to not die there. And she goes down, and now Pipicha can tie.
Yeah, and they will try to pop the Cypher right here. They will be able to do so, but it's allow Pipicha to go for the detention hit. And now Dolisu will be the target for Pipicha. Can he use a portal right here? He will be able to do so. He has to watch out for the blink.
Yeah, he's no Flywheel. It's broken.
Yeah.
So gonna go down there. It's gonna be a tie here. For the drivers of Team Drop is turning all the way to basement just to prevent any sort of rescue. You know, the gates aren't open yet, and Mochi is here, but he has multiple elbow pads, so yeah, there's no chance. He needs to get to the gate if possible.
The only chance for Pipicha to, you know, to deal the water damage and then try to go for the normal hit onto the mercenary, but there will be the Enchantress supporting that. Pipicha, yeah, he will be going back to the basement to make sure that he gets the tie that he needed with the Naiad. So I would say expected result as a Naiad.
Yeah, we'll see if it's enough. I mean, obviously now we're gonna see it. We're gonna see Alf. The question is it gonna be Bonbon or Geisha? It has to be Geisha, right? You have to ban Bonbon. You don't get Bonbon here. There's no way. Obviously Geisha
is so powerful.
Yeah, both hunters are scary, but Church Geisha is not that strong. The reason why you pick Church here is one, it's a good hunter for PB Trust hunters, and two, you can bid Bonbon and you force a weak Geisha map. It also works for Arms Factory. The problem, I guess, with going Arms, and the reason why they went Church instead of Arms, is that Church opens up two options. It opens up Naiad, and it opens up Sculptor, and it opens up Clerk, technically. If you go Arms, Clerk is not great on Arms, and Sculptor is not great on Arms. Naiad is okay, but all three of PB Chaw's hunters are stronger on Church. So you're giving PB Chaw a good hunter map, and you're forcing Alf Church Geisha, and that's going to be the key here. We're going to look at the final results for this match. 123 seconds from the Dancer, from the Enchantress, 155 from the Dancer. Obviously, the Enchantress support, very, very crucial here. Not quite enough for a win, though. Pipicha able to get that kill just in the nick of time, and it is going to be a tie for this round.
Yeah, they almost has the three-man escape in the back, right? The Enchantress was there to provide the support. I would say that the Enchantress go for the 3-stack stun a little bit too early. Like she could have, you know, just doing the small stun to not allow Pipicha to catch up to the Enchantress right there, to the female dancer right there. He wasted the 3-stack stun, and yeah, he would brought down in the process also because yeah, she has absolutely nothing to protect herself. If she still has those stun, Pipicha wouldn't be able to pick up Kazadeko.
Yeah, I think the idea is that yeah, so she waits for the trident to be pulled back, then goes for the 3-stack, so she's out of trident form. If you go for a single stun, there's a risk that Naiad just turns around and hits the Enchantress down, and then she can no longer support, and then she's on the ground with like 4 stacks or something. So I think maybe that's what they were worried about, which obviously it's a trade-off. There's a risk. Did he have flywheel back is the question, because he could have flywheel if he turns around and tries to hit him. I don't actually know. But ultimately, yeah.
Actually, Enchantress still have flywheel. Like, he did flywheel.
So maybe it would have been worth it to single. But yeah, obviously, there's no way for us to know here. But ultimately, yeah, it is a 2-2. So this is definitely the best result for. I think it's a better result for RD than it is for Zeta. Obviously, we talk about the key here is that RD, they're going to need to kind of like, it's going to be very difficult for RD survivors to actually get a win against Alf. It's going to be really challenging. Even with Geisha here, I think the goal for RD, because because then Zeta gets to pick map in the last round, so it's just really tough for them.
You cannot afford a tie. Like, you have to get a 3-man escape, because it's now or never. The last map pick will be beneficial for Zeta. Zeta have all the chances in the world to come back in the 3rd round, and if this is a tie, Zeta will have the chance to come back in the last round.
Right. Yeah, I mean, RD's the key was round 1. If RD takes round number 1 here, we have a 2-2 here. They're able to tie Alf. You go into the last round in the lead. RD looks pretty good, but I mean, it's still impressive the way how RD has been playing. They're so close. They're neck and neck here with Zeta. One of the best teams in this tournament, one of the best teams in the world, the best team in the Japan region. So I think that this is perfectly okay for how they've been playing so far. It's been very good. It's been very strong. It's still possible. As you mentioned, a 3 escape here would be really crucial. This is the map to do it on. They're forcing Alf onto a bad Geisha map. Not bad, but not good at all. Not strong.
It's a decent map.
Geisha's playable, On definitely, I mean, Geisha's playable on all maps. Geisha's still pretty playable on Church, but it's not strong whatsoever. It's not ideal. That's when we
Actually,
put it.
let's not forget that Arf still has that sculptor. That is still a viable choice in the Red Church.
It is, but he hasn't been,
so Arf might not even go for the Geisha right here.
But he's been veering away from it so far. Obviously, 3-time MVP here for Alf. He does have Dream Witch as well, but again, his Dream Witch has been it's not aggressive. His Dream Witch has been very he's very consistent with ties with his Dream Witch. Obviously, Alf's still newer to Dream Witch. Type of hunters Alf plays: Bonbon, Sculptor, Geisha. A lot of players who play later rounds, 2 to 3 round hunters, they don't play Dream Witch. Or even if they do, they play a... There's 2 types of players. You play either a strong enough Dream Witch where you force the survivors to ban it and you get all your hunters in round 2 to 3, or you just don't play it at all. And that's how Alf's been all the way up until recently. He has recently learned Dream Witch, but his Dream Witch has just been very consistent, a very consistent tied Dream Witch. He plays very conservatively. His other hunters, he plays a lot more aggressive, and the Dream Witch, you can tell he plays so conservatively with it to a point where you know that he's not necessarily comfortable with it completely yet. So that's why we don't really see him go to the Dream Witch unless he has to try to play aggressively for a 4 kill. And he can't do it with those tie hunters. He has to play Dream Witch, but he still plays too high heavy with it. So I don't know. We'll see here for Alf. I think Alf expects that he's going to be given Geisha, so he's going to ban Seer, and he's going to ban Forward or Priestess, and the survivors have to ban Bonbon.
Yeah, they have to ban Bonbon. Alf cannot be let out with the Bonbon because it's going to be a menace for RD to be dealt with. So let's see. Priestess and Forward ban or Mercenary ban. I don't think Alf would ban the Seer right off.
But he has to ban Seer because then he can't play Geisha. If you don't ban Seer, he
still has a Sculptor. I believe it's a pick between the Sculptor or the Bonbon for
he has Sculptor, but a Sculptor.
Okay, Seer forward. So he doesn't even bother with the Priestess.
But his Sculptor, he's just been buying away from it so much in this tournament. We haven't seen him go to Sculptor as much.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
I don't know. We'll see. It has to be Bonbon ban. There's no way you ban anything else here.
Bonbon ban. If they ban the Dream Witch, it's going to be very surprised. It's going to be very surprising.
Yeah, I guess you could technically ban Dream Witch, but I don't think Alf's planning to play Dream Witch here.
Yeah,
I don't think he's
to even play Dream Witch here.
He only plays Dream Witch when he has to 4 kill, and he doesn't have to 4 kill here. He just needs to at least tie. So no, they banned Geisha.
Oh no! Oh no! This is not what we were predicting. This is so wrong.
Well, I don't know if it's wrong, but it's just like
this is so risky. This is such a risky ban.
Geisha is not that strong on Church, so you pick Church because you want to counter the Geisha, but then you ban it. Like, I guess maybe they pick Church. I guess the only reason they pick Church at this point is they're entirely doing it in favor of PB Chaw's Hunter. There's no reason you pick Church and you give Alf Bonbon here. There's no reason. The only reason you do that is if you're only giving it for PB Chaw's Hunter. I guess the idea is they're going to play anti-Bonbon as much as they can. Mercenary Unchaseable, Patient, very strong kiter for Bonbon. We're going to see Acrobat ban here as well. Maybe they go back to the Embalmer here entity. I think that would make the most sense. If they're preparing...
It's an Acrobat ban already.
Yeah, if they're preparing to go against Bonbon, they have to be going back to Embalmer. But Embalmer, it's not Ever Sleeping. This is a harder map for Embalmer to be successful on.
They might have to go for a stunner. They might even have to go for a stunner to counter. Oh, Postman. Okay, that's good. They have to Cypher Rush also. They're still the last pick for the Survivor side. The ban onto the Acrobat Alf will now have the ability to ban out the mechanic. They actually might go for a decoding strategy from Survivor side.
You might ban Embalmer too, actually. Yeah, they could. Actually, this is maybe okay. I mean, if you get Postman and he has to ban Mechanic now, because if you get Postman and Mechanic against a Bonbon, that actually gives them enough Cypher Rush to win. So I think that's maybe the mindset. If he bans Priestess. They get Mechanic here. They just take it instant Mechanic, right? I don't think there's anything else here. I mean, obviously Embalmer's an option, but Embalmer on Church is not nearly as strong as Ever Sleeping. So I think they just go Mechanic and go double decoder against a Bonbon. 2 untraceable targets or 2 difficult chase targets, obviously. Patient Mercenary unchaseable, patient very difficult, and you have double decoder, you Cypher Rush, you can easily win against a Bonbon with the Cypher Rush. So I think they go mechanic here. I think that makes the most sense.
Barmaid?
Barmaid?
What?
What is going on? I mean, the only reason you pick Barmaid is so you don't play too hard into Dream Witch. If you go mech, then maybe you're playing too hard into Dream Witch. I guess they're picking Barmaid so they don't fall into Clerk or Dream Witch hard. But then Barmaid's so weak against Bonbon.
Yeah.
He just plays Bonbon. He just plays Bonbon. I mean,
yeah, just like Bonbon. It's an obvious Bonbon pick.
Yeah. I mean, this is so. Yeah, this is so. So unpredictable from RD, is one way to put it. Let's see what he's gonna go with. I feel like he has to play Bonbon here. There's no reason to pick anything else. Barmaid, of course, countering Dream Witch and Clerk, and Barmaid weak to Bonbon. I feel like the only reason you give Bonbon is if you're playing hard anti-Bonbon comp. Patient, Postman, Merc, very strong against Bonbon. Barmaid is not. So let's see if he opts. Yeah, he just goes Bonbon. Yeah, it's. This is so hard for RD now. I guess the goal here is try to rotate well. Postman gets fast decoding, and you try to outside rush the Bonbon. That's your best chance. You don't have support either. There's no support here. So Barmaid struggles to kite out the drink because there's no support. The only support is maybe a Postman dog if you kite past the Postman. You don't have Priestess portal set up. You don't have battery.
Yeah, but then the Postman, if the Postman show himself to the Hunter, he would be the target immediately. So they have to hide the Postman at all costs because they have to go for the Cypher Rush.
The problem as well is that you have two really easy targets for Bonbon. That's why Barmaid here is so risky. Because Barmaid, obviously you're picking Barmaid, so they're picking Barmaid so they don't fall too hard into the Dream Witch or Clerk trap. But the problem is you give really easy chase targets for Bonbon. Barmaid and Barmaid and Postman are very easy chase targets. You only have the dog. If you get rid of the Postman early, you get rid of the decoding, which is very strong for Alf. And then Barmaid is very good against single hit hunters that struggle to get a second hit within 20 seconds. Bonbon can get a hit and then just go for like 2 bombs, go for a blink. There's so many different combinations of plays that Bonbon can get down. Barmaid at red carpet too, and Postman at church.
I don't get the Postman.
I think Postman at church is okay because you can rotate to the back window. Bonbon does go church, you vault the window, and you kind of run church. But Barmaid at carpet is scary as well. That's a pretty easy chase target.
So yeah,
Flywheel.
2 Flywheel, 2 Titan, Zeta Alf go for a 3-6 mil. It's just tough because the 2 most chaseable target is at the grabs of Alf. Alf can go for the Postman or the Barmaid as he wish, and the Barmaid might be the easier target there at the weddings. Let's see how the Survivor gonna plays out because they go for the Flywheel effect also.
Where does Alf go first? Does he go church? Does he go wedding? It looks like he's gonna go Postman first. The problem is, because Alf spawns here, he also locks top broken, so Barmaid can't decode. So this is really challenging. He is gonna go look around church here. He's trying to find the Postman. He's trying to get rid of that decoder early. Postman does have some distance, but the problem here, Entity, is he has to Flywheel. Oh, Postman! He gets caught so early. Oh, this is gonna be a fast round.
The Postman wasn't confident with the rotation right there. Oh, actually, will be able to to avoid the bomb with that Flywheel there, but still, still have to get a bomb. Half bomb is so precise though.
Yep.
It's so hard to dodge.
We're gonna see him kite on the area. 5-second bomb here. Tang not getting fooled by this. Gets the trap here. 5-second bomb. Not gonna register a hit. He's able to make it. This pal goes for the mine gun. Goes for the power trap. Is able to get a second bomb hit in the process. No Flywheel available here. Blink will be on in line in 3 seconds. He's dying on the patient Cypher. Goes for the power trap here. Alf has blink. Does he go for it? He's trying to conserve the blink. I think just blink here to secure the down. Does get the down. Yeah, onto the Postman here, and he's gonna chair on the patient Cypher. So this is a really good start for Bonbon.
Yeah, and now he'll be able to camp the patient Cypher, actually bringing to the chair outside, so he get a better view of the entire map. He might actually go for the control bomb onto Zekai Cypher here, so blocking off 2 Cypher at the same time. Afia putting so much pressure onto the survivor side.
And this is why Church Bonbon is such a small map. It's very easy for Bonbon to pressure Cypher machines. We talk about Bonbon being a very heavy tie hunter because it's very hard for them to pressure Cyphers because of how far they're spread out. But on Church, because it's such a small map, Church is the smallest map in the game. It's very easy for them to just throw control bombs, throw 5-second bombs onto Cyphers, and you force the survivors off of them, and you slow down the Cypher significantly. So,
they have to sacrifice here. There's no chance for them.
They have to sacrifice. It's technically still on pace for a draw for the survivors, but the next kite, it has to be pretty good, and you have to have pretty good rotation here, or Alf can actually just run away with this game.
At least Postman is able to expand the blink from Alf, so Alf won't be able to change it into teleport and caught a whip with that next target right away. Alf gonna have to transition on foot to find the next target. Mercenary was in the middle. Yeah, Alf will try to prevent the Cypher decoding for quite a while there. And he possibly might have a whip of that Barmaid. Yeah, Barmaid will be the next target.
Barmaid has to kite through Patience Cypher too because Graveyard is kiting up Patient. Patient's going to rotate early. The Cypher Rush is going to get slowed down. Alpha has winning pace here. If he gets a quick down here, there's a one chip right away onto the Barmaid. Has a second one. He needs to try to go for flywheel. He's going to flywheel the bomb and the swing. So nice flywheel from the Barmaid. But if Alf gets a second bomb, dodging every single bomb. So beautiful dodge from Pin here. But now you're going to see right now why Barmaid struggles heavily against against Bonbon. If Alf can hit this control bomb within the next 20 seconds, Barmaid's going to go down, the drink is useless, and the game is over.
There's a control bomb, there's no more flywheel. There's all the chance for Alf to prevent it from happening. He drink. Oh my god!
Wow, what a play from the Barmaid. That's not, and that right there, that's not Barmaid being good against Bonbon. That's just incredible skill from Pin. Excellent job there from this player to kite that out here. But I think he might still, he dodges every bomb, forces the basic hit. That's the game changer. This is how RD ties this around. That was a winning pace for Alf. As soon as he found the Barmaid that early, forced him off of the Patient Cypher machine, and he does. Wow, beautiful bomb snipe there. But now they have enough time. They have 2 seconds.
The last Cypher is right at the chair. Oh no! Again, another Cypher cam.
But if they get a clean rescue with Tide Turner, it comes down. He's gonna abnormal. I actually think that's still okay. As long as he gets the rescue with Tide Turner, he dies away. Abnormal. They have another Cypher with Progress 2 entity that's already 40 in 25, so they have enough time technically. Oh, early hit onto the bot Mercenary. That's gonna be really difficult. So he has to down go. Terror shock onto the Mercenary, and that's it. The game's over.
The game is over. That's a 4K. Is that a 4K pace? Oh yeah. Wow. Who would have think of that?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Patient has to try to rescue here. Maybe they can still get one. Patient does get tied.
There's still some hook. Yeah, there's still some hook for CY to be utilized here. Not that long of a hook though. He could be brought down by the bomb. He actually dodged a bomb and will be able to rescue. Titan is still inbound. But the patient will be down.
Patient,
no chance.
Oh, he patient. Wow.
Oh!
Bomb hit in the process. RD's not actually necessarily going to get 4 killed here. They still have a chance. He's going to get the down onto the Barmaid. Barmaid's going to die as far away as they can. Survivors will heal up here. No, they're going to push the Cypher. Actually, I think this is okay. We do know that he's going to die all the way in base. We do know Alf has abnormal. The survivors know this as well. So they're going to just go first. Alf, I think, has enough time to make it to that Cypher.
It depends. I actually have a feeling that they will be able to rush cover. It's already at 65%. Alf will have to throw bomb to prevent that from happening, I would say. Now it's the foot race. 90% already. They actually can pop the Cypher.
They actually make it, and Alf does have detention, but has no blink, he has no teleport. So this is a one escape. But ZETA still wins the round. So this is really important actually. They have 2 fighters here. Patient still has hooks available. He's gonna get that bomb here. He needs to use one of those hooks there. Oh, but it's a short hook. A short hook for the Patient. That should secure it right here. They're not gonna have enough time. He's gonna get that chip onto the Patient here, trying to stay alive as long as possible. Alf has him trapped in the area here. He's gonna go for that bomb. Patient's gonna die as far away as he can from the Mercenary's gate. Mercenary is still gonna be able to get one out here, but yeah, that's it. And this is why I don't understand the. This is why giving Church Bonbon. I think Geisha, obviously Geisha has win potential, but Bonbon it's just too strong here.
Yeah, Bonbon too strong. they actually was on play together time, but after that terror shot, you just killed the entire game. It's so hard to rescue again against the Bonbon. Zikai was so, yeah, he was too patient when it comes to rescuing. He was so cautious that is allowing Bonbon to play the mind game. Like he got on one chip damage. If he didn't rescue, he would have gotten a normal hit and a bomb hit, which will brought down the mercenary also. But he succumbed to the terror shock, so
right,
just killed the game. So the patient rescue there really set the game back to the tie potential, but the bomb wasn't able to kite long enough. So yeah.
You know what's really key is that Patient didn't die. Patient didn't get double hit. It looked like he was getting a double hit because he dropped so many bombs on the Patient, and he was trying to double hit him with the bombs there. And if he gets that double down to the Patient, Mercenary won't have enough time to pop the top broken Cypher. They had to double decode it. And if Mercenary tries to rush the Cypher, he doesn't make it in time. Bonbon gets there, abnormals the Cypher, and then Alpha can actually 4-kill from that position. Because Patient was able to live that rescue and not get double hit. Beautiful rescue from the Patient, by the way. That gives them enough time to pop the Cypher. The difference between a 1 escape and a 4-kill here is huge. Because if Alpha 4-kills in that position, the chances of ZETA winning instantly become like 95%. Because what happens going into the last round, you're a 5-point lead. That means that one side of RD has to get a 4, whether that's a 4 escape against Alpha, very unlikely. Hunter will have to 4-kill in a round 3 situation against ZETA survivors, also very unlikely. So because they're able to get 1 out the gate here, that actually makes it so it's a 2-point deficit instead of a 5-point deficit. A 2-point deficit is very easy to come back from. Plenty of combinations for RD. 3 survivor escape, Hunter tie, Hunter 3-kill, survivor tie. There's so many different combinations that RD can do here to tie up this third round and fourth round. Whereas a 4-kill probably just secures things, but one survivor escape there for RD is very important for sure.
I think the key to the game there is the bomb. The bomb was found at the graveyard, but she didn't commit to the graveyard. She immediately transitioned far away from the graveyard to allow the Cypher to be popped. And she did a great kite. She did an absolutely incredible kite. That's raw kiting ability of Pin. And also you mentioned that that situation where Alf was trying to down the Patient with the bomb, but he was able to dodge out the bomb and prevent the double hit, prevent the double down from happening. So that's why the Cypher was able to pop. If the Patient was down, there would be no chance because the abnormal would be back and Alpha would be able to control the Cypher situation right there and then.
Right. So 9-7 here. ZETA is taking a 2-point lead here. RD, I mean, it's still, again, very, very close here. I mean, they're into the third round. 2-point deficit. Easily can come back in this. Very impressive from RD. Very impressive. Again, you don't really see... This is the first time we've seen... I cannot stress this enough. This is the first time we've seen this HongKong Macao Taiwan region really come out and just put up a great show. You're going third round against ZETA, the best team out of Japan, down only 2 points. Very close matchups against Weibo as well in their respective division. So this is going to be really interesting. Again, ZETA gets to pick map with no map ban. So ZETA, of course, is going to have a pretty significant advantage going into the last round here. But it's definitely not over. It's still plenty of different escape combinations for RD to turn things around here and tie this last round or even win. Of a 5-point, if you go into the last round down 5 points with opponent map selection, the chances of you actually coming back is like 2%, especially against Alpha without consistencies in the later rounds. It's not happening. Realistically, it's so unlikely. But the chances of RD coming back here, it's still on the table. Again, you're going against the closer, Alpha here, one of the best, probably the best late round hunter in the game. On ZETA's map selection, down 2 points. Very difficult, but 2 points is still anybody's game for sure.
Yeah, they have to get at least a 3-man escape or three people elimination in the next round if they want to have a chance of getting into at least a tiebreaker or getting the win away from ZETA. So yeah, we have the match point here. It is a 4-man escape from the side of ZETA. This game is over. ZETA will take the win in this matchup. So,
but yeah, unlikely. So yeah, in reality, we're gonna see a first and a second half of this third round, realistically here. Yeah, how it plays out is we'll see with Zeta having map selection. Do the survivors for RD opt to go first? Because the question is, because it's really tough, right? I think it makes more sense for the survivors to go first. You can see what you do against Alpha. You're able to get a tie. PB has to get a 3 elimination. So then he knows he has to play a hunter with win potential. If you get a 3 survivors game against Alf, then you know that PB only has to play a draw hunter. So, and because PB is so versatile, he knows what he's gonna play. He doesn't know what he's gonna play. He knows what type of hunter he needs to play based off of the situation. When you have a hunter that's not as versatile and he has only 1 or 2 hunters for the last round, it's just like, for example, a Dreamwitch Clerk and Geisha player. Like, they're gonna play Geisha last round, they're gonna play Bonbon last round, whatever. You already know what they're gonna play. Then you put yourself in a situation where it's okay to play hunter first. Then the survivors know what type of survivors they need to play. They play mechanic, they need to tie. They can play, a win team comp, an aggressive team comp, and they need to play for a win. But because PBCha is so diverse, he has plenty of different hunters from every situation, and you can't outban him. So you get in a situation, survivors go first, most likely for RD. I think RD survivors will go first here, and then PBCha will know what type of hunter he needs to play based off how well they do.
Yeah. PBCha can work with any map that Zeta will pick in the next round right here. He has Sculptor, Bonbon, Breaking Wheel. He can play Clerk, he can play Dreamwitch. So yeah, he basically grabbed all the possible map picks from the survivor side of Zeta. Former side of Zeta, that is. He has to play it at least to be a tie, and seems like going to be Moonlit Rail Park for the side of Zeta division. Interesting. The survivor side of Zeta will play first against PBCha.
Yeah, it is interesting. So PBCha opted to go hunter first, which to me doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, I get the idea is that, if PBCha is able to, your survivors, you can pick survivors based off of how well your hunter does. But I feel like it makes more sense for PBCha to have the extra information. But it looks like they're gonna go for the survivor side instead with that. Moonlit River Park, obviously the best map for Alf here. We'll probably see Bonbon Geisha ban. And what does Alf actually go to at that point? With Bonbon Geisha, he probably won't play Moonlit Sculptor. So I'm actually curious to see what he'll actually have to pick in this situation.
Yeah, they might ban.
They have to ban Bonbon.
Bloody Queen,
right?
Yeah.
Bloody
Dream. Yeah, he still have a Bloody Queen in the artillery.
But you can play anti-BQ. I feel like you don't want to give... Obviously, you want to try to play for a win here for the survivors. But the problem is Geisha is so consistent on Moonlit, or to it's a point where you have to ban her. And then Bonbon being a tie hunter. Bonbon becoming even more of an efficient tie hunter than Bloody. And Alf's Bonbon is just so strong. But we're going to PBCha going first here. We're going to see Seer Priestess and Mercenary gives up forward here. Very curious, but we'll see what he opts to go for. We're probably going to see Dreamwitch. And what is the second ban, do you think? Will they actually ban Sculptor? Probably not, considering that it is Moonlit.
They don't even need to ban the Breaking Wheel, so the second ban might be Bonbon. Yeah, I don't know. It's so tough to guess. Bloody Queen and Dreamwitch, so yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
It's actually fine. Bloody Queen can transition from area to area, and they might want to use a roller coaster, so that's why the Blood Queen ban was in place.
Right. For the survivors here, we're going to see Ford and Patient getting locked in. This does open up potential Geisha for PBCha. He also, I don't think he's going to play Naiad here. He has to play aggressive. The 2 hunters have aggressive win potential in this situation based off of the map. Sorry, not Acrobat. That's not a hunter. Geisha and Sculptor. Those are the only 2 hunters that actually win potential. Sculptor is not strong on Moonlit, but it does have win potential. Whereas Geisha is very strong on Moonlit, has win potential on this map, and is also very strong against a Patient. So we'll see if he opts to go to that. He could technically go to Breaking Wheel, but already Ford, Patient, 2 hard counters to Wheel. Unlikely we're going to see the Wheel come out based off of that Enchantress as well. Yeah, this is unplayable for Breaking Wheel for the most part. So I think we're gonna see Sculptor Geisha. I feel like he should have banned Enchantress. He's actually gonna ban Merchant as well, which I think is fine. Enchantress is strong for Sculptor and strong for Geisha though, so what does PB Cha actually play? Does he actually just go to Naiad? But he needs to play aggressive, so I don't know.
Yeah, he needs to get at least 3k here in order for the survivor side to have an easier time. The survivor side of Zeta will pick on that postman to provide the decoding progress for the survivor team. So it allows PP Chow to have a target to go for, but it's Moonlit, so it's going to be very tough for the hunter to even pinpoint the location of the survivor there. And I have a feeling that postman will pick the first stop spawn location. Yeah, it's going to be Sculptor, the best hunter to have a 4k potential, Insolent and trump card build. Interesting.
Yeah, definitely interesting indeed here. Typically, actually, I think it's okay. This is pretty standard for Moonlit Sculptor. You don't need confined space, obviously, because hardly any windows, not a lot of pallets.
Yeah.
And you don't need front card. Most hunters bring teleport on Moonlit, and they skip the blink because they don't want to get rotated. Moonlit is the best map for rotations because not only is it big, which allows you to rotate naturally, on top of that, you also have Coaster, which forces you to change targets a lot, and you want to have teleport to deal with the survivor in that instance. Wow. Typically, we actually see the patient spawn 4th stop, but actually Enchantress goes 4th stop, and that actually mind gives. I think if PB knew Enchantress was 4th stop, he would have spawned at 4th stop and chased Enchantress. But he actually thought patient.
PB Chow might actually want to go for the postman, and he kind of predict that he was in the 1st stop.
Problem is he has Coaster, so
yeah.
And that's why you have to bring teleport because the Coaster plays. So yeah, we're gonna see teleport. Oh no! Trump card.
Yeah, I just say trump card Insolent.
Oh
so so that's why it's interesting, because usually it would be detention Insolent.
Is it just forward?
Wow. Okay. Chasing the forward at the first as a first target here is going to be very tough. Kazaneko will use the ball right away, even though PB Chow haven't placed any statue, just to be safe.
Yeah, forward is a chasing target here. Fall away. Yeah, able to avoid that. Almost no football left though, so actually this is pretty good for PB Chow. He's able to waste a lot of football early on here. He's going to use the last bit of football here. He's going to get to the pallet. He's going to take the ball most likely. Does take the ball here, but plays right into that statue. Out of football already. The snipers are only 30%, so PB Chow actually really off to a pretty good start here.
Pretty good start from PB Chow. He needs another normal hit and another statue hit in order to bring down this forward. I have a feeling that they are actually some point onto the pallet breaking department for PB Chow right there. Blink is now available. Kazaneko will try to rotate around this area, and yeah, there is basically no more football left for Kazaneko to utilize here.
This is why chasing forward is so weak, because even though forward's kite is, it's pretty long, and naturally that's gonna happen because forward is of course a very good kite character. Oh, why did he blink?
Not go for the blink. That might actually kill the game because he had all the potential to camp out the Enchantress Cypher if he blinked.
Yeah, he loses time there, and he's gonna. Forward's gonna vault here. He's gonna transition away. I think he actually got the speed boost letter from the postman. Yeah, he got the window vault letter. He's gonna get the down onto the postman finally, but Enchantress was here. I don't know if he was able to pick up any stuns. But again, the problem with chasing forward is not only is the kite gonna be reasonably long, because forward is a good kiting character. You also have 3 regular decoders, so they pop up 3 ciphers so quickly, so it's super tight, and the position is winning here. Now Patient's gonna come for the rescue, able to hook up the carousel here. Going to Davis going around the backside, so he doesn't take a statue through the pallet. Does get one there, does get the hit. Does the statue rebound? No, he did not time that. We're gonna see forward. He's gonna go down right away. He's gonna get farmed here. He's gonna die away from all ciphers. Full presence available, and now here comes the Enchantress. This is where things get challenging for PB Chow.
The Enchantress already won one stack right there. PB Chow will have to play those statues to prevent Norisu from doing that support. Can he go for the curse? It doesn't reach. Yeah, but she can go for the support right here. Get a hit onto the forward. It just buys so much time for the survivor to go for the decoding.
Yeah, she just keeps running. It's pretty simple. Oh, nice time there for PB Chow. Did he actually get a statue and a fault? statue. I think she was playing well, so she doesn't get statues. She doesn't go down. But now, what if he hits this one here? No, isn't able to get it. Enchantress coming back again. Can she reach in time? Does hit it. Let's go for the body block.
No, he cannot. So there's still one stack of statue for BB Chow to go for. He did. She.
Oh, he misses the blink. That's
missed the blink also. Yeah, this is the game. BB Chow too conservative on that statue and allow Elisu to go for the support. We'll have to chair over here to prevent the Cypher from being decoded, but will he be able to cam the Cypher? Actually, 74% I believe is the final Cypher.
Problem here is there's no detention and forward skills tied to her, so it's going to easily force keep this position if they play this right. If they do the force keep, it is over. We're going to see, looks like Postman is going to run for the rescue here, trying to get this before half. He's able to get the save onto the Enchantress. Does have attacks to work with as well. We see the Postman dog, not able to get that, but actually, I think he did. Yeah, he was able to actually. And it looks like Enchantress trying to cut as long as possible. He's going to take a statue in the process, able to dodge that last one. Cypher not yet primed. He's going to go down, trying to die away from the Cypher. The biggest problem here is that it's really difficult rescue. Everyone's half health. We see Ford does have an illusion, so we'll see if he's going to opt to potentially use the chisel onto the story here, trying to knock him down. Not able to do so. Cypher Machine is primed.
Might be able to take it for the rescue. He used the illusion and he will be able to rescue after the hit. They pop the Cypher and yeah, that's it. This 3-man escape potential for Survivor side.
Yep, and here we go, pushing for the end game. He's going to go after Customer to the forward here. Enchantress is going to try to harass us out. They know there's no detention. And this is where it's going to be really difficult for Utah. He's going to go ahead.
They are 3 stun for the Enchantress. Kazuneko might be able to go for the gate.
Yeah, he needs to dodge these set of statues here. No detention, no teleport. Ford does take one statue there. He has to hit this last one onto the Ford. Is he able to get it here? Gets the hit onto the Ford. And Enchantress is going to be forced out the gate as well. Can Enchantress tie to the statue? No, she is able to fly wheel out the exit gate here. Postman's going to stay in, but doesn't really do anything. So I'm not really sure.
I think the idea is to, chase the Enchantress away to be able to jet forward.
Yep.
Forward, yeah, will be eliminated. I was so close to getting a 4-man escape, but yeah, living to see another day for PP Chow there. It just makes the game so hard for the Survivor side now. It's 3-1 for the Survivor side of ZETA.
Yep.
And yeah, the Survivor side has to get a 4-man escape. Yeah.
Yep. They have to 4 escapes. So, yeah, 3 survivors out the gate there. Excellent job from ZETA, and they put themselves in a beautiful position. Alf just needs to get a single kill and ZETA will be advancing. Still a close matchup, but it's just now even more of an uphill battle for RD. Chasing forward first, I don't know if that was the right choice.
Yeah, picking that spawn, it was quite near to the Postman and also the patient also, yeah. The patient also. The patient was in the 2-story. It wouldn't be it wouldn't make sense if you go for the patient in the 2-story. It would be too powerful. Yeah, he would be able to kite out for quite a long time also. I think he was too conservative on the blink. That's killed the game.
Right. I think he didn't want to go to Postman because he could take Coaster to second stop. So he's kind of worried because Sculptor and Bonbon are so different on this map. Yeah. Because with Sculptor, you can easily just run in the open, force a basic hit, and then take Coaster. There's nothing you can do. With a Bonbon, you can easily just drop a bunch of bombs and get a double bomb hit and then down the Survivor. You can drop a bomb on the Coaster, wait for it to try to time it so it blows up when they try to take the Coaster or whatever. There's so many different ways that Bonbon can play around Coaster, whereas Sculptor cannot really play around Coaster. So, yeah, against Sculptor, you just kite in the open, force a basic hit, take Coaster, GG. You get so much distance. He has no teleport. He has Blink, and he ended up not even using the Blink, so...
he has the potential to cam out the Enchantress Cypher, but he didn't take it. So it's allowed the Survivor to go for Cypher Rush there. And again, the Enchantress support, it lost so much time for the Survivor team.
Right. So yeah, ultimately ZETA is going to go up 3-1 here for the first half. So now, so it comes down to a 4 escape, right? If survivors of RD 4 escape, they win. They don't 4 escape, ZETA wins. It's that simple. We're going to look at the final results for the first half of the 3rd round. 154 seconds from the Ford. Not only did Ford have a very strong kite, 3 survivors. And again, this is why chasing Ford is so difficult. Obviously, in some instances, they didn't have a lot of great options for chase targets because he doesn't have a lot of great options for chase. Because the patient in 2-story, postman at first stop, you can take coaster, and then 4-stop Enchantress, he didn't spawn near, so you really can't go over there. So I guess chasing Ford it makes sense in some instances, but it's just like it's so tough because
I would say the spawn location didn't make sense. The spawn location the spawn location for the hunter didn't make sense. Because if you go for the second stop spawn, you can't chase the person at the first stop, you can't chase the person in the 2-story. You are forced to go to the other side, and I think the best bet for PPCR there is to pick the spawn near the 4th stop and the 10. I think it would have been more beneficial for him.
Alright. Yeah, I'm just trying to think how PPCR could have played this differently. I don't really know. I think if he goes, because the problem is he doesn't want to. If you try to spawn 4-stop or near 4-stop and commit to a chase there, I think he's assuming patient spawns 4-stop.
Oh, yeah.
Because the most common spawn layout is 4 goes bridge, patient goes 1st-stop, but then the Enchantress goes 2-story, and the patient goes 4-stop. You don't want to chase 4-stop patient. The problem is Enchantress went 4-stop. And that actually might get PPCR. I didn't expect it. And you don't really want to go 2-story to chase patient either, because patient just hooks out the window. He pushes 1st-stop, coaster, GG. Same situation with postman. You go to postman at 1st-stop, he takes coaster to 2nd stop. He's gone, GG. So who do you chase? You're left with Forward, and if you chase Forward, then I mean obviously
it's GG also.
Yeah, I mean because Forward wastes a lot of time. You saw how quickly he was able to get the football out, and Ford was still able to kite for a pretty good amount of time. 3 regular decoders plus a decoding letter with the postman. 3 cypher kite every time. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's just too tough. PPCR really did hit best, but the survivor side of ZETA is so keen on the mind game, and also you saw how they were able to support each other with the Enchantress. The Enchantress bought a lot of time for the survivor to go for the decode. If he was managed to chair the Forward there, he would actually have a chance to down the Enchantress, but that's not what happened. The Enchantress were able to stun, and it was so much time for the Forward. And yeah, Enchantress body block, Enchantress was brought onto the chair, and with the postman at full health, they were able to rescue. And so we're just gonna head into this second half of round number 3. R will be the hunter this time around, and they have to ban Geisha. There's no other way.
I don't think they can ban Bonbon now. I think you have to ban Bloody Queen and Geisha, because you have to get a 4 escape. Bloody Queen can easily get a kill. You're more likely to get a 4 escape against a Bonbon than you are a Bloody Queen, because Bonbon you can technically kite to dungeon. Bonbon's going to rely on hitting bombs late game, whereas Bloody Queen is just a mere detention hit, and it's guaranteed down. Whereas with Bonbon, it's different because Bonbon is kiteable to dungeon. The problem with Bonbon is then you also have to get very consistent rescues throughout the game, so it's a very weird situation. We're going to see Forward Priestess here, very standard here. And the survivors, you need to play for 4 escapes. You need to play characters that have endgame kiting potential. Enchantress, Prospector are both strong, but you have to ban Bloody Queen if you're going to take that route.
Yeah. The Iron Trinity banned from the side of Alpha, it makes sense, and they will go for the Geisha and I think Bonbon ban. That is the safe bet that they go for, because those are the characters that they know Alpha can play well.
Is safe here.
Yeah.
4 escape. We're gonna see Acrobat Merc. I guess maybe they're gonna try to just play as much anti-BQ as possible. Acrobat Merc here is fine. Acrobat has to bring Flywheel though if you're preparing for a Bloody Queen. And we're gonna see obviously Mercenary is great as well. You can item swap with Mercenary. We're gonna see Patient. Obviously Patient makes the most sense. One of the best kiters against Bloody Queen, also very strong on Moonlit. And now what do you go with as your last options? Again, you want endgame kiters. The problem is endgame kiters that are strong currently, Prospector and Enchantress, both make to a Bloody Queen.
Yeah. It's just so tough because Alp still have some more hunter to use in Moonlit. You have to play very aggressive here. Prospector. That makes sense. Patient ban. The Acrobat will be picked. They are still short of a decoder, but I sense there will be no decoding oriented character here in this line because it will create a weak link in the survivor side. Banning the Barmaid.
Yeah, you could play.
Okay.
Barmaid actually is fine because it opens up Clerk option. It opens up technically Dream Witch, but I don't think he's gonna play it. And it opens up Bloody Queen can actually sometimes be difficult against the Barmaid if you don't have your blink online in time. You can take a mirror hit, use your drink, and you're able to get the heal off. The last pick here, I don't actually know what it's going to be. It's very interesting. Maybe they go in Bomber, because the Bomber is technically a character that can help push for a 4th tape if used properly.
Yeah.
But then again, Bomber's weaker to Bloody Queen, so it's difficult. So
in Bomber Moonlit. I mean, if they go for the Embalmer has to be in either the 2-story or the 1st stop. Right. Oh, Little Girl. Okay,
that's fine. A Little Girl, obviously, technically, it's not. Yeah, you can teleport to the gate to help get an extra escape. You have endgame kiting because you do have recharging ability with pages, and you can combine with Mercenary late game, so you can actually help yourself kite out the gate if Mercenary has elbow pads. I think Alf will probably play. Also, Little Girl works against Dream Witch. He has to play Clerk or Bloody Queen, right? I think those would definitely make the most sense.
Sculptor.
Yeah, but Sculptor can get kited to dungeon. Actually, Sculptor can kite a dungeon more than any character, so I feel like Sculptor is probably the least likely. But
I mean, Alf only need an one-man kill, and yeah, let's see what Alf opts for.
The thing is, Bloody Queen also, Bloody Queen also can chase Prospector very easily. So he's gonna go Bloody Queen here. Again, only needs 1 kill. This makes the most sense for Alf, definitely. Prospector needs to have Flywheel. If you don't have Flywheel, then Bloody Queen can still chase Acrobat. Sorry. Okay, we should have Merc Little Girl with Tide Turner. And we should have Flywheel on Acrobat and Prospector.
Yeah. Let's predict the spawn then.
Because Little Girl doesn't
gotta be.
Yeah, because Little Girl doesn't need Flywheel because you can get by with Merc. I think that we'll see. I actually don't know. Acrobat probably will go 4-stop. Prospector will probably go. He's probably gonna go 1st stop because he can take Coaster, maybe 2-story as well, because 2-story is also strong against Bloody Queen. And then Little Girl's gonna spawn somewhere. Merc will spawn somewhere in the middle of the map, and Little Girl will probably spawn somewhere relatively close to Merc in case she gets chased. She can get by with Merc, and obviously the only way to actually hit a Merc as a Bloody Queen is with the blink, because you mirror, you're just getting elbow padded. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna see Little Girl goes
what? The Acrobat at the bridge and the Mercenary at the 4-stop. That's very confusing. I think the Little Girl being at the 1st stop makes sense, and also the Prospector at the 2nd story. But the Acrobat, is the Acrobat trying to bait the Hunter into chasing?
Maybe, yeah. And actually, looks like Little Girl's gonna Flywheel as well, which is also okay. We are gonna have single Tide Merc. Little Girl 1st stop, now that I think about it, is actually okay. Wait, Little Girl goes Flywheel Tide, so no borrowed time. That's
go big or go home.
Yeah, definitely. Little Girl 1st stop actually makes sense. If you get chased, you take a hit, you take Coaster, and then you get out of range of the heartbeat, so you can teleport away. So that's actually kind of smart here. He's running right into Prospector here. This is a really good spawn for Alf. Yeah, this is why, I don't know, Prospector going 2-story. I would have liked to see Prospector 1st stop. So does he make the window in time? He can't take the vault. There's a risk he gets Star Shock. No, he's going to switch down after him. Gets an immediate hit on the Prospector already. Yeah, this is just a great start for Alf. He's going to immediately try to push Coaster, but...
Oh, wait. With the magnet? Yeah, he will have to have this magnet precisely in order to bring down.
Alpha
can he?
push back.
Able to stun.
Alpha's here right after him. Even if he gets on the he gets on the coaster. Yeah, still has flywheel available. Prospector needs to mind game this right. He cannot give a basic. They're gonna take coaster all the way across. Prospector needs to force out a mirror so he can at least try to flywheel the mirror and maybe potentially kite it out here. He's gonna get off on the other side, okay, but he's gonna have to flywheel the basic hit. No, he goes for the mirror right away here. Still has flywheel available. Goes for the swing, but he fly. Oh, charge attack from Alf. Beautiful job there. Bait the flywheel, and he's gonna go down, fast down for Alf here. And I think that's it. There's no, you don't have enough time to push for any sort of win. And this is why you have to ban Bloody. This is why you had to ban Bloody Queen. Like obviously you don't want to give Bon Bon, but you don't have a choice. Bloody Queen, you can't get Bloody Queen. It's an easy kill. It's an easy one kill for Alf.
Yeah. And I think he spotted out the little girl. Will be able to get a hit though. A pin. Can he make his way? Yeah, we'll be able to make our way into for the rescue. A paper to push the Bloody Queen away. But there's a blink for Alf. It could have been, yeah, it will be an easy down. A terror shock also. So max presence for Alf.
Yeah, max presence obviously is not as relevant for Bloody Queen, but he was almost able to predict it. So I mean, obviously nice try there, but how much you can do is mirror under the little girl.
Oh my god. Yeah, this
game
is
over. Excellent mirror from Alf there. He's going to chair the Prospector. Actually dies on top of basement as well. He probably will just take him to a regular chair here. But that is going to be it here. On it right now is ZETA.
We'll go for the basement.
Advancing. Yeah.
It's just too tough for this survivor team now. Mercenary will have to go for the rescue if they want to have any chance of staying alive in the tournament. Mercenary is already in the vicinity of the 10. They are still short of 4 Cypher. It's just impossible for them to come back now.
2 Cyphers. It looks like we're gonna see. He's gonna go back.
What?
Hit, so he can get a follow up onto the Mercenary. Absolute dominance here. Mercenary's gonna go for the rescue. You have to. He's gonna try to force. No, he's just gonna hit onto the Prospector. The Prospector's gonna use the mag to try to get out of basement here. He's able to nice stun onto the. But there's no progress. There's no Cypher progress. Mercenary needs to body block. Little girl. I don't even. Does she even have self heal? I don't know.
She already lost her self heal.
Yeah. So it's just Mercenary's gonna take the hit, but Mercenary literally has to body block for the Acrobat to finish that Cypher.
The little girl is here too. Little girl has to support. They have to support because they cannot afford a one-man elimination. That's why.
Yeah. You gotta try, and they're putting up a good fight, but Acrobat's coming in and there's no one decoding. Yeah.
A mirror is now available for Alf. Alf can just go for the mirror. There's no way for the little girl to support right here. Oh, nice flywheel coming from the Prospector. Will Prospector be able to avoid? Yeah, he will be able to do so. Alf might have to switch place here, and will have to deal with the magnet and the little girl memory page.
Oh, pallet, and that's it. Beautiful job from Alf. I don't actually know the Acrobat.
Yeah.
I don't know what
they brought the roller coaster to the 4 stops, so
I guess they're trying to set it up, but no one's controlling. Have to be better to control the game. Mirror on his little girl does not have self heal. He'll have already been secured here. And ZETA will your little girl gonna get shared in basement on top of the base type machine as well. So Alf can actually play with
yeah, wow. Absolute domination from Alf. 2 mirror and down the little girl twice with the same location. Who would have thought? Yeah, he spotted out the location of the Mercenary. Now the Acrobat will try to make it for the rescue. Alpha trying to go for the body block there. Might be able to get the drop down hit, I suppose. Oh no! Flywheel to avoid the drop down hit. Nice job. He's actually holding the blink, yeah.
He wasn't able to get it there. So nice rescue from the Acrobat, but no tide turner. Little girl has a flywheel. Is he able to flywheel? Did you call for the page? No. Not able to get that. And actually, he can just double down Acrobat here. So this is going to be on mirror under the Acrobat. Does he have the ball? Does have the bomb to work with. Actually, very nice bomb from the Acrobat. He's going to be able to avoid dying to that mirror. But back in the basement here, the only that can rescue is the Mercenary. No tide turner and not enough Cypher progress for RD. And this is probably going to be not only a 1 kill, not only a tie, but probably a win for Alf.
Yeah. It's even looking like a 4K here, since the survivor side was going for the support was going for support a lot because they cannot afford an one-man elimination, and when that happened, they were short on decisive progress. Seems like the Mercenary will try to go for the final rescue, or yeah, he will try for the last rescue here. Blink is available for half, so it's bound to be a double down situation.
Right. Ro's gonna go up the side here. Kind of mirror as he goes down. He is able to get the hit. Ro. Yeah, that's it's a matter of time.
Yeah, adding salt to the wound coming from getting that terror shock on this line, and Little Gon will be flying away back to the manor. Zikai is down at the bridge, and actually Mercenary doesn't have any self heal left.
Yeah.
So yeah, Alf could just go for the acrobat now.
Yeah, looks like yeah, they're just gonna go ahead and play this out. I don't think actually do the points even matter? I don't think they do, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so yeah, just
try to spot it out where the acrobat, I believe.
Yeah. We're gonna see trying to see the acrobat in the distance here. He'll probably just go for a mirror, try to go for a mirror angle change just to try to pinpoint the acrobat's location. He's walking around trying to pick up tinnitus from somewhere. He's actually still not able to get it. So yeah, now we're just waiting things out here again. ZETA has already, of course, secured the win here and will be advancing, but it's just playing the long game.
It's actually fun to see this. Alpha, it's like a cat and mouse game. They are avoiding the inevitable. And the acrobat will have to heal up the Mercenary if they want to have a chance of fulfilling the objective and go for the final pop. Looks like that won't be happening though, because Alpha already caught a whip of the acrobat's location. Did he actually spotted out the silhouette there? Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, still looking for the acrobat. Still has not been
roller coaster. The acrobat is on the roller coaster.
Yeah, the coaster is there. Alf's not even gonna mirror. He's just gonna wait for the coaster and then go after the acrobat here. Is the stop sign pressed? It might actually be pressed. I think. Yes, he's gonna go all the way across the map here. Alf's gonna mirror 2 seconds stop. Can he get off on the platform? No, he falls short. And acrobat. We go all the way to first stop, and we're just gonna play this out a little bit longer.
They're still waiting for Alf though. So yeah, Alf might be able to prevent the roller coaster ride from happening ever again. CY has to be very careful in this chasing. He doesn't want to be brought down. Oh, bait out a bomb there. Alpha trying to bait for the plane. Yeah, another bait.
Yeah, he's just baiting out the flywheel. That's made it down to the acrobat, and that will be it for the match here. I think, yeah, there we go. And yeah, that's gonna be it. We are going to have ZETA is going to be advancing into the next stage of the bracket here. Of course, this is the lower bracket, so RD will be eliminated here, but still very excellent gameplay. Going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams out of Japan, so very impressive for them. And we are going to have ZETA continuing on in the lower bracket here.
Yeah, RD will be a stop and run on the track to becoming IVS champion right here. ZETA will be making their way into, so RD will, it's just too tough to go up against ZETA. That's why it's so important for the survivor side. Just for the side of RD to win out the first round. There's absolutely no chance for them to come back in the later round. And so yeah, ZETA will take the lead there with a 2-0 win, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So if RD wins round 1, round 2 is a win for ZETA. Then going into the last round, they wouldn't need a 3 survivor.
I think the mindset would be better for the side of RD.
Yeah, it still would have been better for RD. Yeah, I still think. I mean, obviously you don't want to give Bonbon, but you have to. You cannot get Bloody Queen because Bloody Queen is probably the best hunter for getting 1 kill. It is the best hunter in the game for getting 1 kill. It is so incredibly hard to 4 escape a Bloody Queen. I think probably Bloody Queen is most likely the hardest hunter in the game to get a 4-escape against. So, and obviously, again, you don't want to have to take Bonbon, but Bonbon, you can technically kite to dungeon. Geisha is also very hard to get a 4-escape against. So, obviously, because Geisha's endgame chase is very strong with the tension, with Blink. Bonbon, obviously, is hard to chase with full presence, but with good transition kiting, you can never get caught. You cannot transition kite a Bloody Queen or a Geisha, because Geisha catches up instantly with dashes. Bloody Queen mirrors, you can go that way.
It's just so tough to go up against Alf, because Alf's so all-rounded. You cannot play a team comp that can counter every hunter that Alf has. So yeah, it will be a 5-0 and...
Yeah, it's gonna be 5-0. Again, you don't want to have to give Bonbon late rounds, but it's your only chance. And they try to take the Bloody Queen, and you just see what happens. You can't take Bloody Queen. A 4-escape. So, yeah, there it is. ZETA is 2-0 here in this round. Final score is going to be 17-8. RD, obviously, they held it very close all the way up to the last round, only down 2 points. ZETA able to take a huge lead to jump ahead in the last round. But yeah, RD still going toe-to-toe with ZETA all the way to that third round. And just very impressive for RD. ZETA, again, being so dominant. I think they had a 14-4 victory over Weibo, which is one of the best teams out of China earlier on in this event. Or they had a very impressive victory over them. And RD made it very interesting. They made it very interesting against everyone they played. RD every game they lost, they barely lost. And it was to very strong teams. They barely lost to ZETA twice, and they barely lost to Weibo. And those are two of the best teams in the world out of Japan and China. So that's just very impressive to see overall. And RD, very much looking forward to see them coming back in the KOA Global event here, where we are going to have the MVP. Of course, Alf, in this situation, getting a 3 elimination in the second round to win the round, and a 4 elimination here. The 4 elimination, of course, less relevant. He only needed 1 kill, but still able to do so. Very impressive. And now 4-time MVP for this event.
Yeah, Alf is just such a menace, and that's why he's so scary as a late round hunter. You basically cannot get more than a tie against this man. So yeah, kudos to the Survivors team of RD2 for putting up a great fight. And we're gonna head into the interview.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访的环节，我是冉冉冰。那么非常恭喜ZETA呢刚刚获得了本场比赛的胜利。那接下来呢，让我们有请选手来接受我们的采访。それではZETAディビジョンのドリス・アルフ選手ご登場ください。皆さん、拍手お願いします。让我们欢迎ZETAディビジョン的ドリス和アルフ選手。
Their interview with Alf, and I believe that
まず試合の勝利おめでとうございます。まず自己紹介もしくはその皆さんにご挨拶お願いいたします。
自己紹介ですか？
そうですね。なんか海外のファンもたくさん見ていらっしゃるので、皆さんマスクしてからわからないんじゃないかと思いますね。
はい、じゃあZETAディビジョン所属のサバイバーやってますドリスです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
ZETAディビジョン所属ハンターしてますアルフです。
大家好。ありがとうございます。
大家好。
大家好。
すごい皆さんはなんかこっそり中国語を習ってました？
一回なんか勉強したことあるんですけど、なんか発音むずすぎて全然喋れなかったです。
そうですね，难しいですよね。那刚刚呢也是用中文呢跟大家打了一个招呼，相信虽然他们戴着口罩呢，也能看出来是谁了。ありがとうございます。先ほどの試合本当に見てる方もドキドキしました。特に最後はアルプさんが4釣りをできて、でちなみに今日のサバイバーのチームメイトたちも非常に素晴らしい試合を見せてくれて、アルフ選手から見ると先ほどの試合で一番パフォーマンスが良かったのは誰でしょうか？
パフォーマンス、ドリスの粘着も良かったし、MVP はやっぱ自分ですね、僕。
そうです、もちろん MVP はアルフ選手で、でもドリス選手も素晴らしかったということですよね。那我问一下说呢，刚刚呢，当然 MVP 呢是阿鲁夫选手，但是呢，他觉得他的队友当中呢，ドリス是刚才表现得非常非常的優秀的。ドリス選手に質問したいんですけれども、先ほどの呪術師 確かに
Yeah, also giving a compliment to Deliso for
第2マッチ
playing
の
very strongly.
その呪術師が非常に素晴らしくて粘着を見せてくれました。その時のなんかどういった考えでマインドでチェイスしたかをお聞きしてもよろしいですか？
そうですね。とりあえずオフェンスに椅子から遠い場所を離れてもらって、
She's asking how they were
実際
feeling
で
about
救助し
the
て
third
壁
match.
するっていうのが狙いだったので、ひたすらフェイントかけて風船を下ろす読み合いみたいな、とりあえず時間稼げば4通するんで、時間稼ぐことしか头になかったです
そうですね，菲斯中的连携は本当に素晴らしかったんです。那刚刚呢，也是在我们的比赛中呢，大家对这个罗伊斯选手的这个咒术师真的印象非常的深刻。那我问他呢，刚才这么秀的操作的时候，他在想什么？他说呢，也是争取为队友们尽可能的争取时间这样的牵制，然后呢，也是使出了好几次的技能这样的，然后争取更多的时间，然后最后达到了一个4人的这样点门的一个状态，真的是非常非常的優秀。はい、この後の試合なんですけれども、第3
They're talking about how there's a lot of pressure to play in the third round because of how well RD was playing, obviously.
対策とかもバッチリですか？
まあ僕は普段その中国の選手とランク戦で当たってるのでまあバッチリです。
She's asking how well they're prepared to play against
自信
Weeble
那
in
个
the playoffs.
どんどん出てますよね。那刚刚呢也是说，接下来呢我们会在后面的比赛和微博呢这个 ZETA 和微博再次对战。那这个时候呢问了他们是准备的如何，当然了就是说已经准备妥当了，就等着开战了。ありがとうございます。はい、それでは最後の質問になるんですけれども、ちょっと噂でチームボイスチャットでなんか
They said they've already prepared a lot for the Kuba matchup, and they already have a significant amount of confidence going into this match against the China IVL.
一回アルフレに行ってもらった方がいいか。
そうですね、聞きたいですね。
いやほんまに言うん？サソリさんの
なんか練習中にサソリさんが、
はい、
危ないプレイした時になんか素で出ちゃう声みたいな感じをネタにしてるんですけど、ちょっと今から
サソリさんのネタのことですね。
それをみんなで真似してるって感じですね。
はい、でも皆さん一回聞きたいんですけれども、
そうですね、一回本家お願いします。
お願いします。
あぶねえ。
ドリス選手もいかがですか？
自分専門外なんですよね。
専門外ですね。
もう申し訳ないですけど、自分ちょっとこういうの苦手なんで。
はい、わかりました。ありがとうございます。那刚刚也是说呢，最近在他们 ZETA 队呢流行一个梗，就是这个危险 unburned 这样的一个话。然后刚才也是让阿ルフ选手表演了一下，大家觉得是不是很有意思呢？はい、ありがとうございます。では最後にちょっと今応援してくださったファンたちに一言お願いします。
はい、ローアーでこれから決勝まで全部
they said they have any quotes that their team specifically uses as first story.
ありがとうございます。那今天也是来场非常多的粉丝，还有正在收看直播的大家呢，他们也是说接下来会一直赢下去的，请大家继续支持。はい、インタビューは以上となります。ありがとうございます。
He said if they have anything to say to the fans, and he said they'll do their best to obviously play well the rest of this event.
那谢谢大家，采访环节到此结束。那接下来我们看一下精彩回放。それではハイライトをご覧ください。
He should have translated into English also. Oh, this is not done. Oh, wow.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary ordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness. try to coerce, but now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more detour. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
Everything's
Welcome back everyone to IVS 2022 with me, Entity, and Porsche by. Where do you come from? Oh my god.
I mean, the feaster summoned me. We got some amazing matches. I can't wait. It's Elimination Day number 2. And we just had an amazing match. RD put up a great fight. I mean, the first round was just insane, right? We usually think that they're the underdogs. ZETA is the gold standard. But they did put up a good fight. It's going to be ZETA versus, I believe it's going to be they're still in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
We're going to see them face off up against the Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting one. But for now, we're going to see a rematch of day number 4. We're going to see Scars versus MRC. I would say the underdogs of that division.
Yeah. It's going to be a very exciting match because MRC, we know that they are a very strong team, but Scar proves themselves to be worth of the champion title of IVS because of their performance against ZETA yesterday. They performed so well. It's unbelievable. I think, yeah, Eli did put it very well. It's the upset victory over ZETA.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We look at ZETA, we look at these top teams. We thought Weibo was going to take it over over MRC. We thought the same thing with over ZETA and Scars, but I really think, you know what, the top 4 teams, it's really a foot race between any of them. Anyone can actually take it, the coveted title of IVS. And an upset, yes, but there were some supporters of Scars in the chat, and now I feel like they really turned those doubters into more supporters, and I can't wait to see how Scars is going to pull this off, because NTT, the winner of this one, is going to have a fast pass to the grand finals.
Yeah.
So that's a really important task, and it's going to be a best of 5 from here on out. And I know Scars was able to prove to themselves to make it to that grand finals in IJL, and they just need to cross that finish line just one more time and see if they could do that in spectacular fashion in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the winner of this bracket will have a lot of advantages when it comes to, you know, getting that good rest before we get into the champion. Meanwhile, when you get into the loser bracket, you will have to play a lot of matches until you get into the grand final. So it's going to be a very essential fight for both this team, MRC and Scars. MRC.
Considering tomorrow, right? It's the journey. Whoever's going to go down in the lower bracket's going to have to face the winner of our last match of the day, and they're going to have to go for the victory. So now let's watch this interview.
队伍进入了败者组，处境非常危险，但是呢，我们要好好打下去。我们比较想对战那个 ZETA 战队，因为上次输给他们了，希望他们能好好发挥，打出一个好的水平，加油就完事儿了。加油，加油，加油，都赢，都赢。
SCARS のしなみです。
そうですね、今日ゼータディビジョンに勝つことができたんですけど、その対策してたものがしっかりと全部出せたので、その対策通りにゲームメイクできてよかったなって思います。はい、明日ミラクルとの試合なんですけど、グループマッチで1回負けてるんですけど、その時はサバの連携ミスがすごく痛かったなって思ってるんで、ただ今回オフラインなので、しっかりと仕上げてきているので、シャオチェンにしっかりと勝ち切りたいなってサバイバーは思うので、そしてチームで勝てたらなって思います。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 MRC 战队的星河。对我们整体战队在 IVS 的表现还算可以，但是有很大的进步空间。对阵 SZ 战队的话，在之前交手的时候，我们有感觉到他们的监管者和求生者都非常强势，给我们很大的压力。但是我们也有做过针对性的训练，所以我们对自己还是非常有信心的。SZ 的监管者 Celia 觉得他的监管者的打法比较灵活多变，对我们的压力还是算比较大的。我们做了充分的准备 ，SZ 战队我们赛场见吧。
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to go into round 1 map pick. It's going to be Chinatown being picked and Ever Sleeping Town that was banned. NTT, what are your thoughts on these picks and bans so far?
Quite interesting. The ban on Ever Sleeping Town, I think that makes sense because Ever Sleeping Town is such a strong map for both sides, and they don't want either team to get the they don't want the Japanese team to get the the comfort of their team, because we know that Japanese team really love Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown seems to be benefiting the Chinese team.
And just to bring things up to speed, Tsunami, if you guys do not know him, he's one of the best survivors out there. If you guys didn't watch yesterday's match, please watch his kite with that postman. That's what got him that one MVP award. That's really set the pace for the whole Scars team to get one over Zeta. So I can't wait to see him perform in this matchup because, like you said, NTT, Scars, arguably one of the best survivor teams in Japan.
Yeah. That's have to be, they will bring the forefront of the Japanese survivor lineup in this matchup right here against, I believe, MRC Xiaojiang. We're gonna head into the stat up Soar, another very great kiter with the dancer and also the little girl, which is a character that we don't usually see much in the outer region.
Yeah, he's the one that really popularized it. Aside from that, he also has an amazing seer kite, and also his dancer is one to be banned that a lot of hunters actually look towards to like priority ban because they have really interesting setups. I would say Scar's team, we did bring it up yesterday, me and Chocho, that they don't really prioritize forward, but Monet, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, does have that forward to bring to boost. But as you said, the survivor team here has the little girl, has the dancer, has a postman as well. So you can actually see the variety when it comes to those two, because the next two, they're usually just relegated to mercenary role and acrobat role.
Yeah. And here we're gonna have Monet, a very great kiter with that acrobat, but he has been, falling back more into support kind of survivor with that forward that we usually see. 143 average decoding and 44 seconds of average containment time. But those containment time usually is relating to Monet providing the support that the other teammate needed.
Yeah, when it comes to the tandem of Monet and Pione,
yeah.
They usually just they go for characters that rarely get banned. So it's usually Acrobat that comes out, Mercenary as well, and Monet being part of this mix, this who's who of great survivors and Scars. You really have to look out for what he can offer, because not only can he support, you can also kite based on those stats. So I can't wait to see how he's going to come into this. And also, just a little bit of a fun fact, this is actually round number 2 of their first meeting in day number 4. MRC picking Chinatown and Scars banning Ever Sleeping Town. So it seems like this might actually play into the round that MRC actually won with XE's Clerk. So we're just going to see if that's going to happen. And last but not least, in the Survivor lineup, we got Pione.
Yeah, Pione, mercenary and third officer. Interesting pick interesting character pick from the side of Pione right here. And
one thing also he did
happen.
Yeah, one thing he also did pick in the group stage was a mechanic. So that's something that you have to take into consideration if, the rounds get kind of deep and we also get his mercenary and maybe first officer ban. But he's also one of those survivors to look out for when it comes to stable rescues. So I cannot wait to see what he has to offer when it comes to the rescue lineup, because They're gonna go up against XC.
Yeah. Here we have the coach of Scar, which is a former Hunter player in the Japanese tournament. Also, Silk as the coach of Scar.
Yeah.
So,
he had a lot of highlight moments. He was also one to bring Blink Dreamwitch, very aggressive Dreamwitch. It was him and Alf, I believe, in Call of the Abyss. But now, this is a great opportunity for players to actually graduate from the player role and be more of a coaching role. So congratulations to Silk. I mean, I'm a big fan of his when he was a Hunter, and now he's got the winning formula when it came to beating Zeta. So let's see if the winning formula is going to happen when it comes to going up against MRC, because we're about to move on over to the China region to introduce the Hunter of MRC, which is XC. I mean, XC, I'm very excited to see what XC has to offer because he has an amazing lineup of Hunters. I did mention he did bring out the Clerk in round number 2. But that's only because his Dreamwitch was banned in Chinatown. So that might come out this round number 1 first half when he goes hunt for Scar's survivors.
Yeah. Also, XC also have that Violetta. You can play a lot of Hunter that is oriented for the Thai. And with the Clerk, with the Dreamwitch, and also there's the Wrecking Wheel, there's the Violetta. I mean, a very all-rounded Hunter player.
Yeah, I would say that seems to be the meta now because survivors are so strong, and I think XC, he's one to go above and beyond. But if he needs to get a stable start for his team, he can get that. That's why I think him coming in first kind of gives the MRC survivors that leeway. But I would have to say, though, since Scars, their strong point really is their survivors, I wonder how they're going to set the pace here, because usually when it comes to round 1, Mirai comes out first, and now it seems like Scars survivors can give Mirai that a little bit of confidence coming into the next one, because this is usually where they get a lot of points, when the survivors go first.
Yeah, a CRN, so it's kind of predict that XC will go for that Dreamwitch. And so, the survivor side of Scar will go for that Barmaid right away to counter the potential Dreamwitch game that they're going to face against with a Priestess. So, Priestess and Barmaid combo is actually quite powerful because the Barmaid, after the first hit, she could use the Dolphin and then go through the portal. The Dreamwitch has to waste a lot of time to chase the Barmaid.
I like that you use the word potential, because in this lineup alone, that's so scary, having a Priestess and a Barmaid for any Dreamwitch to have. Yes, we did have the change where the main body can go through the portals, but still, having a Barmaid there just to tank a hit, wait 20 seconds, then she heals up. The new changes is very scary for any single hit Hunters. But now it seems like just the standard bans on the side of the Hunter here. We're not going to see the Acrobat, the Forward, and the Seer, forcing Pione to actually change it up. Maybe he's going to go for a different pick when it comes to his lineup here, because he is just relegated for that Acrobat. The Forward is also banned. It seems like he's going to go Prospector on this one.
Oh, yeah, Prospector pick, quite common for what we see in the Japanese region. So, I think the Prospector here is just going to, quite safe. It's happened to be a Clerk from XE.
So I didn't know that they use these fans to block their face. That's I thought it was just the chant. But yeah, big shout outs to the people that are in the studio supporting their favorite JP teams. Scars and Zeta are still in the mix here, and they can still vie for that IVS glory. But for now, this match, yes, there is some weight to it, NTT, but they for 3 that we're going to see later on. But now it seems like we're already locked in. We got 3. We got 3 flywheels and just 1 rescuer.
Okay, playing very aggressive onto the kiting oriented lineup here with the 3 flywheel and 1 Titaner only. It's kind of I mean, if it happened to be a Dreamwitch, it would be a very powerful lineup to go up against.
Right.
So
because you want to chase, and you want to chase the Mercenary, but the Mercenary is really unchaseable. He's really hard to go for. So XZ's gonna have to make a tough decision here, because he, like we mentioned, he has the Clerk. He also has other picks, but he will stick to that Dreamwitch. So he will have to play into this. The spawn points are gonna have to matter here, but I would have to say this is This is looking real tough already, because like looking at the traits of the survivors, looking at the survivors itself, yeah, they seem like they're going to be prepared for this. And Scars usually, even when they went up against Zeta, they usually dominate the round number 1. So MRC has to be ready for this, and XE has to know, like, hey, if worst comes to worst, I just need to get this tie.
Oh, interesting spawn. So, wow, XE kind of predicted that Barmaid will be spawning at the Lantern Gate right there. So that might be a target that XE want to go for. Mercenary will be spawning at the middle. Soar and Cinnamon will be respectively at the front of the hotel and at the back of the hotel.
You'll probably be unbothered, right? Because XE, I mean, great spawn that he's going to go for that Barmaid. Barmaid can get that drink off, but still, that's if you're able to just negate all that, at least her rebound kite won't be that good. So it's just, it's up to them to just support this Barmaid all throughout the match. But XE, I think no shenanigans here. We know we've seen his Dream Witch, one of the scariest Dream Witch in IVS. So round number 1, first half is underway.
Yeah. Oh, actually, not going for the Barmaid because we usually know that Barmaid is so strong against the Dream Witch. So Dream Witch here will ignore the Barmaid, transition right into the hotel area where the Priestess is. And yeah, I think this is a great call because the Priestess will now not be able to cut off the main body with the portal.
Yeah, going for we always see that happen, right? We see hunters, especially Dream Witches, chase Priestess since they can go through those portals. And Tsunami's in a pretty good spot here. We're just going to wait and see if he's going to drop Patroller down before the followers can follow up. And now we see that the Patroller is going to get dropped. There are some pallets to work with here, and she does have some holy keys, 2 in fact. So let's see if the Patroller bite drops down, and already the Patroller did activate, gets a main body hit. So great start for XE so far.
Yeah, now Tsunami will have to transition on top of the 2 stories. There's still a Patroller from the 2 follower. So those 3 portals that the Priestess is having now will have to be utilized to the maximum if she wants to create time for the Survivor team to go for that decoding progress.
We do see XE trying to cut him off, but great utilization of the Holy Key just to establish a little more distance. He's going away from Hotel, and he's transitioning under the bridge here, which, oh my god, the Barmaid is here, gets a slam onto the follower, forcing him to change bodies. So it's still a proactive start from both these sides. One Cypher is about to be popped. Barmaid's Cypher has been halted for now, and the Priestess Holy Keys running out. He's able to go back, and NTT going back straight to the hotel again.
Yeah, giving the Dolphin to the Priestess. Nice flywheel from the Priestess also. So Priestess will be able to heal up, and seems like XE might have to chase the Barmaid here. It's looking so good for the Survivor side of Scar.
So far, right? And now Monet has to be the one to do the kite. Now this is actually a pretty good transition since the Dublin was already given to that Priestess. Barmaid has also picked up an anti-curse, so this is important that she forces a leech hit and not go for main body hits. So now drops the pallet again just for him to cut off corners here, but he's eventually going to force a leech hit, so Barmaid now is going to be healing up.
Yeah, exactly. A Patroller is still inbound. Oh, nice leech placement coming from XE. We'll be able to prevent the Barmaid from cutting in that corner, and the flywheel just wasn't able to prevent the hit from happening. Nice job.
Yeah, that was actually a great, well, a mind game, I guess. Like, he was forcing the flywheel to happen, but then I think it was towards the end of the animation that the swing did register. And now the Barmaid is down. We still have the Priestess supporting, you know, able to give, like, Holy Keys, long portals here and there. Mercenary is the only one with Tide Turner, so he's the one rotating to make this rescue happen. Prospector still on his merry way, holding on to his 3 magnets. And now, Mercenary inbound for the rescue.
Oh, once you look at the Cypher progress, I think Scott might be able to go for a 3-man escape here. With that Cypher progress, Barmaid is still on the chair for the first time. Yeah,
Pione is body blocking, supporting just to make sure that he tanks the hit to force attack recovery. So now he drops the pallet still, and now we see that Monet is trying to transition away from this Mercenary. Cypher progress is looking very decent, and we see both of them, well, one is moving along. One is stuck at 77%, so that's still a pretty good start. And now it seems like XE might be focusing on this Mercenary, has Patroller, and will be dropping it down.
Yeah, he will have to, you know, camp out the Cypher right here at the Arch area, because that's the last Cypher. That's a 77% Cypher.
Right.
If XE can prevent this Cypher from being decoded, he might have a chance of coming back.
And that's the thing. They are, well, as you said, this was the last cipher. They open up a new cipher, and the 88% one is going to be finished this in time. Mercenary will tank that hit. He will fall down eventually. And now we see that the barmaid is trying to remove her leech. So this is such a proactive start from Scars. Xe has not caught a break just yet. I mean, the barmaid did sit on that rocket chair, but now kind of forced to, well, move the main body, and Mercenary is down. That last cipher is moving along quite nicely, and it seems like he might be forced to chair this Mercenary.
Exactly. Mercenary actually died far away from the last cipher, so great call from the Mercenary there. We'll try to prevent the hit from happening, but Barmaid will have to go down from that. She was trying to delete, but the timing wasn't.
The thing is, she
enough,
at least forced a leech hit, and now the Priestess is going to go for this rescue. Prospector is on the last cipher, so Scar's doing an amazing job so far. That cipher's already primed. Priestess not wasting any time. Mercenary's going to eat that hit. They're not going to pop it just yet. It seems like Tsunami is going to get out of dodge and position himself towards the exit gate. So now the end game pop is inevitable. How are they going to do it? We're going to find out.
Seems like actually tried to get a hit onto the Priestess. It might work into the favor of Scar here, because with the hit onto the Priestess, they had all the time in the world to go for the but
no, it seems like he wants to go for the Priestess able to dodge with the flywheel, and now it seems like Mercenary will be sitting on this rocket chair, and now it seems like they're just sitting on this last cipher. They're gonna try to position themselves for this another rescue. Still, I would say Xe still playing defense here to get more survivors into rocket chairs, and it seems like Priestess gonna get is gonna have to eat this leech.
I think the game plan for Scar there was to forcing all the leech of Xe to be going away, so the end game wouldn't be as hard.
Rescue did happen, and now Mercenary tanks that hit. It seems like they're gonna pop the cipher, and now all the survivors are up and out. Mercenary's the only one that is dead on chair, and Tsunami trying to avoid this patroller, and Xe still holding on to it. Now changes to teleport. That's going to be so important, but this Priestess is going to make it real tough for Xe to just down her.
Yeah, going for the vault will be able to prevent a leech hit, but this hit will be inevitable. No more leech for Xe, so that's really great. The Survivors team will be able to open the gate, and 3-man escape is inbound. The Survivor team will be able to get that 3 point that they need to make Mirai K had an easier game in the later round.
Yeah, because Mirai K, as we said, usually gets two survivors out to 1 survivor out. So this is actually putting, I would say, a little bit of ease on Mirai K's side. And note that I believe when this did happen, it was it was a back and forth, honestly. Xe actually had a good start. It was looking like it was going to be a 4K, then to a tie, then to a 1K. Then eventually, Xe did get a tie with this match in day number 4. But now it seems like Scar's able to adapt, able to adjust, found out what they did wrong in day number 4, and now we see a new version of them getting 3 survivors out. NTT, give me your highlights on this match.
I think the highlight is that the Mercenary body blocking. It allowed the Barmaid to transition out of this cipher area, and actually it's kind of trapped in the location there, trying to force the camping of that cipher. But they opened another cipher, so it's just it's just quite tough for Xe to prevent the situation from happening. And the cipher location that they pick is also quite admirable. Like they did not allow Xe to camp all the cipher because the cipher are so far apart.
It was, and it was really tough for Xe to actually from the start, chasing the Priestess first. Yes, I understand. You did mention that the Barmaid would be tough, and it did prove to be tough. And Priestess also is a pretty tough chase. Even though he got the first hit real fast, it still proved to be a tough chase. And even with the Barmaid giving that drink, it just shows that they really doubled down on this anti-Dream Witch strategy to make the Barmaid and Mercenary and Priestess kind of shine, relegating Sword to have almost 300% decoding. So a great job on Scars' side. MRC's Xe, still a Dream Witch to fear. I just think that Scars was able to really understand the tape and also understand the matchup for them to prove this. This is actually hard work paying off, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure that strategy that they had, it didn't come overnight. They had to face MRC in day number 4 to figure that one out. And this is Scars actually on their redemption arc, because it was MRC to serve them their first loss in the group stage.
Yeah, a comeback is inbound here for the side of Scar, and it just all led to Mirai to get at least a tie for Scar to get the win onto the first round. So great job from the Survivor side providing that that point that they ever needed. And look at this decoding progress. Norton, the prospector, 300% of decoding without any containment time because, yeah, he doesn't even have to face the hunter in any time of the previous match.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you know what, it was the prospector coder that did come out here, and it was I think it was to his benefit because we've seen the prospectors be so I would say annoying, so pestering for any hunter to go after. So now it just seems like a tall order for the survivor side of Miracle Crown MRC, but we know them to be also really good at coming back. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna try to come back from this because Mirai, just a really stable hunter in overall. He's usually like the point hunter, right? And yesterday he kind of brought out a variety of characters. I would say he's really known for that wax artist, but he kind of surprised us yesterday with I believe it was a clerk. I believe it was or sculptor. I'm not. I'll go back to my notes and revisit that. But he did get above and beyond what he's known for and just getting a tie.
Yeah, and that's what's scary because Scar is adapting to the tournament. You see, Scar, they know how to deal with a lot of high tier hunter. We just see how they were dealing with Alf yesterday, and now I think the same strategy was put into XC. It's just that they proved to be much more success against XC Dreamwish than Alf Dreamwish, because you know at the end game there they tried to get the lead sheet onto the mercenaries, so as to at the end game there will be less leads to be worried about, so they will be able to open the gate and they will be able to do a lot of things without actually having a whole situation at the end game there, because you know how scary Dreamwish is in end game. She can just camp both gate.
Yeah, they were very proactive in. An amazing play on the side of Scars, and now I was able to look back, and it is Mirai Sculptor to get a game over ZETA. So that's something that's really interesting because we've seen like in the previous games that Mirai does bring out the wax artist. But NTT, please talk us through Xiaodi.
Yeah, Xiaodi. Oh my god, look at the containment time. 102 seconds from Xiaodi with the Priestess and the Postman. Xiaodi is known to be a great supporter and a guider in the team, and that shows in the stat right here. 1 MVP also for Xiaodi.
Yeah, MRC has been one of those teams that, you know, really surprised everyone, especially this year when it came to IVL, and Xiaodi being one of them. Just one of the stable players, I would have to say, in his kiting, in his support. So I can't wait to see Xiaodi. Hopefully he's not as sleepy as yesterday, because we've been seeing a lot of Twitter posts on him just resting up. Then he goes Super Saiyan mode afterwards. But let's talk about Sing H.
Ching, yeah. 80 seconds of kiting. They are all above and beyond when it comes to kiting. All above 60 seconds. The average kiting time for every survivor lineup here. Favorable character seems to be the forward and the mercenary. So apart from being a rescuer, he seems to be another kiter in the team.
Yeah, when it comes to Sing H, also actually said that he looked up to, I think in the interview, he was like, he's looking forward to seeing Kazuneko, he's looking to see the survivors of ZETA, but now it seems like they look past a little bit of Scars here, so now they have to face the wrath of Mirai if he's going to come in first. Angel DD, another survivor that comes in with support, usually with the healers. He does have that barmaid, he does also have that psychologist, usually those two, and he did bring those out when they faced off Scars in group stage day number 4. And excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, actually XE did get a 3K in the previous meeting in this match, so I'm excited to see how well Mirai is gonna take this one.
Yeah. Angel DD again, these two characters are counter to the Dream Wish. So I'm not sure how Angel will apply this the strategy when it comes to Mirai K. Either it's going to be a sculptor or a wax artist, because from what we have seen, wax artist seems to be favorable in the Southeast Asia and the Japanese region, but not as much in the Chinese mainland.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he has to offer now. Hua Si, another survivor of Team Miracle Crown here. We do see that he does have a patient, does have a gravekeeper, but he also brought out an acrobat in round number 1 in their first meeting. Also, he does have a patient that we do see here on screen. So just stable numbers all throughout, and I can't wait to see what Hua Si has to offer. He also has a Merc. So I think all these are saying, especially for that, aside from the acrobat, he really is the main rescuer of this team, and rightfully so, because MRC pretty well rounded. They don't go for too flashy plays, but when they do, trust that it does work out.
And so after that grand introduction, I believe we're gonna head into the stat of Mirai K from the side of Scar. We know that Mirai. Again, we have talked about this earlier. He is deemed to be a TIE hunter, but yesterday he proved himself that he can go above and beyond that. And so Mirai K, we're gonna have the stat appearing in just a moment here. Is going to be the wax artist as a favorable character, I believe. Yeah.
Yesterday he actually did just get a tie. I think he needed to get one person out, but he got a tie, so it's kind of proving to live up to his name. And I mean, a tie for Mirai K is actually good for this round, since the survivors of Scars played very well. So that's usually how Scars likes to play it. They want to be able to set the pace and set the tempo in round number 1, and make their opponents pay for it come round number 3. So let's see if Mirai K can continue his streak for his survivor team and just continue on with that stability of his hunter, either wax artist or that sculptor. Seems like it's up to him. I would say when it comes to the picks and bans, maybe he's gonna adjust accordingly. Even though we did say that MRC's signature characters based on their player profiles does favor an anti-Dream Witch match, but he doesn't really bring out that Dream Witch, so you have to wait for Celia for that to come out.
Yeah, let's see what the ban picks will be, especially in Chinatown, which is a map that we don't usually see the Japanese play in IJL. So we're gonna get into the ban pick right now. Second half of round number 1 in Chinatown. The previous match point is 3-1 for Scar. So Scar is in a very comfortable seat right here. Especially when it's come to the map pick, because it is I believe MRC map pick.
I would say though that we had the same story with RD, so they can't really rest on their laurels just yet, because this is MRC. I mean, it's in their name. They could pull off a miracle, so they can't just assume that they can take this easy. So I understand that there is a point difference, but I mean, this is MRC. So hopefully Mirai K won't let go of the gas and still continue to control the pace of this match. We're going to see a ban on that Seer, while Xiaodi and Sing H lock in. Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to switch that up. It's Xiaodi on that Priestess usually. Next, we're going to see a ban on that Patient.
Will they go for the Bomb though? There's still an Acrobat in the mix with that Patient ban though. It's a pick between the Mercenary, the Stable Rescuer, or the Acrobat, the very strong Kaider, I would say.
Right. And whatever is left open, that's what Mirai K is going to be banning, because those two usually are they're so contested as one of the most viable survivors. And based on how Mirai K plays round number 1, Mercenary does get locked out, and now he's going to go for the Entomologist. So this is interesting.
They are still short of 1 decoder, because these 3 characters that MRC are choosing, they all have decoding debuff, so it will put a toll onto the decoding progress of the survivor side here. But at least Toy Merchant,
they want to go for survivability. They want to go for support. They want to go for long kite ability. I mean, we've seen so many highlight plays on Toy Merchant on this map, and now it seems like go double tide turner and just broken windows. This kind of opens up maybe Wax Artist. It opens up, well, I would say maybe Sculptor too, based on this play, but it really depends. But no, we're locking in, as our fellow commentator here, Nell, says, the Ice Cream Man.
I mean,
that's a waste of ice cream. I'm just saying, though. It's a waste of ice cream.
I mean, yeah, the survivor side of MRC pretty much predict that it's going to be a Wax Artist. Wax Artist here having the confined space and detention build, so 6-12. Yeah, 6-12. I'm actually curious to see if Mirai want to go for Excitement, Blink, or Teleport.
Ooh, that's going to be very telling, right? And that's going to change the pace of this match, because he just needs to get a tie just to continue on the streak, right? He wants to be able to live up to that tie streak, and that's with Wax Artist, that's very doable. If you could just lure MRC to just go for the rescues, because this survivor team that MRC has drafted is telling me they want to go for as much survivors out as possible. Heck, even like a 4-man escape. So they have to be very careful. All these survivors are capable of solo kiting for a while, especially if it's not just solo kiting, but just added support. And yeah, with the Toy Merchant and Priestess, that's a lot of mobility for the survivors on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's quite surprising to see, the Toy Merchant having the Titanier here, but I think that makes sense because Toy Merchant can just fly in, can just swoop in for the easy rescue, and not to worry about the wax shot. The forward here making that broken window pick is reasonable.
Oh yeah, we've seen an amazing Toy Merchant match yesterday. I believe, yeah, it left a lot of our co-commentators speechless with the exit gate being flown, if the Toy Merchant can fly through that exit gate. So we'll see if there are any more highlight plays. Now looking at the spawn selection here, Mirai K opted to spawn at the corner here, surrounded by Angel DD, Huasi, and Sing H, leaving Xiao Di really far away, which actually is pretty good. At least she can just provide that support. Toy Merchant could easily just fly away, and Sing H, I've this is gonna be tough, NTT. Let me get let me pick your brain on this. Which is the least of the evils to chase here?
Toy Merchant. I would say immediately Toy Merchant. You have to go for the Toy Merchant. You cannot chase a mercenary here. You cannot chase a forward here. It would waste a lot of time for the survivor. And the only survivor that doesn't have the decoding debuff is that Toy Merchant. So yeah.
But once you control that Toy Merchant, you can control the pace of the match and continue on to get a tie. Which Mirai K is looking forward to getting. We do see that he did change it up. I think it was trump card detention already. So I don't think he, based on what we saw there. So we'll just find out and see if he vaults a window, if he did bring that confined space. But now it seems like Angel DD is on his radar, triggering that tinnitus. And now it seems like he will transition towards this under the bridge area to see Angel DD actually in this corner situation. He did hopefully plant a catapult, and he will be launching soon.
Yeah, he did launch and fly far away from Mirai K point of view. Wasn't able to, prevent the trick there. But oh, nice portal coming from the Priestess. That's why Priestess is so scary here, because she can just provide the portal from that flower pot area to the hotel. So it's so scary. And the Toy Merchant
drop down. Oh, just regularly drops down. Doesn't try anything too fancy with her glider. And Angel DD now is opting to go towards this fire exit area, or it just seems like he's just going to rotate around. But now the wax is starting to build. There's going to be a pallet there. Let's see if he's going to drop it just to make sure. Blink is already available, NTT. So Mirai K wants to be able to try and down this Toy Merchant, already using the glider. That glider is, just cutting corners just like that. So Mirai K is going to make his third round inside this hotel area.
There's another portal provided for Angel DD to go back to the under the bridge area. It's so annoying with the Priestess in the lineup, because in Chinatown that portal is the key to the survivor to the survivability for the survivor team.
Catapult. Wow. And now we see that Angel DD might actually just settle in here. He's gonna get a little bit of the freeze going on right next to that pallet. Nice backstep just to make sure that he's not available for that pallet drop. And now we see that the blink is gonna be expended. We're gonna see more wax onto Angel DD. He's gonna get another freeze, and Toy Merchant falls down.
Yeah, already created that global portal for Shingesh to go for the support. Mirai K will have to prevent this from happening. Will he be able to do so? Yeah, broke it up that global portal to prevent the possibility of the time machine going out.
Yeah, this is a great placement for the chair if ever he's going to get there, because he's interrupting the Cypher Rush, and it seems like Mirake focusing on the forward here, allowing Toy Merchant to actually self-heal, and we see that the forward using the football just to get out of dodge, and now we're back to the hotel.
Yeah, interesting play here from the survivor side of MRC. Will Mirake be able to caught up onto this forward here? The forward will have to vault in. Will he be able to do so? He will be able to do so, but he got free right after the vault. Yeah, will be brought down here. Then the survivor side still shot up one new cypher. In the basement is here also.
Wow. Okay, Mirake, I would say I was a little nervous that he did leave that Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant did get healed up, but now does not have to worry about the forward stuns. Not much football on the forward side, so let's see what the play is here for MRC, because this is actually a great tempo that Mirake has set for himself. We do see that one is feeding that Tinnitus Mercenary. He's going to go for this rescue, but Mirake positioning himself for a drop-down hit.
Yeah, look at the Mercenary there. Mercenary had to expand it on that one elbow pad to go in for the rescue. Going for the hit immediately. Max Present is available for Mirake, and it could be a double down situation right here.
It could be, but it seems like he's going to switch to the hot wax. He's going to drop it, and now the Mercenary able to get out of dodge, though. Forward is going to fall down, and we see that he's going to try and chase after, well, continue to chase after this forward.
Yeah, one new Cypher remaining with that Cypher almost done coming from Shouty. Shouty could be the one rescuing right here, since the priest is nearest to the chair that Mirake is bringing to for the forward. Yeah.
So now they're gonna have to time this right, because that last Cypher is having some decent progress already. Shouty, we're gonna see him just destroy the catapults. This is actually great. So no, that's not gonna be used in the rebound kite. Shouty positioning himself here for a holy key rescue. He's just waiting for the go signal. The forward still has a little more time on this rocket chair, so it's still pretty good on the side of the survivors to wait this one out until the Cypher pop is ready. And Mirake just waiting for it. Already goes for the rescue, and it seems like he's gonna hit the forward. The Cypher pop is not done yet.
Yeah, he will be able to jam forward, and the forward, they will pop the Cypher right there and then. Blink is expanded. Another portal coming from the priestess. This pallet wasn't blocked, and yeah, the priestess will be brought down.
And it seems like Shouty now is the main focus here, not sat on that rocket chair just yet. Blink was already expended. No more teleport since he's already used the blink. He switched the trump card, but now he's gonna have to. He's forced to actually go and just camp out this priestess to secure that one.
Look at the
okay, but we see Sing H.
Look at the Toy Merchant. The Toy Merchant is actually making her way back for the rescue. And remember, the Toy Merchant does have that Tide Turner.
And we see that the forward, the original target, rescue did happen. He's going to go for the hot wax here. Forward has fallen down, and it seems like he can rescue. So it's a trade-off here. And Mercenary has already opened up that exit gate. He's going to have to make it on foot, which I feel like he can't cut it. And now we see that Mirake just getting that 1K. So we're in a tight game here, NTT.
Look at the gate right there from the forward side. It was at 92%. So Mirake was so close
he was.
Yeah, he was so close. If he didn't go for the gate, it would have been a more 4-man escape, because the forward was able to, decode the gate to that extent. 92%. That's so close. If the wax didn't happen, yeah.
He could have exited. I think maybe Mirake would have double backed, and I don't know. There's a lot of outcomes that would have happened. Maybe he would have just secured at least a 1K, but it was a trade-off. Mirake tried his best with the wax artist, but you saw, even though you did pick that the Toy Merchant is the lesser of the evils, that it's still an evil. Like, you saw how pestering that Toy Merchant was with just the catapults, the support from the priestess, and just covering so much ground. And you gotta admire the route that the Toy Merchant did take. He wasn't bumping into anyone. He was able to, run into the forward, but the forward was there to just provide a little bit of that support, and also they did a bit of a trade-off there. So still a great job on the survivor side. So it seems like a very survivor-sided game we're having. MRC versus Scars, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Very great game. A tie game, that is, against MRC. So kudos to Scar for making this happen. But yeah, in the we will have a third round here. It's going to be a BO3. From the first matchup for 4-4, I believe. So in the second round here, it's going to be very tough.
Shoutouts to the prod. They did send us a bit of a correction, and my apologies because the match was so fast. It wasn't a self-heal. Someone actually healed the toy merchant, so it would have still been a factor. Like, he would have still held on to that self-heal. So, I mean, that's just an amazing pace that MRC has brought to the table. We have to admit, we did say that Scars had a big upset, but MRC also, they did lose to Weibo Gaming. Well, they did get third place in IVL. I think they're also here to, make sure that their names are known, and you will remember the name MRC, ladies and gentlemen. So IVS has definitely grown from last year to this year because we have so much. The teams have been more stacked than ever, and MRC just raising the bar for everyone, as well as Scars in this winners side of elimination match. Winners finals? Is it the winners finals? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes me think that if Mirai K actually opt in to ban the Priestess instead of a Seer, it would have a different outcome.
That's true.
Because the Priestess provides so many support for the bomb, but the toy merchant, the toy merchant was able to transition in the hotel and then out of the hotel with just one portal.
Yeah, now that you shine that light on the picks and bans, yeah, I think it would have changed things up if he banned out the Priestess first. I mean, the toy merchant still would have been tough to chase, but without the Priestess portals, I think that would be good. I think we're just really used to seeing Seer banned first. Like, if it was Priestess banned first, I don't know how they would have counteracted that.
Yeah, but it's the Wax Artist, and the Wax Artist can just freeze the survivor with the owl, and then
that's true.
Wait for the owl to go away, and then go for the hit. So
yeah,
with Mirai K,
mm-hmm.
might be a little bit too worried about the Seer there from Mirai K, even though Mirai K was going for the Wax Artist.
Yeah, it's I would say hindsight is 2020 when you're looking back into it, because with the Seer changes, you'd think that you could just wax it out and just wait for the owl to expire, then you could go for that hit. But I guess that's something that Mirai K has to work on. I mean, he's still got 1K, right? So at least it's a tied game. Usually Scars, when they're in a winning pace if they get the first round, but now they have to work a little, I would say, extra harder here, because MRC has definitely come here to play. And I would say when it comes down to it, the survivor team of MRC can go toe-to-toe with Scars. Looking at the match stats here, and just incredible performance on the side of the toy merchant, as well as Sing H. Like, it was a close call at the exit gate there, but inevitably he did fall to the wax. And Angel Didi was rescued. One person was rescued, and the trade-off happened.
Yeah, the trade-off happened, and at least 1K is better than no K. I would say 1K is better than no K. So Mirai K was able to bring the match back to a tie, and we will start it all over in round number 2. So it's I believe Scar's turn to pick the map. And they will have a lot of advantages when it comes to their map pick. Let's see.
In the previous match, in day number 4, Scars did get round 1 map pick, and they did opt for Moonlit River Park, and MRC did ban Ever Sleeping Town. But that's the thing. Actually, I'm not sure why the Moonlit River Park pick, because it didn't really empower Mirai K, because he picked Wax Artist. So now I'm not sure how they're going to try to empower Celia, because Celia has a lot more hunters, and we've seen his Bloody Queen yesterday. We also saw a bit of variety from him. So I wonder if they're going to try to go that same route and pick a big map like this, because in their other match, I believe it was the Chinatown map was picked by MRC. So I'm not sure how they're gonna play this one out, because this is interesting, because now it just seems like everything is back to 0, but more picks, more bans on the survivor side and 1 hunter ban.
Yeah, this is like flipping the script from the day 4 up the group stage. This flipping the script, because it's now Scar's turn to pick the map in the second round here, right here. I have a feeling that they might go for the Moonlit strategy again. If Moonlit isn't banned, because the survivor side was able to utilize the map quite well. It's just up to Celia on which hunter did he opt in for. Celia in Moonlit though, Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, but the Breaking Wheel has been going on a downhill trend. So.
Yeah, when it comes to, I mean, I gotta love the new picks and bans. At least you're not gonna like see all flywheels and a breaking wheel does come out. Breaking wheel, we haven't seen that much actually. So breaking wheel is very inviting if a breaking wheel does come out here. Looking at also on XC's side, his Dream Witch for sure will get banned, even though they did do a pretty good, I would say they did do a really good counter on the side of facing that Dream Witch. I don't think they want to face it again. So it's just it's still anyone's game at this point. But talk me through what are the best hunters you can actually use in Moonlit River Park.
Feaster.
Definitely not biased at all.
Definitely not biased at all. I mean, it actually makes some sense because with the Feaster you can place a tentacle
Oh, okay,
on
we're
the
really
first stop. Yeah, on the first stop, and then you can push the survivor away from the roller coaster, and that's why the Feaster is so scary in Moonlit. And I know for a fact that Celia is actually a great Feaster player.
So you think Celia is gonna bring out the Feaster?
But yeah, I have no faith in Celia picking the Feaster because there's objectively better hunter for him to go for.
A man can dream, right? A man can dream.
Yeah.
We did see Celia pick.
Also.
We did see Celia pick the clerk in round number 2, and he also did pick Geisha, which I would say is pretty stable in that sense. But yeah, we are seeing the ban of the Lakeside Village and now Moonlit River Park. So it seems like Scars really want to be able to double down on this Moonlit River Park strategy. They picked it on round number 1 to face up against MRC, and they're doing it again in this match. And they did, I believe, get some degree of success. And now we're going to see a switch up in terms of the hunters. Like you said, Celia, I don't know, chat, if you guys can hear us, spam some octopus or like the squid emojis for Celia to hear it.
I forgot that Celia can actually play Geisha.
Yeah, I just mentioned that.
Yeah. I heard you mention that, and then something clicked in my mind. Oh, yeah, he can play Geisha. He could totally use that in Moonlit River Park. So that might be another potential pick for Celia here.
Yesterday he brought out Anne, and that was the smile felt around the world for you, NTT. So could bring that out too. You could bring that out. I love seeing Anne matches, but I mean, if push comes to shove, yeah, you definitely want to maybe go Geisha here. It's a big map, and we've seen a lot of good Geisha gameplay coming from Celia and coming from other hunters as well.
Yeah, Celia, very all-rounded hunter player. Like, there's a lot of strategy that Celia can actually go for with the clerk, sculptor, bonbon, Geisha. The list go on. Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel. Yeah, there's so much potential for Celia here. It's just that it might have to base on the survivor lineup for Celia to pick on a hunter.
I would say Celia has the freedom to kind of choose and kind of counter whatever lineup does come out. But you have to also admit that MRC survivors, they're pretty well rounded. So the advantage here is that Celia, round number 2 hunter, he kind of comes in at a fresh start, kind of like Alf. So, and also not too much pressure on either side, since this is still like a reset of everything, since it's 3-1-3-1. He now gets to set the pace for his survivor team, because usually the hunters on Scars are the ones just to play defense, while the survivors get most of the point. While MRC, they're coming in hot. They had a pretty good performance so far up against Mirake, and now they look to continue that same performance.
Yeah, and they has to double down on it, because this second round is very crucial, because it is Scar map pick. If MRC managed to get at least a tie here, they will get the advantage in the third round, because it will be their map pick.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's something they have to also consider, right? And that's something we can a point we can revisit once we hit that round number 3, because it's definitely guaranteed that one has to give, and it just shows that both these teams have fighting spirit, since they both got the ties. Now I hope that we'll be able to see the hunters get some points on the board for their respective teams.
It's actually make me think that if Celia are going to play safe here with the Ant to get a secure tie, and then because we have seen Scar survivor team doing so well,
right?
And I have a feeling that Celia might just go for at least a tie for the survivor team to provide the win for the second round.
That could break the trend. I kind of like that point that you brought up, because imagine if he gets the tie, puts the Survivor team in kind of a calm state, and kind of forces Xe to play a little more risky to break that tie. That's pretty good. And Ann is known for those ties. I mean, we were hoping to get a tie yesterday with his Ann, but then he went 3K. So that's, yeah, it was pretty good. Like his cat jumps, NTT. His cat jumps are so on point. And I can't wait to see that even more. I believe it was also on the same map. So we're going to see how Celia is going to play this one out.
Yeah, we're gonna head into the ban picks right here. 2 ban this time around for Celia and Seer Priestess. I mean, yeah, we just had to see the Priestess ban because in Mullet it's such a menace to deal with a Priestess.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. So it seems I feel like the previous round is kind of a case study to why you got to ban Priestess in Ever Sleeping Town, but it also just shows like same goes here with how she can get to 2-story real easily, with how she can cross the bridge without even crossing the bridge. So I think a Priestess ban is kind of inevitable, or a really smart ban on Celia's side. Even though he might gear up towards a Geisha or that Ann, we'll just have to find out. And now, as you predicted, NTT, Seer and Priestess are not going to Moonlit River Park.
Oh, Dreamwitch ban also from Sayagama, so they are playing very safe here. Celia have all the other hunter to work with, Ann, Geisha, Bloody Queen. The hunter can go for the tie. So yeah, MRC might go for the forward and mercenary pick here, unless they want to pick on that acrobat and patient early on to deal with the hunter at the fourth and first stop.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat. Is it Monet's birthday today? If it is, let us know. Happy birthday, if ever. But I'm not sure. It just says happy birthday, Monet. So happy birthday, my birthday buff. Who knows? But if you could check that out, go for it. While you do that, yeah, I'm gonna just give a quick shout out to Ice, Evie, Izzy, if Izzy's still there. What's going on? We also have Catalina Chan, Hanako. We got so much of you guys also with the predictions and also with, at the analysis. We also welcome that. And I'm excited to see.
Actually, really is.
It's Monet's birthday?
Monet's birthday, yeah.
Ooh, birthday buff.
October 2nd, yeah.
Birthday buff. Let's go. Thank you, NTT, for that research. So yeah, big shout outs to everyone that's watching. And now, any shout outs you want to give out, NTT?
Oh yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat. Tayu, Mirufuyu, Gucci, Evie, Borden, Ice, Shuzibin, and yeah, everyone that's in the chat right now. Gucci, don't you dare doing something naughty.
Oh. Okay. So back to the picks and bans here. We're gonna see a pretty solid ban, banning out the Acrobat and Toy Merchant. I love it because we've seen how crazy their Toy Merchant can be. Acrobat in this map is actually very deadly, especially at the first and fourth stop. Now, we see I would say having a psychologist in the mix here in a big map like this is really good. Postman also just adding that decoding, and of course you have to have that forward just to add the harassment. So now, locking in the patient.
Oh, the couple. So, yeah, considering that it's Monet's birthday today, if Scar managed to win this, it's the best birthday gift that Monet can ever get. So, let's see how Scar.
I mean, let's see
if,
if Celia can give him a birthday gift of a 4K or something. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, let's see Celia pick. Inbound for a Geisha pick. Geisha is workable here.
Oh yeah, for sure. With patient, yeah, you could just counter the patient's hook. Forward's dash is kind of it can be countered with a well-placed butterfly. Postman also, you just got to get the dog bite out of the way. And I also saw in chat that it might be Alt's birthday tomorrow. Wow, it just seems like a lot of the top players here. I think an IVS win would be a great birthday gift for any of these guys. So do greet them, do support your favorite players, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're gonna see who Celia will be locking in with. What do you chat think? I see a lot of clamor for the Ann to come out. Geisha is also a pretty good choice here. We did see Celia also have a sculptor, has a clerk. So we're just going to find out and see.
Yeah.
And we see the Geisha.
Actually, looking at the lineup here, they're actually not opting for the flywheel effect, so they might be expecting an Ant to come out. But Celia comes out with the Geisha. Or actually, they might, considering that it's going to be a clerk, since those are the characters Celia usually play. Geisha here, workable. Actually workable. First target, Postman, perfect. Because Shelly is now having Tie Turner, which is uncommon for a Postman.
Right. And shout outs to Chu. Thank you for the confirmation. That's Yeah, for the birthday confirmation. Yeah, he's checking on the birthdays, guys. Thank you so much in chat. Keeping it wholesome, keeping it positive. Again, there's a lot of intensity in the air because this is the elimination stage, round number 2. So do give your love and support to your favorite players because they're definitely feeling the heat. They want to keep their status here at the upper bracket. And in the lower bracket, we're going to see another match where tournament lives are on the line. Weibo Gaming versus Zeta. That's going to be an intense match. One will prevail. But here, it seems like, yeah, just locking in detention and trump card. Pretty standard. We have 2 tide turners and 2 broken windows, so it's looking pretty good.
Yeah. Detention and trump card build for Geisha is reasonable in Moonlit.
Moonlit.
Yeah, in Moonlit. So might be a blink Geisha, might be an abnormal Geisha. We haven't seen abnormal Geisha for quite a while now.
I miss that meta. That's so devastating when he does that. When it gets done to you, you're like, oh no.
Just get out
we're here longer.
Yeah, look at the spawn. They're actually not opting for the spawn at the 4th stop. So
the zigzag spawn.
It's not a zigzag spawn, but the zigzag is a little bit closer. Xiaodi in the 2nd stop, so Celia might be able to get a grip onto the postman. Easy here. Might be an easy chase for Celia here.
Ooh, okay, this is interesting. So, yeah, you want to go for that postman. You want to control the Cypher Rush. I mean, and compared to all, yeah, postman is probably the juiciest target to go after. Even though, yeah, you could make a case that Geisha can counter these survivors, but still, you want to be able to get one of the best survivors out there, Xiaodi, out of the mix. And yep, he's rotating towards the 2-story part, where it seems like Xiaodi is there, but no, actually makes a beeline for the first stop.
Okay, so Celia might be, worrying about the patient actually getting the roller coaster and then try to put the roller coaster at the 2nd stop to provide with the cutting of Xiaodi. Now, nice butterfly coming from Celia, able to get the hit onto the patient. Patient will have to use the roller coaster to transition back into the 2nd stop here.
Yeah, and he knows that no one pressed that 2nd stop. He's going to use another hook just to transition to the bridge part, but no, he makes a left and he goes straight into the 2-story part. Now we see that the Geisha trying to dash, but failed to cover a little bit more distance, and now Postman is here. Excitement Geisha.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Yeah, the patient is actually waiting on top of the 2-story there, Celia. Trying to cover the area. Yeah, trying to mind game this patient right here, but wasn't able to do so. Psychologist able to heal the patient.
Wow, just like that. That's one of the benefits of having the psychologist and the lovers, right? The tandem. You don't see them do the connection yet, but having the Wi-Fi heal is definitely something big. And I mean, the Hwasi able to get to the 2nd stop. He can ride that coaster. And it seems like Delia knows something's up here. We do see that the tinnitus is still triggered, and Xiaodi is the one that's gonna be chased now.
Yeah, Xiaodi might go for the doggo onto the Geisha here, and then go up onto the roller coaster, and then just reset the cutting right here. Xiaodi going for the roller coaster. Psychologist might even might even go for the heal right here.
Could be, yeah, just to give Postman that support. And we do see that the whistle has been triggered, I believe. Yes, it's being used already. Postman, can he get the hit onto the Postman? Wow, that heal is insane. Able to get the Terror Shock, though. So that heal was for nothing at DT, and I see you clutching your face. That was a big brain play, but maybe should have tanked that hit. Now this works in Celia's favor.
Yeah, I think it might be a misclick from the Postman. Like he pressed the button to vault the window right there, but accidentally got into the roller coaster and forced the Terror Shock to happen. Quite unfortunate, and Psychologist is in a difficult situation here because that cipher is the decoder cipher, which Psychologist has been working on.
We do see that Sing H here using the football just to cover that distance to go straight for the rocket chair, but he's going to hang around this pallet area. Postman is about to expire the halfway mark, so he's going to have to make a play here. Able to get a rescue before half. This is so important. And now gets the abnormal off, and the forward falls down.
Yeah, great job from Celia holding on to that excitement, so it was unexpected for the survivor side here. Postman is in a bit of a pickle situation because now,
oh no,
who can go for the rescue?
right here, and the basement's also here. He's gonna play the drop-down pallet game, and Celia is a menace, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually coming back for the rescue here. Celia, Celia.
I think he's just gonna allow the rescue to happen. He's gonna go for the basement here. This is actually a really good start, a really good pace that Celia is drowning the survivors in. So beautiful performance so far. They're gonna heal up. This means that objectives are not being touched. Huasi is gonna be rotating to probably give that to Nidus, just so that the geisha would not interrupt the decoding, but it seems like he's gonna try and just rotate around this area to hold an angle here to see who's gonna go for the rescue, and we see the rescue is about to happen.
Huasi dropped down there, not allowing Celia to go for the drop down or reset hit at all. Wasn't able to get a dash. Actually, that was a trick that Celia was trying to go for, but it didn't. It didn't succeed.
It didn't succeed. Yeah. Now we see that the forward does have that wanted order. There is a butterfly that is in the area. He wants to focus on Xiaodi because that's gonna net him the most returns, and it seems like Xiaodi is gonna get cut off in this corner. We do see that the forward is here for the support, able to get the last effort, and Sing H wasn't able to body block. I don't think he has enough football for any stuns here, but it seems like
still
Celia
playing very safe here. Yeah.
Oh, just going away, doesn't want to play the drop down game, and it seems like
still, 7 seconds till excitement. I think the better play for Celia is just to pick up Xiaodi and then bait the forward into the stun, because excitement is available.
But now the thing is, the forward doesn't have any more football left, so it seems like Celia got his at least one survivor in. He can still opt for another survivor down. 2 ciphers still remaining. One is about to pop. The other 2 are in the 30% mark. And now we see that the forward is just crouching in this area. Celia is going to peek at this corner. He's going to find that the forward is here. He's going to drop a butterfly here. He has no more resources to work with. He's going to go just straight for a charged up hit. Forward is down once again.
Will they pop Cypher? They actually, they are still short of a few Cypher. So Psychologists will have to go in for a rescue, and it's up to the patient to decode the Cypher right here. It's so close for Celia.
Oh, Celia not peeking to the right here, doesn't spot out the Psychologist. This is going to be huge. This is going to buy so much time. Now Angel DD rotating towards the rescue here. He's going to bait out a regular hit. They're going to play it pretty close to the chest here. That Cypher is 70%, about to be 80. The rescue does happen. He wants to focus on this forward to continue on his streak of getting survivors out of the game. And now the Terror Shock on the Psychologist.
90%. Will Celia be able to pick her up? He will. And basement play. Yeah.
Forward has to be very careful. He can't keep swinging here. Yeah, the basement rescue. I don't know. This is a forward. The forward with no football. Psychologist with no more heals. He's just gonna go for instant rescue. Terror Shock, and the pop is gonna happen. They're gonna have to get out of the basement. A little traffic jam situation. But now we see that the Psychologist, she's gonna try her best. We see that the hit is gonna happen. Teleport is already switched to.
Yeah, teleport here is going to put so much pressure onto the survivor side, because it's a potential 3k for Celia. The best birthday gift for Monet.
Happy birthday, Monet. We'll see now. It seems like he's going to just commit to looking if anyone is in this area. We'll see if anyone's going to come in. Yeah, they don't want to touch these exit gates. They know that he switched to teleport. He just knows that Sing H is nowhere near to rescuing. And it seems like the forward is already moving on along. Psychologist will expire in due time. And Sing H, he's going to try to kite this one out here. But, the dungeon's there. Exit gate's not open just yet. Celia just needs one hit.
Celia could go for the teleport onto the patient. Teleport is inbound here. The Mind Game of Century, Can the hit happen?
Goes for the hit. And now Celia has his 3k. This is why they picked Moonlit River Park, NTT.
Celia could use so many characters to play in this, and the geisha paid off. 3k for Celia. Unbelievable gameplay. Survivor side MRC wasn't able to negate the situation from happening.
We were expecting an and, but I'm happy we saw a geisha. Celia's geisha is one of the craziest geishas I've seen. There were a few fumbles here and there, especially at that basement part, but ultimately he was able to get the victory here. Happy birthday, Monet. Having 3k here, 3 survivors for you. Hope you're doing well. And this is an incredible performance. I would say great effort on the survivor side. They did give Celia some hard time at the start, right? With the coaster being there. And also the switch from the patient to the postman. Really put Celia on his toes. What would you say was the moment that turned things in Celia's favor?
Yeah, the terror shock onto the postman. That's immediately changed the game. Because after the heal, the psychologist was at half health, and the psychologist was the closest there, so no one could go for this rescue. Absolutely no one, and the forward has to come in. And yeah, Celia was able to seal the deal.
Yeah, let's talk about that moment a little bit, because it looked like that was such a big brain play. If he vaulted the window, or at least baited out a regular hit, forced attack recovery, and just vaulted and just be safe, because he could also get terror shocked either way. So I think, that was definitely something that sealed their fate, because that could have bought an extra 30 to 60 seconds for the survivors. And now it just seems like that one play, that one miscalculation, I would say, on the side of MRC, Celia was able to capitalize and signed, sealed, and delivered. 3 survivors, 3 points, and they are in the lead. Now XC put in immense pressure to kind of rise above, or at least keep up with the pace that Celia put.
Yeah, Celia put such a pressure onto them after that Geisha game. Who would have guessed that the Geisha is able to get a 3K? With a survivor team like MRC, like, they play so well. It's just that one misstep that they took, and it sealed the deal for them. Celia, great game from Celia here, able to caught onto the postman with only 57.8 seconds of containment time for that postman. The forward seems to be the one kiting the most at the end game there, but still wasn't able to escape the grasp of that Geisha.
Yeah, it was just a mind game situation. Even though the teleport was ready, the threat was there. I think Celia, he's not the riskiest hunter. He doesn't want to play things that are too risky. He saw that the forward was there. He went just for the target and just went for the solid 3 points, because that's still a victory in the first half. So great job on the side of Celia. Got to give kudos to MRC, though. They really did amazingly. Shout outs to our fellow commentators there. And we're back here. And shout outs to everyone watching. Seems like Izzy is awake. We see Taiyo. We also have Syrian. We also have Jade, Chu, the usual. What's going on in chat? Incredible performance. So where we're at now, we're in round number 2, second half. MRC has taken a little bit of that lead. We see it at the bottom here. The first half. The first round, though, it was tied, and it was a showcase of the survivors. Now, Celia coming in, rewriting the script, as NTT said. Now, it's going to be XC to change things up for his survivor team.
Yeah, and if XC doesn't manage to get the same result, which is a 3-man elimination, Scar will take the lead, and Sky is on track to, again, doing the incredible here.
So I'm looking at my notes here, and I'm trying to think what XC can play here just to secure that 3-point game. Clerk. He's got a Dream Witch. He's got a Clerk. He's also got a Geisha. He could actually mirror match here and just go for another Geisha.
Yeah. Geisha seems to be a better bet, because it's provide more mobility apart from the Clerk. Because the Clerk, you have to do so much. You have to control the Cypher. You have to control the gate. The Clerk had more potential for 4K. But it's also a potential for 4-man escape.
Yeah, that's true. We've seen Clerk. I feel like Clerk is kind of like the new breaking wheel, that it's all or nothing. It's either you do really well or you don't do that well with Clerk. So yeah, I would say Geisha on XC is actually pretty good. I'm trying to look at the notes that I wrote here. When it came to XC's Geisha, he did play in round number 2. It was in a smaller map, so he banned the Seer forward acrobat. So
I do remember XC did play Geisha in Moonlit once, and it was he did. I believe
he did
it
go
was
up against. He did go up against. This was the second half of round number 1. It was up against Tsunami, Sor, Monet, and Pione. Tsunami on that priestess, Sor on the little girl, Monet on the barmaid, and Pione on the merc. So he did ban Seer forward acrobat. But again, you have like more bans on round number 2, so you can ban that priestess.
So yeah, let's see how it is.
And also NTT, I'm looking back at my notes, and it says here that it was we might actually be, if history will follow, if it will dictate the future, XC also got 3K with his Geisha.
Yeah,
in Moonlit River Park.
I do remember that. So yeah, might be a little of a pressure that actually is in right here against Scar. The return of Scars. Wow.
This is very interesting, and also we see Monet on screen, guys. Please wish him a happy birthday and all the birthday buffs he can and all the cake he can eat. Because going up against Xe here, not opting for the Priestess here, so kind of following that same trend. Seer forward, probably Acrobat again if Priestess gets played, but now we see that SZ banning the Geisha, so we're not gonna see a mirror match.
Yeah, they are confident with dealing that with Xe stream, which and yeah, a Priestess and Mercenary were reasonable after the ban onto the Seer and the forward.
So now it seems like he might be opting for a Dream Witch, which again, it's not the worst. We've seen his Dream Witch do amazing stuff before, but Scars has shown us that they know blueprint to face the Dream Witch, or maybe Xe's like just forcing like Psychologists, forcing healers to come out, just so that he'll just counter whatever they pick. So who knows? And in this map, NTT, how do you feel about Dream Witch?
Yeah, Dream Witch might be a great call. Again, with the Barmaid ban there, they don't want to actually don't want to face any Barmaid in this matchup. But oh, Little Girl, reasonable, because Little Girl can just teleport away. And yeah, ban on that Psychologist also. So opting for a Dream Witch counter ban picks.
Yeah, he's leaning heavily on Dream Witch counter. He's leaning heavily to pick that Dream Witch, but now a lot of kiters. It's just going to be kind of tough to just tank some of these hits because, yeah, Psychologist is out, Barmaid is out, but you got some survivability on deck. The one thing Xe doesn't have to worry about is stuns. I mean, the Paper and the Silence, maybe, but you don't have a forward, you don't have Prospector, you don't have anything too harass heavy that he could just focus on just chase and just to cut off their routes. Especially as a Dream Witch, you want to get rid of the Holy Keys. You want as much as possible to avoid these pages and avoid the bombs that the Acrobat does throw down. So yeah, I think Xe might be ready for this lineup. I wish I could read that. I want to know what these fans are talking about, because I mean the support in Japan is just insane, ladies and gentlemen. So shout outs to the JP fans out there. Who you guys got? Is it Scars? Is MRC? Sound off in the comment section.
I can read that. It's actually
you can?
Nihon.
What does it say?
Nihon go at the first, and then the later, and then the later part. I can't read that.
I think it says NTT's hair is amazing. That's what it says.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Dream Witch picked from Xe. Yeah, we saw that coming from miles away. 3-6 build for the Dream Witch also. 2 Flywheel, 2 Titan. Actually, Little Girl having that a Titan, so quite interesting.
Yeah.
Usually we see the Priestess at the rescue also.
Yeah, and now it's Little Girl, so let's see if that's gonna come into factor. Maybe they've noticed that the Priestess does get chased early on, so and especially since the first match, right? And just the main body just goes through the portals. So now maybe they want to give the Priestess a little extra buff to face things off. And now not going for the zigzag spawn, but we see that Xe actually in the middle of both Tsunami and Monet. Monet at the last stop. Priestess, I'm pretty sure she's going to stick to her guns here in the 2-story building. Depending on where Xe is going to run the routes, it's still going to be tough to chase any of these guys because they have a lot of support to back them up.
Yeah. Who will be the best target? Because Xe spawned right in the middle of the 2 survivor that has flywheel effect.
Oh, you're right. That's a tough call.
That's a tough call, yeah. That's a tough call. I think the Little Girl would have been a better chase, but the Little Girl spawned at the first stop.
You're gonna have to plan a trip, go through traffic, and get there. So let's see. Xe seems like is content with actually going to 2-story here. Oh no, seems like
yeah, just go straight for the Acrobat. Just letting that follow away from the range, from the control range, so that it would come back to the Dream Witch.
We do see that he did already leech the acrobat here, but he has a lot of jump spots here, but he's going to get cut off immediately, and he's not going to go to that fourth stop. He will go to this this real estate area. He jumps, he double backs, and now forces the slow bomb. So actually great start. Let's see if Monet can get to some pallets here before the patroller bite can happen. It seems like he's gonna just eat that patroller bite, establishing a little bit of distance, but NTT, this spot is away from everyone. So this is actually a great job on Monet's side. It is his birthday after all, so let's see how this birthday kite's gonna go.
Yeah, he actually missed the gift onto that bomb, that bomb usage right there. We'll have to use another bomb to skip the job from Monet right there.
And silences also the follower, and now he's really trying to force a leech hit here. Monet now switching. He's gonna get a basic hit though, so that's actually a great job on Xy's side, just still preserving that leech hit. But you gotta admit, Monet running the routes here, kiting out a patroller, that's huge. Drops down.
There's still another patroller from the main body, but seems like Xy will opt in for that normal attack. Monet having that one extra bomb.
Oh no, he's gonna hop through the window. And it seems here he's gonna get ready for a jump through the window, most possibly. No, through the hallway here, and now he's gonna drop another patroller, and he's not gonna be ready for it.
There's a portal at the middle there. Will he try to go for the portal or vault the pallet to skip the patroller bite there?
Watch out, this little girl is also in the area. The terror shock though. But now we see that the mercenary and little girl have finished their objectives. They're here for the support. Xy's realizing a lot of people are rotating towards the 10th part of this map, and now he's gonna leech one of them.
Yeah, we'll leech onto the little girl. So the mercenary will have a peace of mind when it comes to rescuing, knowing that there will be no follower following that mercenary. So yeah, well, I mean that leech follower is just for disrupting the decoding progress.
Yes.
So
and also, just cleaning up shop here. Mercenary can take a little bit of his time to go for this rescue. Little girl, well, it's only the acrobat that picked up an anti-curse. So Pione now, wow, just using the elbow pad at that post part. And now we see that the priestess is here too. So Cypher progress has definitely halted NTT. Priestess trying to support, trying to body block, and now he's gonna try to rotate towards the other part. The portal's about to expire, but he's able to go through.
We expired. Oh, the portal actually still able to get through there, but the main body is still on the other side.
This is going to be tough. That portal will expire in, well, the other one. There are actually two portals that were there. Xy now just trying to position his body here just to go for the little girl, which is actually kind of risky because, I mean, you want to just focus on the acrobat, but the acrobat now can heal up, can just de-leech. Xy, he's going to just drop down a patroller here for a Soar to go after, but unable. I'm not sure if can the page actually push back the patroller?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, at least just to establish a little bit, but it was inevitability. Sora now just establishing more distance here, but that patroller is gonna just stop him in his tracks and able to hit him.
Yeah, a little bit of we can recall the situation there because the portal disappeared right in front of Xy's eye, and Xy kind of forced to go to put the spawn follower right through the portal there. So with the main body unable to go through the portal, he just have to quit chasing the acrobat. That's the strategy that Scar is putting on the survivor team, and seems like they are very successful with it.
Oh! So close to getting to the long portal, and Pione eating his leech hit. It's actually okay because we see that he is transitioning away. But now, he's already used his tide turner, so now it's little girl that needs to actually heal up. We are seeing that the acrobat, we are de-leeching. Watch out, but the little girl falls down. So does the mercenary. Two ciphers have halted here, NTT. So momentum is still up in the air for either of these teams. It seems like Xy kind of lost track of where Pione is at.
Did he? Oh, really?
I don't think he's trying to look for him.
Wow,
yeah,
really?
I think so. Now he's gonna find him, I believe. Yeah, now he sees him. He's gonna leech him. But that bought a little bit of time for the priestess to rotate. So now it seems like the little girl is getting healed up. Priestess moving to another cipher here, actually moving towards probably aiming for a rescue situation. Little girl is finally up. We do see that she is teleporting.
Little girl actually self-healed there, so the priestess didn't opt into healing up the little girl, instead trying to rotate on this other side to provide the rescue.
Oh, early flywheel, now able to snipe it out. And now we see that the mercenary elbow pad might have to be used. No, swing and a miss. And we see that the scramble situation, mercenary eating his leech, will be falling down. 2 ciphers still remain, but they're so close to popping NTT.
Oh my god, will they be able to pop the cipher on time? Seems like they are so close to doing it. Pop the cipher and they work in carousel, so the other cipher is so far away. Actually, you have no way of preventing the cipher pop. Oh my god, this
is huge.
This is looking so great for the survivor side of Scars.
It is. It just shows that they have definitely studied and calculated the Dream Witch of XC. This is a little scary because Tsunami is here where the exit gate is being opened. There is a coaster for them to use, but now Patroller is going to get dropped again. Monet might have to be very careful here because the Patroller will latch onto his legs. We do see that Teleport is already switched to. So let's see who he's going to focus on because that exit gate with the little girl and the mercenary, it's already open.
Switch to Teleport.
Long portal.
Well, the dog might be able to... Oh, flywheel! To avoid the dog fight, but the hit will still connect.
The long portal able to provide the exit strategy for that priestess. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Scar is able to counter the Dream Witch of XC.
And another 3-2-1. Scar is putting MRC so far behind with his 4-point deficit right here.
That's huge.
My god, that's huge.
Ooh, this
6-2.
Yeah, 6-2 in just this one because there was a tie, right? But it's still like a 6-2. It's a 4-point difference, like you said. Wow. I mean, they really knew what they were doing. They knew they wanted to face up against the Dream Witch. They didn't want to face any geisha, and I think now it's just that's already they passed the test twice up against XC's Dream Witch. So coming into round number 3. I don't know how Eggsy's confidence is going to be because usually he goes for the ties, but now it just seems like 1 point is all that Scars is going to give him.
Yeah, Scar is putting up such a great fight right here. Both game from Celia and the survivor side of Scar deemed to be quite tough for MRC to deal with, and 6-2 is a result. Great job. Kudos to the survivor side for putting up such a great fight against XC and also Celia for going through the struggle of the first round. Now they are so prepared for the last round because 4-point deficit. Yeah, that's a lot. They have all the comfortable. They have the comfortable position right here.
Yeah. I mean, they're riding that wave of momentum, right? So now MRC I want to see the scoreboard, but for now we're going to see the match stats. And also you got to admit that the kiting time is a little off here. I think there's a little more because of the constant switching, right? So, but you got to give up to Monet. He did get the first chase, and also the end game chase was the sacrifice there. Happy birthday to Monet. He's going back to the manor to celebrate his birthday, I guess, with his acrobats. So this is an incredible performance so far by Scars. They have twice proven that they can go toe-to-toe with XC's Dream Witch with a consistent result of 3-person escape. So that's a beautiful job on the side of Scars.
Exactly. A lot of support coming from a survivor side there provided to be succeeded in the previous round against XC. So that's why they are so prepared. They are much more prepared for what we see in the group stage. This is a totally different Scar. They are able to defeat ZETA in their division, and also a Chinese team, a professional Chinese team.
Yeah, that's just not any Chinese team. This is MRC. This is a team that has improved so much. They're feared. They were able to make it to the 3rd place spot in IVL, and now we see the score, ladies and gentlemen, 6-10 in favor of Scars. They did draw first blood, I would have to say, getting round number 2. Now in round number 3, this is going to be so interesting to see how MRC is going to bounce back from this, because in their name, they could pull off a miracle. And I think they kind of need one now, because I think the birthday buff is too much on Monet's side.
Yeah. So from my analysis, if Scar managed to get a 3-man escape or a 3-man elimination in the next round, Scar will win.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that, right?
That's no coming back from that. Wow.
Even if MRC does win round number 2, just point deficit alone, yeah, that's immense pressure, and that's why I want you guys, MRC fans out there, Scars fans out there, do send them your love in the chat, because Scars can see the summit point already. They can see the grand final slot that they want to be able to take. While MRC, it's going to be a little longer journey, a lot more pressure on their side. So I can't wait to see how they're going to try to bounce back from this adversity that Scars has put in front of them, because I would say that, yesterday a lot of people were writing off Scars. Like, everyone was like, ZETA, since ZETA was the one to win IJL, they were the ones, the core team was able to see the finals of Call of the Abyss, and people were kind of sleeping on Scars. But NTT, you weren't. You were like, this is the best, one of the best survivor teams in Japan.
Team in Japan.
Exactly.
And they show in the previous game, the teamwork is so well. It was able to cover for everyone, not leaving anyone behind apart from the end game there, because the Dream Wish had detention, and you don't want to rescue that. But wow. They proved themselves to be the best survivor team, not only in Japan. Seems to be the best survivor team in IVS also, from the previous game.
It seems like it. I don't know. It just seems like, and I brought up this point with Chocho yesterday. It seems like with Scars, yes, you face them once, they will fall. They fall into ZETA in IJL finals. They fall into MRC in the group stage of IVS. But now it just seems like they've kind of found the winning formula for them so far. Grand finals is a different story, because that's going to be a best of 5. So right here, right now, it just shows that Scars have learned, they have adapted. Version 2.0 patch something, who knows?
The updated version.
Exactly.
Beta.
It's heating up my phone.
Earlier it was just alpha Scar, now it's beta Scar. And in the final it will be the final build.
The final build, the one that's available for everyone to download, which is Scars, available on any store you want. I don't know, I think it's kind of poetic, right? And also it's Monet's birthday. People are greeting him happy birthday, talking about the birthday buff. MRC is gonna have to pull off something crazy. And like you said, NTT, let's talk about the maps that they can possibly pick here, because now they get map advantage. How can you do you buff your survivor? Do you buff your hunter? What's the call here for MRC?
From what I saw in the stat, so it seems like Celia gonna come out first. Celia. The map that most Japanese team go for is Ever Sleeping Town. So I have a feeling that it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town. At least it's gonna benefit the survivor team. I would say Celia is consistent with the time.
So here's the thing, though. It's MRC that's gonna pick the map.
Oh
first, right?
It's MRC. But MRC, they already picked Chinatown, right?
Yeah, they did. They picked that in round number 1.
So there will be no chance of going for the Chinatown once again.
I mean, there's Church,
Arms Factory.
There's Arms Factory. There's Church. Those are 2 maps that we kind of see. We settled the 3rd round conclusion of. But I mean, what can Xe bring out? A Dream Witch? I guess you can do that, but I think they're just gonna ban his Geisha, ban his Dream Witch, or ban his Clerk in Arms, because Clerk, she's crazy in Arms. So force him to play Geisha. So you're gonna put yourself, if Arms gets picked, of course. In Red Church, that might bring something new to the table, but you're kind of overpowering. You're kind of empowering Celia to bring out the Sculptor, bring out. I think, if I remember correctly, he also has a Bonbon. Yeah, he has a Bonbon. He has the Wax Artist too.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, Celia can play a lot of Hunter, and
he can. He really can. So so you think it's gonna be Arms or Church? That's where the map's gonna be.
I have a feeling that MRC might go for Arms. But still, Red Church is a very balanced map, which the Survivor and the Hunter can both well in that.
True.
It still depends on the strategy that they are going for.
Yeah, and recalling about their previous match, I just saw that I just recalled that in round 3, where MRC was down, they needed to bring out a map, because they did get map control at the start. They brought Lakeside. I think Japanese teams, they really love their Moonlits, their Lakesides. Well, you don't see that much when it comes to these Chinese mainland China teams, or this China region teams bring out Lakeside. So yeah, I would agree with you. I think we're going to see either, I would rather see Church, just so you can actually kind of empower both your sides, just to play it pretty safe. But we're going to find out as we head on to the picks and bans, and it's they're gonna go Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, wow.
This is Empower. Oh, okay.
That is, they are playing into Scar's favor. This seems like MSC gonna develop some strategy in this map because, again, these Ever Sleeping Town from the stat that we collected, Ever Sleeping Town is the most picked map in COA.
True. I mean, surprise. Like, wow, just property value in Ever Sleeping Town so high. No, really?
Yeah,
Ever Sleeping Town?
Yeah, I'm selling my house.
Dude, the value's going up. Don't sell it yet. Just wait for the property value to go higher.
Yeah, so Ever Sleeping Town. And it's Celia hunting right now. Celia, they have to ban the geisha after that. Absolutely exceptional game from Celia. They have to ban the geisha. Will they ban Dream Witch though? That is a question.
Yeah, I think they have to because they respected the Dream Witch in the previous match. Maybe ban Dream Witch, ban Geisha, force him to play Clerk, Bon or something. But that's the thing. Celia is actually contented with getting ties because he knows his team can go above and beyond.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, with the confidence that they were able to consistently get 3-person escape up against XC, I'm worried about XC's confidence in himself, right? And I'm pretty sure MRC fans out there can also sympathize with that because that's two consistent performance by the survivors and with additional bans and in a different map. So Ever Sleeping Town maybe opt to ban the Priestess because I feel like maybe the Priestess was the one to actually be the game-changing moments for Scars the survivors. But we see Joseph waving hello. Look at that, TT.
So cute.
I feel like your feaster's waving back.
Yeah.
But you can't see it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he will.
Yeah, banning the Iron Trinity there from Celia, so it makes sense from the Hunter standpoint because just ban the meta character and then they and then you know that Celia can play a lot of Hunter. Whichever team that MRC go for, Celia will pick a Hunter that can cater that.
A lot of fans for both MRC and Scars. Now we see a ban of Priestess. Yeah, you got to get rid of that. Seer and Forward. The usual usual bans we see on this map. So now Xiao Di not having his Priestess come in might opt for more support. Maybe lock in the Acrobat. Maybe lock in something else. But I mean, you have to lock in that Mercenary most probably. Postman and Ento. Okay, I'm not gonna make any more predictions now. Ento and Postman here.
Ento can counter Sculptor and Bloody Queen. Oh, actually not Bloody Queen. Anne. There we go. Can counter Anne.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So in this, so that can kind of open up him to use Bon, if ever that's the case. But I mean, sidesteps are still pretty good. We're just gonna have to see what else he's gonna be banning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I would love to see Ever Sleeping Anne. That would be good. That would be good. So Patient being banned.
Acrobat. Acrobat could be picked here.
Yeah,
they're still short on Rescuer. That's
they
the thing.
are. Acrobat could be. Could go Psychologist. No, but not Mercenary. Allowing Mercenary to come through. This is actually pretty smart. Now the Kwasi. We'll see if he's. Celia. We'll see if he'll be banning the Acrobat. Maybe allowing for a Psychologist, a tanky lineup, or maybe allowing another Kiter. I mean, we haven't seen a Prospector on MRC side. That would be cool if we did. It's mostly JP teams that do.
Yeah.
Toy Merchant.
Toy Merchant ban. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense because Celia did struggle with the Toy Merchant quite a lot in a map like this. Toy Merchant provides so much support for the survivor team that you just have to ban it. But then you are catered into the last pick of being an Acrobat, a Prospector, and could be a mechanic to go for the decoding type of lineup. Batter!
They want to go for support here. Ooh, Batter coming out. Interesting that, I would have not guessed the Batter would come in. So it seems like they might go for the full support strategy. Well, support strategy and one decoder. Looking at it, just keeping one Tide Turner. So this is going to be interesting to see who he's going to chase first. Again, you want to go for that Postman, but we've seen in previous matches that Hunters go straight for the one that has Tide Turner. And we're going to see an Anne come out. He doesn't care about the Entomologist. He's going to jump those bees. Cats beat bees, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it?
I don't know. That's what he's thinking.
Okay. Trump card and detention. That's quite interesting. Usually, when you see an ant play, ant would usually bring detention and confined space, or just going up in the pallet breaking department, and then try to go for the other traits such as attack recovery, berserk, and control freak. But here, ZETA seems to opt into a 3-6 build. That makes me wonder.
With this 3-6 build, is this telling you more of an aggressive build, or is it more of just safety that he wants just to go for ties?
I think it's a more aggressive build, because usually when Anne wants to get a tie, it would actually be a 6-12 build.
Focus on camping.
I'm not really sure, because this 3-6 build only show that he bring trump card and detention. There's no way of
we don't
knowing
see the web.
Where the other trait that he go for. It might be 2 point onto the pallet breaking, and we see the spawn here. Postman at the fake gate area. This could actually be the first J, an easy first J for Syria.
Could be an Angel DD. I'm pretty sure he's gonna drop the bees just for the support on either the postman. Yeah, I would say that he wants to go for that postman to start things off, because batter is gonna be pretty tough to chase early on, especially since he has all his cricket balls. And mercenary is just real tough, even though you can stun him, and it just takes so long to down. And early on, you want to be able to get a control of the Cypher Rush and just get the juiciest target, which is that postman.
And I'm looking at the chat here. So, being an Ant main, Ant is really good at ever sleeping. That's just my point of view. I'm like a 93 a 93rd Ant batch player in Asia, and I see that Ant is a great character to chase the survivor here.
And
it seems like Shouty,
Shouty getting the first chase here. So let's see if a dog beats a cat, and if the postman can go for this dog bite. It seems like he's gonna go for the bite, drops down the pallet for him to force to break it, and we see that he is running the routes here, able to send a letter here and there, so that's actually pretty good. He's gonna jump across to try and cut off the route of Shouty. He's gonna spot the red light, and now we see that excitement is actually what he brought.
Ooh, that's very aggressive. That's more aggressive than what I thought.
Yeah, I thought like blink but going for excitement here. Now it seems like the bees are gonna try to trap. Oh, but he's able to jump through it. Dog bite though, able to latch on, and now he's definitely gonna catch up. We do see that the silence was given, but the dog bite has already provided enough space for Shouty to rotate around to another area.
Shouty already at the pallet area, and knowing that Anne has a slow pallet breaking speed, he's just gonna drop all the pallet.
That's true.
It's a weak thing for Anne to not bring pallet breaking speed, because it just allows the survivor to drop the pallet wherever they go.
This kite has lasted more than a minute, NTT, so this is Shouty doing a great job. The dog bite is actually going to be coming in soon. He's going to get another cat bite. No cross available yet. This is an Ant that's starving for presence, and now in the corner he's just going to go straight and excitement, but no, the real estate to block the jump, and now the chase still continues. Shouty is doing an amazing job. 2 ciphers have already popped.
Going for a 3-6 and might be a mistake on the end of Celia, because it's just allowed the survivor just to drop the pallet.
It just seems like no way. He's just gonna try to silence here and there. We do see that he can just keep continuously looping these windows because he has no window block. He's gonna have to wait for these cats to come off cooldown to try and stop him. But so far, no stun as yet. But he's able to drop down here, so this is huge.
Could actually
Gets
jump
the hit.
Now
Double.
Get the first hit. 2 ciphers already done. I would say it's a very late first hit, and MRC has the potential to go for a 3-man. A 3-man escape right here.
Oh, dog bite, nice avoidance.
The dog go.
Beautiful. Let's see if the jump coming in, but he's still starting for presence. He silences the postman, so at least he's controlling him sending out letters. 1 cipher is about to pop. Shouty is trying to go through this pallet. He's going to be able to go through and rotate to that 2nd floor. So now changing up the levels here. He's going to drop down another cat. Nice prediction on the side of Celia. He's going to be able to get a jump. Oh, the dog bite still able to slow him down.
So annoying. They are actually almost popping the cipher. It's the 5 cipher A 5 Cypher Kai for Postman. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a beautiful kite by Xiao Di. That's why he's one of the best in the business, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and just forcing an elbow pad to be used, able to just jump through the cat. And now he's going to try and gain as much presence as possible, hitting that mercenary away. But NTT, they're working on another Cypher.
Oh, actually, Angel DD is going back to the Cypher that Mercenary has been decoding, so they will pop the Cypher. Chasing the Mercenary at endgame, I don't really get it.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's just forced to chase the mercenary because it was so hard for him to be able to chase the postman. And now Sing H is here for the support. He's gonna have to try and down this mercenary as fast as possible. That Cypher is already primed. The batter is gonna try and get the stun going on. The trump card has not been used yet. The best case scenario for Celia is to get at least one survivor kill.
Yeah, wow. They will pop the Cypher immediately. Celia still can change the trade to teleport and get the outer gate, but no, the survivor side are too scared. Yeah.
This is MRC at the height of their power, ladies and gentlemen. We do see that the entomologist just standing in there, so not quite sure what happened there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a quick pause in the action, but so far, that was an amazing performance by the survivor side of MRC. Classic to what they are actually known for.
They're going to a little bit too aggressive with the Ann build. 3-6 build for Ann. In the points of view as an Ann main, it's not a great build, especially up against a team like this, because you know, ever Sleeping Child, there's a lot of pallet. You need to bring pallet breaking speed if you want to catch up to a survivor. And going for the excitement is just too aggressive. Yeah, it's so aggressive.
I think it's more of him not providing an option select for himself if the chase doesn't go so well, because man, that was a great kite by Xiaodi. He really capitalized on that. And you know what, just chiming in chat, people are saying like, yeah, Estelle C says Anne is good on a map with no stairs or just structures, and you saw that the pallets being dropped, no confined space, so he was able to just loop windows. He had to keep relying on his cats, but you saw that the entomologist bees were able to just provide that support, and all of the dog bites were just working out so well that it kind of put Celia in desperation mode. He had to go for another target, which is Mercenary endgame, which is a kite you don't want to take, especially when Mercenary still has elbow pads to use.
I have a feeling that bringing excitement just to cater to the entomologist and the batter is just too much. I believe the Blink would have been working well there. A Blink would have been working better, because you know the cat when it latch on to a survivor and then you explode the cat. Yeah, they just got locked out their skill.
We've seen also a lot of Ans be able to cover so much ground with double jump blink. So it's yeah, it was interesting that, and I know there was a batter there too, but batter's usually just there unless there's some structure to not really stun, but just to provide distance. So it's I would have to say when it came to the builds, I think Celia didn't account for how well the team can kite, and just bringing out the excitement and also not having confined space. Trump card also, it was tough, and I think the best possible scenario for Celia would just be to go for a 1K.
And 1K.
Yeah, it was incredible. But MRC, I mean, they're poised to actually go for a 4K. There's a little pause in the action there, ladies and gentlemen. So again, if you're just joining us now, Scars did dominate so far. So NTT, if you could do some quick maths.
I'm doing it right now.
If MRC gets the 5 points, does that put them in a good spot? Like, can they? What would Scars have to do to still maintain the lead, or does MRC win completely? Let us know. And while NTT does the quick, okay, go for it.
So if MRC managed to get a 5 point, the survivor side of Scar will have to do a 3-man escape.
3-man escape to win. That's Scars' side.
Yeah.
Yeah, because 5 points, ladies and gentlemen, is no joke. 3-1 is good, but if you get 5 points, that's so hard to catch up on.
Yeah.
So that's, and they have to get
3 points. Let me see. If it's a 3 points, then actually the survivor side, if it's a 3 point, if the survivor side managed to get one man out,
it's still fine, right? Because like it's 6 to 10. If they're able to get 5 points, it's 11 to 10. So they just need to deny 1 point. They just need to. No, I still think they need to, in terms of points, they need to deny it, because immediately if they get 5 points, it's hard to win a round away from that unless you get 5 points too. Actually, yeah. You talk to the chat. I'm going to write some stuff down and try to figure things out. Unless like people in the chat can also do the math for us. That would be amazing.
Now I'm looking. 1, 2, 3. And then if the survivor side, if this match is 3-man escape,
Mm-hmm.
and the next match is a 1-man escape for the side of Scar, there will be a tiebreaker.
There will be a tiebreaker. Wow.
Yeah.
The first of the elimination stage. That's going to be actually the
And if
first
they
in
manage,
the... Yeah. Mhm.
And if they manage to do a tie or above, Scar will win. If XC managed to get a 4-man elimination, MRC will win. So the outcome of this match is very crucial, because if it's a 5-0, MRC is in such a great lead here.
Right. 5-0. If it's going to be a 3-1, what is the win condition for MRC? What does XC have to get for them to win?
5-0, XC only need to get a tie. Oh,
No,
only
3-1.
Get...
If it's a 3-1.
It's a 3-1. XC has to... 3-2-1. Let's see. Like,
all right, while NTT's doing that again, quick shout outs to people that are joining us just now. Sorry, can you say that again?
4-man. XC has to do a 4-man.
A 4-man kill. If it's 3-1. Oof.
Yeah.
That's
and it's
tough.
an immediate win.
Mm-hmm.
If
That's
it's
tough for any hunter, ladies and
yeah.
gentlemen. So while that is happening, again, just a quick pause in the action. Shout outs to Gamer Geek. We got XD, we got Kino, Fukiame, Estelle C. So big shout outs to everyone that's in the chat. Again, we're just trying to there was a technical pause there in the action. Again, we want to get the best possible conditions for these players. So we're going to leave it up to the observers and also the tournament organizers in the back to just give us more instructions on what's going to happen. But as of now, Scars is still they were leading up until this point, and we did discuss it just a little bit, but let's kind of finalize our thoughts on the matchup so far, because that was complete domination by MRC. I would have to call a spade there. Xiaodi's kite was just incredible.
Yeah, Celia was playing too aggressive there, and it doesn't pay off. He has to deal with a potential endgame up. No one on the chair. Mercenary still have tie turner, and it could be a 5-point for MRC.
Yeah, it could be.
It's bound to be. The chance for a 4-man escape is around 75%.
Nice. Quick maths there by NTT. And then chat is saying like that, don't make us do math. Sorry. Peyton, as well as I think Norton is in the chat too. Apologize. We'll be the ones to do the math from now on. But yeah, it was the way they played that was so masterful. And again, you got to admit also that they had a great game plan coming into it, and they were really capitalizing on the holes in the strategy that Celia did bring out. Yes, he did perform pretty well in the first, as in the round number 2, but here, I would say not bringing the most optimal build. We did see an excitement which was used, but then again, it just made him cover the distance a little bit. I mean, it was an excitement hit right away, so it was. It begs the question if he brought up Blink, if he brought confined space and then bring trump card and just relied on Blink, could have been a different outcome. But he will have to live with that decision, and we're just waiting on what will happen next. When it comes to this, we're just gonna hear word from the organizers in the back, so just sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. It's still a pretty intense environment, I have to say, so still give your love and support to MRC as well as Scars.
Playing too aggressive there has no pace off, and Celia, I still don't understand why he got so aggressive with the disciple there, with the 3-6 build, because that's a very aggressive build. He just needs to get a tie, and then the survivor side would be in such a great position to win out this matchup. Now it's just making it difficult for both sides.
The only thing that I can think of is that he got a little too confident in himself, that he decided to go for this route. And usually that's kind of the case, that they usually when people bring a certain build or a certain character or a survivor, it's like they kind of have tunnel vision on what they envision the game playing out. But in this game, ladies and gentlemen, in Identity 5, you kind of have to have an option select of different stuff. If plan A doesn't work, you have the rest of the alphabets to work with. So that's something that you gotta be careful with when it comes to playing Identity 5, especially competitive Identity 5. And a lot of love coming in the chat for your Feaster plushie. I got the lucky guy. It's upstairs. I'm gonna bring it tomorrow. So. Don't you have the Explorer?
Yeah, I do. It's actually sitting in the shelf. I have it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go get it later. No worries. It's the Feaster. That's a huge Feaster doll. Can I just say?
It's actually the head of the Feaster is actually as big as my head.
Life size. Nice.
Someone is saying take his eye off. No.
Oh, you can?
Actually, you can. Yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
Don't do it. You can? Like it's Velcro?
It's Velcro.
Oh my god, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. The one and only god.
Actually, you know, if you pulled it like next to you, it seems like I'm commentating with Feaster. Like put it like on your head, like face, yeah. Like hide behind the head, NTT. There we go, boom. And start to gesture with your hands. Be like, hello.
Hello. I try my best.
No, it's all good. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we still haven't heard word yet on what the call is for the teams. Again, just sit tight because, again, it's a pretty intense environment. We did see that there are organizers and tournament officials in the back to, well, give us the call on this. We're just here again with you guys, also witnessing the match as it plays out. So just a little more patience would be great. And also, big shout outs to everyone that's still in the chat. Again, I see Chu that's been here all day. So shout outs to you, my friend. Estelle sees like they called my name. That's insane. Yeah, of course. If you guys want to chime into the conversation when it comes to the Anne build, yeah, just let us know too. Estelle was able to provide us a little bit of stuff there. Ray's here. Flicker Fins. We got Nico saying that your Haster is really cute. So
yeah.
So here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. Could have been Feaster. I'm kidding. Imagine if you brought Feaster in this. Cut the routes off, man.
Could have been Feaster, yeah.
No kidding. Feaster on this map? Are you serious?
I'm actually serious. Could have been Feaster. Yeah, it would have been able to, you know, block off the corridor, but seems like, yeah.
Okay. We just heard word, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to take a quick pause in the action here in the commentary desk. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, we're going to see the outcome of this match. So don't go anywhere. More of IVS when we come back.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived Moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have known, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light. Take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be right. Through my sins I washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost. Without chances on my eye, don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt
dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night at night stood aloof from the light, down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more IVS action. NTT with Eli and who do I got here?
Oh my god, lucky guy maid.
The maid outfit, right?
Yeah,
the
the
only
maid
lucky guy outfit you should get, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. Shout outs to NetEase also for flying me and NTT to the offline finals of IVC. I know NTT also has the
Explorer.
Kurt. Yeah, you got Explorer. His head is heavy, dude. If I can't even prop him up, he just like look how heavy his head is.
Yeah, imagine me trying to prop up the Hasta figures.
Oh, it's also it's pretty heavy.
It's
And
also pretty heavy.
It came with like the cupcake, the anniversary cupcake that you can attach here. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're gonna go straight into the action. Entomologist is down. If you guys are just joining us now, it is so important for MRC to get as much out as possible because they are down a round. But an incredible kite by Xiaodi was able to turn the tides into their favor, and it seems like Celia is gonna have his first survivor on a rocket chair with detention.
Yeah, the other gate is already open. I'm actually thinking that the Missouri might go back for the rescue. It seems like it will happen. Seems like that will happen since Wasi is trailing around the vicinity of the middle area. Will he try to go in for the rescue?
Oh, he's gonna get catted. So it seems like, they're trying to prop for a rescue here. There's still a minute left in detention. Excitement is still the trait that he has. He's gonna want to try to down as much patroller just to stop just to thwart any effort. It seems like Huasi is gonna be going the long way, while we do see that there is a potential rescue to happen for Angel and DD here. He just needs one out. Detention is still in the air. He wants to be able to get as much out as possible. So I think, detention's still gonna last a while before the entomologist can expire, and I think it's a little too risky. I don't think they're gonna push for the rescue here anymore.
Yeah, they might sacrifice the entomologist. I think that's a safe call. And one man elimination is a great result for Scar, actually.
Yeah, it's still okay. So the points now is 9 to 10, right? So it's still pretty doable. It's putting XC in a pretty good spot. Again, there was a pause in the action. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, organizers, they did say in the back to just pursue the game, and that's where we're at right now. At least Celia was able to get one to still kind of...
Okay, so the point is 11 to 9.
Yes. Oh, 11 to 9, right? Because there's one. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
so it's actually...
there's 1 point.
Oof. So, NTT, I know you looked at different timelines. You looked at the time stone. What reality are we living in? What does XC have to pull off here for them to get the? What does 4K? 4K?
Yeah,
Are you
4K.
serious?
If it's a 3K, it isn't enough.
Oh
wait, if
is.
it's the 3K, we're gonna head into the tiebreaker. So
tiebreaker. So that's another. But again, I think MRC doesn't want to play that route, right? XC needs to live up to his potential. Go for that 4K and establish that lead for them. If not, if it's a tie, then it's GG's. Scars does move on. But let's check out the match stats here. And Entity, recall back, like, how did we get to this point? Like, the start of this was insane by Xiaodi.
172 seconds, a long cutting time, as you said, providing so much time for the survivor to decode. 134, 166. All those decoding progress equate to 500%, which is the one that the survivor needed to fulfill the objective. And at the end game there, a little bit unfortunate for the entomologist. They had a little bit of technical difficulty there. But Celia, Celia was still able to
and
secure that.
I mean, if he wasn't going for the entomologist, I think like the exegates weren't even opening that much yet, and the detention is really there for the hunters to potentially negate the 4-man escape. So eventually, somewhere or another, Celia would have gotten at least one. If it wasn't Angel DD, he'd probably go after someone else. And he also didn't use his trait swap, so he could have teleported and gotten early down. There's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas before the pause happened, but this is the reality we're at right now, ladies and gentlemen. So shout outs once again to the organizers in the back for keeping this tournament alive, because again, IVS is a tournament, a celebration of different regions, right? And for them to be able to pull something off like this is insane. There will be some technical difficulties, but we did power through, and this is the outcome that we got. So far, Scar is still holding on to that lead, and like you said, XC needs to get a 3-1 just to tie, but a 4K to seal the deal and win.
Yeah, and knowing the survivor side of Scar, they won't let that happen. They will try everything in their favor. They try to do everything to make the game fall into their favor. So, will they ban the Dream Wish though? Because they dealt so well with the Dream Wish, but they won't. But I feel like they won't risk a Dream Witch game, a hunter that actually is so used to playing.
Here's the thing, Entity. Also, I would say yes, they might grant it, but this is Ever Sleeping Town. This is where Dream Witch really is so good at. Moonlit River Park, Chinatown. Again, there's a lot of good places to spread out the attention of that Dream Witch. So, if they don't ban the Dream Witch, who else would they ban?
Clerk and Spider.
They might let the Spider go, right? They might ban Clerk and Dream Witch and allow a Spider game, but Spider's still pretty good. But is it 4K? That's the thing.
Is it 4Kable? It is up to the survivor side of Scar to find that out, because whichever they let out, they will have to face with in this matchup.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, shout outs to everyone. Oh god, everyone's saying like Lucky Guy X Potch Spice. I don't know. Lucky Guy was one of my favorite characters at the start of the game. But yeah, again, shout outs to NetEase for providing us these awesome plushies. I mean, Entity had that already.
Yeah.
He did. Oh, hang on. He's disappearing.
Actually, let me get the Explorer.
Go for it while I show everyone off this awesome Lucky Guy with the glasses, of course. It's removable, by the way. So while Entity is gone, I'm talking to my buddy Lucky Guy here. Where's the Kurt at? Where's the Kurt at? I want to see it. Oh, he's growing. Oh, look, dude, even the beard. Oh, he's got a little bit of the bangs going on. Look at that.
He has a Japanese hairstyle.
It's the JP player style. Wait, can you comb it back? Or I don't remember having it.
I'm not sure. I can.
There we go. That's
it's still pulled out.
That's cool. Does he have the book too?
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah, that's cool.
Nice. So what's interesting with this? Nice. Can you open it? NTT, don't shrink. Hey, it's the map where all the ciphers are at. Look at that, guys. Oh, that's so cool. With the treasure chest to go to Lilliput. Let's go. NTT, don't read it. NTT, shrink. Oh no, he opened the book. Oh no, he's gone. Where did he go? My tinnitus is triggered. I know NTT's here, but where is he at? Okay, we're done. Having a little too much fun here. But yeah. back to more serious matters, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are cheering on your favorite teams now, especially Scars or MRC. MRC, I think they laid the foundation for XC to gain back his confidence. There's going to be a lot of pressure on his side. Like you said, maybe top 3 hunters that he could bring out to boast here. Actually, we didn't think of Geisha yet. Geisha on this map could work, but I mean, there's a lot of more stronger picks though. But yeah, they did respect ban the Geisha from Moonlit. So that's another thing they have to probably consider when it comes to the 2 hunter bans that they will go for.
Yeah, they might ban the 4K potential hunter like the Dreamwitch and the Clerk, and then allow the other type of hunter, which is a Thai hunter.
Right.
You are still leaving out the Sculptor though. I believe XC did play Sculptor quite a bit in COA,
He
and
did.
the previous IVL, but
What
up
would
against
happen-
a team, up against a survivor team as strong as Scar, you don't want to take a risk.
Dude, what would happen if Eggsy actually went mirror match here and went to the An too? That would be insane.
The An is Thai hunter.
Yeah, hey, with the right build, an An could be an amazing hunter. I'm just saying, like if you kind of learn from the mistakes, who knows?
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
Right. I think if Eggsy could choose to like learn from the missteps of Celia here, bring confined space, not bring excitement, and just ban out the stunners, I think you can make a case for Ant. I would have to say that much. But then again, ball's in his court. There's a lot more hunters that he can boast. Yeah, Sculptor might come in. Clerk as well. What else we got here? I don't think Breaking Wheel's gonna come out though.
Yeah, Breaking Wheel is so weak with this new meta.
Mhm,
The chance of Breaking Wheel coming out is actually lower than we see actually picking a Feaster. So
Like I also feel like Dreamwitch also. Yeah, they have to respect ban the Dreamwitch. I think that's his main go-to, and if you allow him,
it's gonna be surprising because
It
they
would.
dealt with the Dreamwitch so well.
I feel like we might have the same reaction to what you and Eli had when Alf's Bonbon wasn't banned. Even though, like, you can make a case that his Bonbon is his strongest. I mean, rolling the dice with his Bonbon, especially when you need to win that, is a tough call for anyone. So, it's gonna be a little tough for XC. He's gonna have to really dig deep and kind of, well, I would say return the favor when it comes to the Survivor team, because they were able to get 3-person out. The most he could do is get 4K. The least he could do is get 3K just to push for that tie, but he cannot afford a 2-man escape. That is not in the cards for XC at the moment if they want to continue on in the upper bracket.
Yeah. It's a tough game for MRC from the looks of it. Actually, basically holding the fate of MRC in his hand right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scar won't allow that. Scar won't allow the game to proceed into a tiebreaker situation. I think they will try their best to go with the best possible lineup to deal with XC, because you see they did so well against XC Dreamwitch twice.
That's true. Coffee Lee says XC shouldn't try Dreamwitch anymore because it was countered heavily. Yeah, I agree. It was, but I mean, 3rd time's the charm for XC on the Dreamwitch. It's hard because this is a map. You have to also understand that in this, if a Dreamwitch comes out with more Survivor bans, what if the Priestess gets banned? What if more where'd NTT go? Okay. Oh, jeez, I thought he disappeared. That was insane. He disappeared for a second there. I got so scared. Thought I was gonna be alone here. Anyway, I thought you read
It's
the
looking
book.
down, my god.
Yeah, if you look down, you're like the little girl. It's like you teleport. Like, look, do it again.
Really?
Yeah, do it again. Dude, he's gone. Like, what? Look at that. Oh, you can't see because you're down. But yeah, that's insane. What a skill NTT has. Now he's on cooldown. So, I agree. You know, dude, stop doing that. You're freaking me out, man. Look at that. He's back. I agree with what Coffee Lee says. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for XC to rally back when he's had his Dreamwitch heavily countered. But okay, not just more bans on the Survivor, so you can take out the Priestess, you can take out like Seer, you can take out a lot of the things that counter Dreamwitch, but you're also in a map that the Dreamwitch loves, which is Ever Sleeping Town. So I don't know, maybe I would say respect the Dream Witch.
I mean, this map is also a favorite for every Japanese team. So either team can take the cake right here. It's just unpredictable. After we see the band fixed face, everything will be settled, and we will try to, find out what is in the mind of every players, because obviously Scar want to get at least a tie, and obviously XE will have to do his best to get a 3-man elimination at least.
Well, what's funny is that in their first meeting in the group stage, the Dream Witch did come out in round number 3 and in Lakeside though, and they were able to win that. The bands leading up to that, the Seer, Priestess, Mercenary, and Embalmer. So he really did not want to afford a tie situation there. So let's see, because if we follow the script of the last time they faced off, they allowed the Dream Witch to happen, and that did not favor MRC whatsoever. So I think now is the time to respect ban that and try to roll the dice in another of his hunters, because you would have to admit XE, that is his comfort character. So you gotta take him out of the comfort zone and play to your strengths. It's like NTT said, Ever Sleeping Town is a map that is favored for JP players.
Yeah, and also favored for the Witch players, so it works for either way. It just depends on whether Scar will ban the Dream Witch or not. It's a tough call for both sides. I would say let me think of a possible lineup that the Survivor might go for.
Yeah, Sail brings a point up in chat that if Xiao Cheng brings Dream Witch now and loses again, that's going to take a toll on him and his confidence. And I agree, it's going to be a risk every time these players step up with their signature characters and they don't deliver. That's devastating. So that's why you guys in chat need to be as supportive as possible to all these players, because they're definitely taking a risk and putting themselves up on a big stage like this. It's no easy feat. So shout outs to all the pro players out there, not just that we're watching now, but the ones that participate in IVS, the ones that participate in tournaments or community tournaments, because they have dedicated so much time and effort into the game and they want to showcase it for everyone to enjoy. So you got to give your love and respect to them.
Exactly, and kudos to every team for joining this year IVS. We have seen tournament in Chinese region, in Japanese region, and in Southeast Asia region, even in NAEU and Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan. So it's rare to have an opportunity where all of those regions gather around, gather in a stage like IVS, and then battle it out. It's just an opportunity that we rarely see.
I would say it's like a celebration, right? Because Koa really is the stage, but then at least now in the middle of the year, we're still able to get amazing regional matches and for them to showcase how they have been presented. I mean, it's not the entire region that's being represented, just certain representatives of each region, because the Wu's not here. There's a lot of teams also in JP that's not here, but we want to get the best of the best, at least for the representation of each region. And I can't wait to see who is going to take the victory in IVS. I Am Nas actually brings up a pretty good point here. Last year, MRC dealt with a pretty big losing streak. So mentality-wise, XC and Shouty are fine. I guess, dealing with losses could actually help you come up with ways on how to combat the lose streak. And I mean, I think NTT, you know me well, that I got a really big rank lose streak. So just a jab at my rank there, ladies and gentlemen. But we're gonna take another short break, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are doing fine and well. Again, we're just trying to get the best possible situation for all these players. So please don't go away. More of IVS when we come back.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. a fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be right. Through my sins I washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still come lost. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took the light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see. No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look to the Olita's mana mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening! We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. They cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood?
Well...
At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth: the purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
Often say the wayward sons will eventually return home. Just
Welcome back, guys, to the last stretch of the second round here with Entity and Poch by your commentator for this matchup. Poch by, welcome back.
Yeah, it's the last stretch of round number 3. We just saw an amazing match so far when it came to Scars versus MRC. Both of them are still vying for the position to stay in the winner's side of things. So pretty intense battle. And as we left off, it was Scars to be able to get at least one. Celia getting 1 K. While Scars, you know what? I would say that the 3-person escape is still pretty good. Now it's all up to XC. It's a tall order because he's going to have to get 4K, or if he gets 3, it's still a tiebreaker. So still going to be fine.
So it's either they want to stretch it to the last round or to the tiebreaker, or they will end it right here, right now. So so here's a wrapped.
Okay.
A tie or more for the survivor team, they would win. If it's a 3-man elimination, XC will put the game into tiebreaker round, and if it's a 4K, XC did the unthinkable and bringing the win to MRC.
Yeah, I would say it would be very poetic if that happens, because I would say it's not the unthinkable because it can happen. You can't disclose it. We did have a discussion with chat that they still have to respect the Dream Witch. They can't allow it to happen because there's more bans. And in Ever Sleeping Town, it's still, as much as it is favoring the survivors, XC on Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping Town is actually a big threat. So I think they have to take that into consideration and not let go of the threat that is XC. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the final stand for the survivors of Scars for them to push for that grand final stretch. Or, you know, it could be MRC's also last stand for them to be able to push for this. Heck, it could even be a tiebreaker, but we're going to find out in just a bit.
Yeah, exactly. It seems to be very intense from the previous matchup. So intense that we have to take a little bit of a longer break than usual to gather our mind, because this matchup is so full of twists.
Yeah, a lot of expectations were shattered, I would have to say, when it came to Scars' performance. coming from yesterday and today, because so far it seems like they have showed us that their Survivor team in particular have done their homework. They have gone toe-to-toe with XC, but this is the final test. If they're able to get consistent wins over XC, that means that, you know, it's I would say 2 wins is definitely no fluke, but if it's 3 wins, then it's solidified that they're one of the best in, they are, if not the best in IVC at the moment. IVS at the moment.
Yeah, in IVS, it's the biggest comeback of the region, of the global scale, I would say.
I wouldn't go as far as say a comeback. I think it's just more of a homecoming. Like, this is what, you know, it was Alf that said, you know what, we're gonna show what the JP region is all about. And Scars being one of the ones to represent that, it's still pretty good. I think Japan made a huge statement in going into the finals of Call of the Abyss this year. They're not here to take part, ladies and gentlemen. They're here to take over, and this is something that they could definitely do with the momentum of gaining a win in IVS.
Yeah, and we are seeing that the Survivor side of Scar are up and ready to go up against XC. Xiao Chang will be hunting here. Ban pick sway has happened. 3 ban for XC. Priestess, Seer, forward.
I think that's a no-brainer. Especially we've seen XC really struggle with that Priestess. He didn't priority ban it, and yeah, he's gonna just get rid of the usual suspects. Seer forward, a Priestess cannot be allowed to come into this map. Now it's interesting to note what Scars' Survivor lineup is gonna look like, but first and foremost, what bans are gonna come in, because I'm really hoping they ban that Dream Witch. They cannot roll the dice again on that Dream Witch. They've done well so far. I feel like that's enough for now, because there's a lot more to lose, I think, for Scars here.
Might risk it. I have a feeling that Scar is a team that will risk. Oh, they are not risking.
They're not. No. This is good. I agree with this pick 100%. They want to go for a tie. They're forcing XC to go Spider. Or Clerk. Something that's not favorable to XCs. They want to push for the unfamiliar with XC. So I completely agree with this decision.
Yeah, I think it makes sense also, and they're going to pick a lineup that can support the kiting of the first kiter entomologist, as well as the secure rescuer, which is a mercenary. Banning the acrobat from the side of XC, XC know that the Survivor team of Sky is cooking up something. They will pick one kiter of the lineup, and the other will support that kiter.
True. Let's see. They might actually still opt for maybe a postman. Like a patient is still on the table, psychologist. There's a lot. If they want to go batter too, if Pione wants to go back to his prospector, that's still pretty good. But they're gonna pick up the patient in the process. And now this kind of opts XC to maybe ban out a decoder just to keep them contained here in this map for a while.
Oh, banning the prospector.
That's interesting, NTT.
Might be going for a clerk here with the prospector ban. I have a feeling that's gonna happen. The Survivor side of Sky had to pick between the postman for the decoding or any other kiter, like or supporter as well, like the enchantress,
batter, dancer. Okay,
that works. Yeah.
And the musical notes right beside her. That's awesome, actually. The dancer with the music box can help with the support kite. Can also act as the main decoder of the group if she goes untouched. So this is actually a pretty good lineup, and I would say Scar is playing to their strengths here. We do know that they always want to put a dancer in their lineup. Patient also and entomologist are really risky to kite, especially if you're a clerk, or chase after if you're using that clerk. And mercenary just there for that rescue. 2 tide turners, 1 flywheel, and a broken windows. So they're trying to be as well-rounded as possible here.
I mean, I agree with that decision from the Survivor team. They want to cover all around here, trying to get at least a tie to, get a win for the side of Scar. XC will have probably the most pressure when it comes to this game, and it's going to be a clerk. The battle of the clerk.
Yeah, I would have to say that clerk matches haven't. I mean, we did get an influx of clerk usage in IVC, but now it just seems like, yes, clerk has been here and there, but we've been seeing a lot of survivors know how to work around the clerk, though we haven't seen like a total dominating performance of a clerk just yet. So this could be XC's start of that. He could be the one to show everyone that his clerk is one to behold, because this is potentially his last stand. He needs to make this clerk a 4K clerk even though like this lineup can kind of counter in that measure, because first chase with any of these is pretty hard. Maybe you want to just go for that dancer, but yeah, it's still gonna be a little tough, especially where the dancer spawns. Now we're gonna head towards the maps, well, the map spawns, and it seems like he's gonna spawn in the middle here next to the graveyard. Mone is probably the closest. Pione, oh, this is a tough chase.
Yeah, going for the patient, not good. Going for the mercenary, not all. Actually, all four of these characters are very hard to chase as a clerk.
I would say though, patient in particular, because he could just keep. He could use the hook just to get into graveyard, keep the clerk there, even though like.
He don't even need to hold the window or drop the pallet. Just use the hook and then creates the distance that he needed. So it's looking like a tough game for clerk. So let's see how XE gonna pan this out with a 3-6 clerk.
Yeah, detention, trump card. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't think he has to bring excitement. I'm just thinking back in the previous match. Yeah, for sure. He's going to want to go blink. He wants to be able to be as aggressive as possible, stop the chases right away. It's blink, yeah, for sure. He needs that. So he's running towards the center. He's going to run straight towards that mercenary. I guess he wants to look for that dancer or probably the entomologist and not deal with the patient. But the patient is the one with the tide turner, so he's going to have to be careful with that rescue. It seems like he's going to break this box just to clean up shop here, just not to provide any support. And it seems like Sor might have to take first kite.
Yeah, so it's being tricked by the red line here, actually, with an incredible mind game. For the dancer, and now dancer gonna create that music box. Oh, wow, transition right into the pallet area. We'll take the, oh my god, yeah, get the hit onto the female dancer, and not to mention there's a recording on the pallet.
Entomologist bees able to push and provide more support. Look at the distance that the bees were able to push, and now this allows Sor to transition to the two-story building here where Tsunami is. This kind of disrupts the cipher progress, but at least Sor is still out of vicinity, and it seems like Tsunami might have to take the chase here.
Yeah, going for... Oh, yeah, going for Tsunami. Now, XE has the ability to lock Cypher away from the survivor. It's looking quite great for the clerk.
Ooh, drop down. XE able to spot that drop down. Seems like Tsunami will use the bees for a little bit of a boost, but then we see the blink get activated, has his first survivor on a chair, records a little bit, or tries to get rid of the bees. But now we see this is where the clerk gets really scary. We do see that Sor is in the vicinity, but it's mercenary and patient with a tide turner for the rescue. They pop at least one cipher, but not like in the cipher progress so far on the survivor's side. There's still 4 that need to be done.
Yeah, actually, great job with that red light trick, able to caught the female dancer off guard, and also switch target to the entomologist might be a great call, because the entomologist can provide so many support for the survivor. It would be a hassle not to deal with the entomologist early on.
Pione, he's baiting something happen. He's not using the elbow pads just yet. Waiting for the last possible second. Goes for the recording hit and gets the regular hit as well. And the entomologist pop in the last effort. So that's a great count by XE. He's just got to focus again on just going for survivors. Go for safe plays right now, because the progress on these ciphers are kind of on a standstill here, Entity. Yes, all survivors are being worked on, but it's so slow. Yes, exactly.
And that's the problem with the clerk. You provide the present that the clerk needed when 4 cipher is still remaining, so it's looking like at least a 3k for the clerk.
We'll see, because now patient is ready for this rebound rescue, the second rescue that is going to happen. She's trying to record, but she does spot out that the patient is here at the graveyard area. XE has to be very careful with his next move. He wants to at least secure the entomologist down, hoping that the hook won't happen. It seems like he might have to just walk this one out, because XE able to land that hit, and now Tide Turner able to help. He might have to body block here for this entomologist to stay alive.
Yeah, great call from the survivor side. Body block successfully for the entomologist. Entomologist still have some B to utilize with the kiting, to help with the kiting. But Blink is almost online, 29 seconds until that, so
it's still gonna buy some time for some ciphers to pop. It's just that the patient is down, so he has his next target on a rocket chair. Trying to block out the window.
Can he go to the tram?
He's gonna try to go for it. It seems like he's able to provide that, well, able to catch a ride here. He's gonna try to record something here. He's gonna try to actually go hit him out of the tram. Unable to get it though, and now XE has to actually chair the patient. He missed the ticket to ride the tram. And now this is actually a good comeback, well, a good rally back. But NTT, I have to admit, his health isn't looking so well on the survivor side.
Yeah, they might go for the sacrifice as the look of it, because they aren't able to heal up each other. Shinami will try to decode the Cypher over there, while looking like Peony trying to make his way into the graveyard to force Axie to not leave this chair.
The thing is, yeah, it's gonna be, even though Monet does have the hooks to use, this rescue is really tough because tide turners have been expended. Mercenary will fall down to a regular hit, so maybe they're just feeding that to Nidus just so that XC won't move or find another target, because he's gonna have to start from square one when it comes to chasing, because Clerk doesn't have the best chase. So this is gonna be a tough call because one hit and any of these guys are down. Patient is about to expire. It seems like Pione might try to, I don't know if he's actually gonna go for it. Final seconds here. He's hiding. Oh my god, he's able to get the rescue?
The blink is available. Yeah, he got the rescue. Now the elbow pad, will it be expanded for Pione here? Charge attack, yeah, well connected.
Yeah, he did use the elbow pad to close out that distance, and Monet, he does have the hook. He's gonna have to use it early on, because like you said, the blink is ready. So it seems like Monet, he's gonna just be ready with this. He can't be too conservative. Like you said, blink is already there. He's not gonna record anything. He's gonna have to need some real estate to work with to down this hit, and unable to get the hook going. And now Patient will be expiring.
You're too conservative with the hook. He should have hook right there. He should have predicted that. Actually, already got his blink back. Don't be too conservative. You still have two hook, and you know Monet wasn't able to make use of those two hook. He will be the first one leaving the game right here. And
wow,
actually, he's one
Mhm.
step closer to the target that he needs to fulfill.
So at least Pione here, he does have elbow pads, and he will have that delayed damage. So this actually can buy some times for them to push some objectives. One is already being pushed, trying to do the recording again. XC still doing a decent job here in terms of just locking out ciphers, but one will pop in the midst of this. At least they're able to have Dancer healed up and Entomologist. The Entomologist does have an elbow pad. Mercenary has already expended the elbow pad, and it seems like XC is going to give up on this Mercenary. So it gives a wide open window for this Mercenary to open up a chest and heal up. It seems like the Entomologist is rotating away.
Yeah, seems like XC is focusing more on the cipher decoding rather than getting a target on the chair, because look at the cipher progress. One cipher is about to be popped and one cipher is already at half. So yeah, it's reasonable that XC needs to be worried about this.
Just spreading out the attention, and now look at that. The other two ciphers, the cipher here at the S palette area, or the fake gate area, is actually so close to popping, and Soar, the music box was already taken. This is actually the juiciest target to go for, since Soar does not have any drop down from 2-story and just has to work with the pallets here. But it's so scary to drop pallets because you see that just recording. So now he's just gonna lock down this pallet. He's gonna keep rotating around. He can't eat one hit, which is great. Flywheels away NTT and continues the chase.
Yeah, and now Dancer will be able to get onto the 2-story, the area that the Dancer is most efficient at kiting. So yeah, great.
Drop down speed boost. We see her transitioning away, and we see that the tram is actually blocking off just a little bit. But Soar has to be very careful because he's actually rotating towards the Mercenary, who is healing up. He's gonna get blocked out here with the recording, and now Dancer will see the rocket chair. One cipher left, and two are already primed. Well, close to being primed. One at 82, one at 90.
At least the rocket chair near the cipher is already expanded by Clerk right here. Seems like Masaru will go in for the rescue. Both cipher is almost primed. It's at 97%, as look at it's 96% after that recording.
Gets the hit, and now Mercenary is gonna go for this rescue. Let's see, they have to time this pop well, but we do see that the Mercenary is gonna try to body block. He does have an elbow pad, but the thing is, Dancer doesn't have anything for endgame, able to snipe out the Dancer. And now Pione realizes, all right, I'm gonna have to go for a second rescue. Let's not risk anything. Let's try to heal up, and let's try to switch things up. But XC realizing that, he's gonna bring him closer to the cipher that is primed.
And not to mention that XC does have that trump card. Can he try to go for the pop?
Ooh,
can
able
they
to
go for
down
the
the
top?
fencer. He's gonna try. Oh no, I think it's locked out. 98%.
It's locked out. Oh
It's
no.
so tough.
Yeah.
And now Xe actually working on getting a 4K. This is more than doable. Tsunami is gonna he tried to force it, but it seems like the lockout period is gonna happen. And Tsunami able to dodge once, dodge twice, not quite. And he has to push for this Cypher. It's still 96%, so he's gonna have to touch it for a while.
She should have been Peony coming back for the Cypher. Now it's a little bit of a misstep there.
Well, I think if he was there, he would just get Kid out. So I think, yeah, Peony just trying to separate far as possible. We do have the blink, and it's looking like Xe is going to get a 4K, living up to their name. Miracle, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely miracle. Wow.
They have the one in the millionth timeline. They were able to get the one victory condition, and that is a 4K. Xe, ladies and gentlemen, on this Clerk, was able to make the 4K happen. Beautiful performance, and we see that I think, yeah, it's just a cleanup process at this point. So I think he's gonna chair the mercenary first, because entomologist, yeah, you don't want to go for the dungeon there. So great foresight on Xe's side.
Yeah, entomologist will be able to self heal or the chair up that mercenary. So let's see if Tsunami can survive this, because
this is gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be a little tough. I would have to say. He's trying to go for the dungeon, but the mercenary, this is the first time on the rocket chair, so you got to give it up for Scars. They really want to go out with a bang here. They want to push as far as possible, but no items. Xe's already at full presence. Blink still on cooldown, but it's just a foot race already at this point. Pallets aren't going to be a factor. It seems like Tsunami, he's going to try to hide behind a pallet. The recording's already there. He's just going to go for the regular hit, and ladies and gentlemen, GG MRC. Punch their ticket. They are going to the grand finals.
Congratulations for MRC coming back from the possible loss against Scar, but they're able to change to turn things back and allow the result like this to happen. They did the comeback of the year. 5-0.
I mean, Entity, we still have 1 day left. There could be more comebacks to happen, but MRC, it's we're not billing them as the underdog here, but they did face some adversity. Round 1 tie, round 2 they faced more adversity in round number 2, but they were able to make things work. Survivor side and Hunter side coming online in round number 3 up against Scars. So that is a beautiful performance. I can't wait to, well, I think MVP performance goes to none other than Xe, because that after facing, again, we have to look at the mental fortitude of Xe. He had a Dream Witch match after Dream Witch match that did not go his way, but when he went with the Clerk, a completely different Hunter, he was able to make the 4K happen, and I can see no other MVP other than Xe. So congratulations, MRC. What a performance.
That Clerk pretty much saved the game for MRC. They was able to bring the win. So Xe, the savior of miracle, a miracle crown. Great job from Xe, but not to mention Scar did really great. And that made me think, if they actually banned the Clerk and left out the Dream Witch, would the result be different? Because they dealt so well with the Dream Witch.
With their lineup, I'm not sure, because Priestess was kind of the game changer, the one that stood out for me the most. I think if we look back at the match, I would have to say one of the game-changing moments was getting that patient down and him dying with 2 hooks. That's no patient wants to die with all of their hooks, right? How about you, Entity? Were there any highlights or game-changing moments that you want to highlight on in this matchup?
Look back at it. I think the game-changing moment is when Tsunami allowed that free hit to happen. Because she was trying to drop the pallet for female dancers to transition in, but in the process, she just became the next target for Clerk, and that's an easy down.
Yeah, that's true. It was tough. They were trying to provide that support, but you also want to keep Clerk. You don't want to feed her as much as possible. You don't want to give away free hits, and you gotta respect, especially if a Clerk is running that route towards you. Just run away, run to the second story, or use your bees to transition away. But now we're gonna look at the match results, ladies and gentlemen. This match, I would have to say, as a Clerk match, it was there have been longer Clerk matches, but this is how the Clerk matches usually that they want to go. This is the 4K type potential. every time a clerk is proactive enough to sit someone on a rocket chair, which was early on, by the way, that's when you can start to feel the presence. Because like I think it was like 3 minutes in, and no cipher was popped yet, NTT. So that's definitely a clerk pace.
And also the end game there, the clerk was able to lock the cipher away from the survivor, and they wasn't able to pop the cipher. They was locked away from the cipher, and it just turned the game from a potential 3-man endgame pop into a 4K.
That's crazy, right? Just the 3-man endgame pop to that. But that's the way this game goes, ladies and gentlemen. And also, people in the chat, don't worry, Scars is still in this. They are going to come back tomorrow to face the lower bracket finals. But right now, in the upper bracket finals, it is Miracle Crown that does move on with 14-1. Faced adversity in round number 2. A big deficit, I would have to say, 4-point deficit. But man, look at that round number 3. They definitely thrive under pressure. And now we see we're waiting for the MVP position to happen. And NTT and I definitely agree that it has to be Xe, because Xe racking in the most points. Yes, there were some excellent survivor moments, but Xe just dealing with the adversity. The story writes itself with him gaining his confidence back. Maybe not on the Dream Witch, but on a clerk. And clerks have not shown, like, they have not been highlighted as that deadly here in IVS as of late. I mean, yes, it's pretty effective, but then we've also seen how it can go wrong. But Xe has just showed us that it can work, and here we have it. MVP. Who is it going to go to? Clerk. None other than Xe.
Yeah, I mean, it's the era of the clerk. It's coming to the era of a clerk. We used to have an era of the breaking wheel, an era of the Dream Witch, and now heading closer and closer to COA 6. The clerk is making her way into the meta, and actually show the world how the clerk is so powerful in this game as of now in the tournament scene. So the clerk able to change the game. Clerk is the most game-changing hunter we have ever had in the game, because with just the ability to lock the cipher, it's game over for the survivor side, as we see.
Yeah, and I think that definitely it was highlighted here. The cipher control was insane. The way he was able to be so patient to chase down these survivors. So just incredible performance, and you know what? Give credit where credit is due. Congratulations to MRC Xe for getting the MVP award, but also give it up for Scars, ladies and gentlemen. They played their butts off here in this game, and we will see them again tomorrow. They will be facing the winners of ZETA versus Weibo Gaming. That's going to be our next match, but I believe we're actually going to have an interview with hopefully Xe, because I definitely want to get his take on, well, I want to know how he felt in those moments where the Dream Witch didn't work out, because yeah, they definitely faced some adversity today, and well-deserved slot in the grand final spot go to MRC.
Absolutely. Congratulations, MRC. Scar is not out of the race yet. They still have a chance to come back in the loser bracket. And yeah, it's exciting to see that MRC is a very close matchup. It shows how close the Japanese region is comparing to the Chinese mainland region.
Yeah, I think JP region, you know, they do have some fancy tricks up their sleeve, and they have their own meta, and it's just the styles that are clashing before us in IVS. So it's just a beautiful thing to witness, and it's really just a matter of just a battle of inches at this point. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're going to throw it to the interview.
首先恭喜 MRC 战队获得了本场比赛的胜利。站在我身边的是来自 MRC 的小程，先来给大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 MRC 战队的小程。
Welcome 小程 the hunter from Miracle Crown. My first question, you won the game, also successfully got the tickets to the finals. Now your team is just one step from the champion. How do you feel now? 小程，我第一个问题就是你们，真的拿到了这场来之不易的胜利，也是拿到你们总决赛的门票。距离冠军现在只有一步之遥了，现在你的心情是怎么样的？
心情肯定是非常激动嘛，毕竟战胜了这么强劲的对手，也是对自己的实力一种认可。
确实，so I'm very excited now because our opponents are so strong, and we are very proud of us to beat them. So my next question, how did you manage to turn the table at such a large disadvantage? 小程，我想问一下，我相信屏幕前所有的粉丝都想问，就是这么大一个劣势是怎么逆转回来的？怎么调整的？
还是放平常心态吧。 不能因为第一把、第二把的散跑就是导致影响到自己第3把的发挥，保持一颗平常心吧。
So I just stay calm. Don't let the previous losses affect me. 哇，小程其实真的，我在台下看的非常紧张，你知道吗？今天其实我还是准备了很多问题，但是这个形势对你们来说一开始真的是非常不利，所以说拿到这个胜利，好了，这跟我不用多说，主要问问咱跟粉丝有什么想讲的 ？Any words for your fans？
首先是非常感谢粉丝的支持，是不是？谢谢一直支持我们。还有一点就是，我得告诉粉丝，就是这个奖杯放心吧，我会把它放在我的卧室里的。
放到卧室里？
对，我会把这
放哪儿都想好了是吗？
我已经把这个奖杯就放在我的卧室上面了。
Okay. Thank you for all the fans supporting us, and thank you for your waiting. And I will put this trophy in my bedroom. 好的，那么感谢小程啊，今天也真的是非常辛苦。那么我们的赛后采访环节就到这里告一段落了。那么我们现在把画面交给解说席。
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. XC with amazing words. NTT, any final thoughts that you want to give before we send it to break? Well, we're going to send it to break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you guys in match number 3.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. All misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have been, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
恭喜发财.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's main event time. We have Nello Mello to bring the hype into this cast because, Nell, one team will be going home from this tournament. So the stakes could not be higher.
For sure. I mean, do or die, go big or go home. And this is exactly the kind of situation I'm always looking forward to, because when things like this happen, well, they have to play, they have to get creative, they have to play out of their minds. And, well, it's a pleasure to watch. It's a pleasure to watch indeed.
Because now it's like they're fighting for their tournament lives, right? And this is added pressure because in group stage, they did face off against each other. And the teams that are in question are Weibo Gaming and ZETA, two of the top teams. The first placer of IJL and the second placer of IVL will go toe-to-toe. This is potential grand finals match, and we're seeing it right here, right now, best of 3. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far, because I'm pretty sure we're going to enjoy it even more once these two teams face off. I'm just going to talk about it a little bit. When they did face off in the group stage, it was 2-0 in favor of ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA has been really strong. According to stats itself, ZETA has been 2-0ing almost every team. For example, NICE, they've also went 2-1 against RD. And then they've also 2-0 Weibo Gaming. So
3 for 3, right?
Yes. And it's a rematch. So ZETA versus Weibo Gaming. I have a feeling that, it feels like maybe Weibo Gaming, they're slowly easing in. So they're kind of getting the hang of it now. So I feel like it's not going to be the same as their previous encounter. I feel like this time they're done warming up throughout. And this is Elimination. So I feel like we're going to see an entirely different matchup from before in group stages.
Yeah, and I would also have to say that, ZETA has not let go of the gas ever since they started. So hopefully they have a little left in the tank for this one. Because Weibo Gaming, if you look at that matchup, I would say they kind of played risky in their picks. YMM in particular, especially at that Dream Witch match where he put the forward in the corner, then constantly going back and forth, like dropping and hitting. So it was that was a long match, and shout outs to Eli and NTT for calling that match, because that was one of the longest we've seen. So I think now coming into this, they know what's at stake. They're gonna not play as risky. They've tried out. I feel like in the group stage, that's kind of the trial process, because yes, it's a round robin, but you still got other matches. But now with a lot at stake for their tournament lives to be alive, for them to hold the IVS trophy, I think now we're going to see the fullest form of Weibo Gaming, and they do want that run back up against MRC that brought them to the lower bracket.
For sure. But right now we are going to be heading towards the team introduction. So let's enjoy it.
处境非常危险，但是呢，我们要好好打下去。我们比较想对战那个 ZETA 战队，因为上次输给他们了，希望他们能好好发挥，打出一个好的水平，加油就完事了。加油，都赢，共赢。
ZETA ディビジョンのカズネコです。今日カーズと対戦した1試合目のことなんですけど、揚げ鳥がダウンした時に、僕が確定救助を行こうとしていたんですけど、間違えてボタンを押してしまいいけなかったので、そこは反省して次に生かそうと思います。相手チームは、全員注意しなければいけないんですけど、僕たちも、負けないと思ってるので、自信を持って勝ちに行きたいと思います。
Okay. So that's a very strong statement by both teams. One is just like, hey, let's do our best and get, and that's by Young Moran. And for Kazuneko, it seems like he was very detailed. But right now we're gonna look at the band picks of the maps. I believe
Chinatown
was the pick. Yeah, Chinatown was the pick.
Similar to what we saw in the previous match. So now it seems like this is actually kind of changing things up. Because in their first meeting, ZETA did pick Ever Sleeping Town. Weibo Gaming did ban out the Red Church. And now we're going to Chinatown. This is an interesting selection because Chinatown brings a lot to the table. Not really favoring... Well, Dream Witches are actually okay, but it's so spread out. So that's something that they got to worry about. But now let's meet the players. We're going to start out with Weibo's Iron. I mean, I look up to this guy. I mean, Iron Long, that's what kind of seer kite I want to get, Nell. And when it comes to with Iron here, yeah, they always kind of pass on the forward role, but he's been actually using the forward a lot more. So I'm excited to see what Iron will be using, because usually, yeah, he's always relegated to that forward or that mercenary.
Yeah, and also the postman in like as highlighted in signature characters. But there's one thing I've never felt to notice, which is he's always spotting that smile. So you can see that he's always very confident, right? We all know that this is a high stakes situation here. One team is going home, but he's still smiling here. So I definitely feel like Weibo Gaming, from the team introduction and with how they're looking at now, I feel like they're more prepared until MK comes into the picture.
MK feeling a little sleepy. I don't know. It's going to be a long night for everyone. But MK, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, has a priestess, has an acrobat. But MK, you know what he did was very notable on the postman, especially up against ZETA coming into this, and also his acrobat. So I think like this is a team that has been kind of cultivated like an Avengers Assemble team, because this was FPXEQ's team that did come in except Hu Yi, right? So Iron, MK, Long, these guys are veteran survivors, so they're really one to look out for.
Yeah, for sure. Not to mention that there's so much praises, like you, as what you said previously from FPXEQ, and they are so strong as a team, and now coming into this new team, Weibo Gaming, they sure have a lot of things that they have to uphold, a reputation to uphold. But right now we are gonna head towards Hui, also spotting that smile, very calm, very excited. But one thing I really admire about him is his patience. Really good coordination throughout this IVS tournament, which is why, no surprise, it has been respect banned a few times already.
I'm sure. I was actually really scared that he was flipping around an iPhone. I was like, well, okay, it's a case. Oh my lord, that was so scary when he was like panning it. I'm like, well, let's be careful, Hui. I know you're a patient. I know you're a good seer as well and a mercenary, but let's not get a little too crazy. And now we have
your idol,
Long, my idol, my guy, Long here. Also has a merc, also has that batter and that toy merchant, a very stable survivor. I would say very stable when it comes to just kiting. I mean, his name stands out for itself. I remember seeing him back in FPXEQ where he lived up to his name and he was able to farm, I believe, 2 owls in 1 kite. So that's insane.
It is, and like what you said, it speaks for itself. Like he lasts really long, especially when it comes to containing hunters. But though I'm still very surprised that he mentioned his favorite character is actually Mechanic, but we have yet to see it. We've yet to see
That's
it.
true.
Okay.
I love seeing like Dream Witches, but I don't play. I guess it's that mentality. He just likes, I admire Mechanic gameplay. Who knows? But we're gonna shift. Yeah, I don't really play it, right? But now we're gonna shift things over to go to the JP side of things. You got Vampy fans out there, ZETA Win fans, and now we see Vampy coming in for the team. I would have to say, Nell, you know what? His performance as of late, it's been a little rocky. So I'm a little nervous here. Ever since, like, imagine from yesterday to today, he's always the point hunter. He comes in first, and he's supposed to be the one to set the pace for his team. But as of late, he's kind of been falling a little bit short, so I want to see if he'll be able to put it together tonight.
For sure. And just to build on upon that, he's actually one of the contributing reasons why ZETA is actually having a run in the lower brackets.
Yeah.
You can see for yourself, 0% 4K eliminations, 0% win rate. So it speaks for itself. We're not making this up. But yeah, tonight, he has to do it tonight though, Posh. If he does, because this is make or break for his team. If he does not secure that a comfortable position in the first half, rest assured his team is gonna have a lot more to deal with in the second half.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the counterpart to Vampy is Mirai, and Mirai, you know what? He's call on him to just get ties, right? Vampy, unfortunately, faced adversity. Hopefully his confidence isn't shaken. I know us casters, when we were behind the scenes, we kind of noticed certain things that could have been done better, could have done worse, but now he's in this stage. He's going to have to perform. He's going to have to shine bright when the pressure is the most. So now, Chinatown, once again, was picked by ZETA. So this kind of, I guess, usually when you go for the map pick, you want to empower your hunter. And the ban coming from Weibo Gaming. So, and they also pick Survivor first, which I think is the best choice because at least they're the ones to set the pace for what Vampy has to come in with.
I totally agree with you. But for ZETA, usually they would send Vampy out and picking Chinatown because Vampy is always known as the best of one Dream Witch. But as of late, like what you said, we all noticed he wasn't really enjoying that success. So he's been shifting away, and he sort of got like a 1K, a draw. But let's see if he's actually going to go back to his roots and choose the Dream Witch. Because right now, the Seer is actually being allowed out.
Interesting.
Wow.
So yeah, that's the thing. Priestess getting banned. So could be, it could opt for that Dream Witch, but the Dream Witch, ever since that the main body can go through portals, like they don't mind chasing Priestess first. And now banning out the Patient, allowing for Acrobat to be chosen, allowing for Entomologist to be chosen. There's still a lot of picks for Weibo Gaming to come in with. Toy Merchant as well, especially on this map, has been so crazy.
It's so crazy, especially when you don't destroy the catapults.
You gotta clean up shop.
My God, it's like the infinite loop, right? Infinite loop up to the bridge, going down, and once the cooldown's over, they just know what to do with this. I have to say though, Venti taking out Hui's go-to survivor, but Weibo Gaming, well, now they're gonna go forward with the Toy Merchant, and that's exactly what they're. That's exactly what we're talking about. That is their strategy, I feel. Posh.
Take it from us. Take it up for Nell and Poch. You gotta clean up your toys, ladies and gentlemen. Clean up the catapults. Don't allow it to come through. And Vampy denying the mechanic to come through. So this still allows for, Postman to come in. Mercenary as well is a good choice for Weibo Gaming to just have that stable rescuer on their team. So it really depends. And this kind of, you can't say that it might be a Dream Witch, but you can also make a case that a Bonbon might come out, because he has brought a Bonbon out in the past, but in a big map like this, it's still going to be a little tough.
Well, he's taking out the mechanic, so I guess he probably overheard our conversations.
I know, he's listening. He's listening. Just like the people in the chat are listening. What's going on, Chad?
What's going on?
Here. Not Melia. I hope I said that right. Albar is here. Yeah, everyone's here. So any shout outs you want to give out now?
Yeah, shout outs to all of you.
The rap, you want to rap? I know that you do these fast-paced shout-outs, man. I can't do it. I'm kind of dyslexic.
Yeah, well, we're sort of setting a comfortable mood, but yeah, shout-outs to you, Tayos, Kino, Fukiame, for being here since the beginning. Seeing a few people as well. Familiar faces in the comment section. But I'm just saying that here in Weibo Gaming versus ZETA, what was I gonna say? The Dream Witch pick is usually the go-to hunter for Van P, and some of the people in the comments are saying, why? Like, he's picking Bonbon now, but why not send Alf first?
Oh, yeah, explain that. Yeah, go for it.
But it shows that, like, in the interview itself, it shows that they're saying we just want to do our best, we just want to have a strong mentality, and they just believe in their teammates. So even if you don't really perform that well, I feel like the bond that they displayed, like, no matter what you do, we got you, bro. So I feel like that's more important than just like, you know what, you're not doing great, so nah, you're out. So I feel like that's so wholesome for the year.
Well, that's the whole point of IVS, right? Yes, the championship is there, but the whole point is to level up. And Vampy needs to get exposed to the bright lights of a stage like this and also have that pressure. And yes, you can put in Alf first, but I like the point that you mentioned yesterday, is that you don't want to exhaust Alf. And that's why Vampy's there. You want these point hunters to come in to kind of set the pace, and then Alf will come in either to ride on the momentum or kind of pick up the pieces. And that's why this ultimately is a team-based esport, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm excited to see Vampy. I did see Insolence plus Detention. So that's he wants to get full presence Bonbon right off the bat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which trade he goes first. I mean, even if he gets a draw, I think that would be very favorable for Van P as well. So maybe a teleport, easily between teleport or even an excitement. Because I feel like the forward's going to do a lot of OBs, a lot of obstructions. But mind you, if he goes for that build, he wouldn't have anything to catch up to people like Toy Merchant or even the Acrobat playing. So. Yeah.
So yeah, let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Vampy spawning over at the corner there. There was a wall of survivors that he has to go through. Yeah, the L spawn. I mean, better than the Great Wall in Lakeside, right? That's just so hard. Who are you gonna go after? And then Prospector always spawning at Big Boat. So now we see Insolence Detention build. We do see that there is only one Tide Turner in the Toy Merchant, and now we're gonna ensue the first round in the first half. Vampy on this Bonbon. I kind of miss the Monokuma skin. I'm not gonna lie.
I do too. I mean, Vampy and Alf have the same case, and I definitely love this skin. But speaking of who's he's gonna chase first, he's gonna spot out the first set of Blood Trail. Doesn't know who it really is first, but MK, he's gonna spot out. He's gonna be the acrobat soon. But hey, it's gonna be such a tough survivor to chase first.
He is. I mean, and as he closes the vicinity, he's going to build more of those red bombs. But now he's going to use the slow bomb just to go for the corner here in the ramen shop. And now this is going to be a tough route to chase because, yeah, there's so much obstruction.
Wow.
So Vampy, he's going to really want to focus. But Teleport is ready. So he's kind of taking a bit of a page out of Alf's book here with Teleport. And now he's going to go for it. He's just going to change target here. And it's going to be the Seer that's going to be locked in.
Very good decision changing targets because Acrobat can loop him forever there. But now that the Weibo Gaming survivors know that he has oh my god, the big push!
What a 180 hit there just to bait out the owl. And now this allows him to transition just a little bit, but he's gonna get out a basic hit here. So now Iron with the support goes for the stun, allowing Huyi to transition accordingly. So let's see, it seems like Vampy's still gonna focus on the Seer.
Weibo Gaming they're doing their iron defense right here. Like, they know he doesn't have excitement, they know he doesn't have bling, so instantly, like, Iron was so comfortable going for the stun, and just like that, Seer's gone, and MK is giving the Thanatos, and if he finds Chill, he's gonna be round 2 of chasing, and already 3 side. Sorry, 1 cipher has been done. So gosh, and not a great start.
Not a great start for Vampy, but let's see if he can down MK. But yeah, that's a 1 healthy acrobat, Nell. And now we see that the catapult is here. Who's leaving the toys out? Someone reprimand these toddlers for leaving the toys out. Vampy doing some cleanup here, but now he's going to be forced to go up to the hotel. MK could just easily go down the fire exit, and they are just making Vampy sweat here and chasing all of them down.
Yeah, and this is why you don't usually see you usually want to get a bling first because it's so hard to catch up to a survivor based purely based on just throwing bombs. You can see that after around almost 3 minutes into the game, it's still no one's down. Yeah, well, the teleport is up, but again, he doesn't really want to be changing targets so much. Acrobat again, round 3 of meeting the Acrobat. It's just gonna be so hard to chase up with this Acrobat. Like, even missing the bombs.
The control bomb was supposed to be the one to just chip him down, and now we see that the Seer already healed up. This is the time for Huyi to be able to farm a little bit of that owl. Not the best kiting spot, but still able to transition using the boost.
I feel like Vampy is being frustrated now, Posh. Like, he's obviously tried. Like, it's not a good sign at all when you're changing targets so much and not getting one person down. It feels, and not to mention, Iron's around the vicinity. Oh my goodness!
Wow, and you saw that he's doing 180 movements because he knows that I can't pick this guy up. If I vault the window, for sure I'll get stunned. And now we see that, Vampy is trying to focus in on this Seer. Iron is already here just to provide that support. Another control bomb did get that hit. One more bomb. And he's gonna fall down. Oh, wow, they pop it just like that.
My god. So they can easily just go for the late game kite. Even if Huyi goes down, any one of them can still rescue. Forward can do a stun rescue. Nothing Vampy can do. Iron is still in the vicinity. Obviously, they do not fear the hair without blink or excitement.
Yeah, they do not. Now he's able to go down, drop down. I mean, Iron's still just in the vicinity. No one has sat on a rocket chair just yet. Weibo Gaming is definitely putting a clinic here under Vampy's expense here and just dodging left and right. Seer, one more hit, yes, half hit, and now just going through the pallet. Yeah, not just yeah. We see him just going running the routes here. He might even kite out detention if at this pace. But now Iron, though, has to be very careful. Exit gate's already open. They go for the teleport. But it seems like the owl was able to be used.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Adding insult to injury with the late game owl. Like, you know what? I farmed it. I might as well let you hit it. So, amazing. What? 4 escape?
Holy smokes. This is yeah, the Weibo Gaming in the height of their power, able to do that. But I would have to say, though, this actually doesn't help the case of Vampy. He's still on that skid. I mean, he did move away from the Dream Witch. He tried the Bonbon. But in this map alone, with the Seer, with the forward support, with the Acrobat in the great spots, it's just infinite kites. This has to be the most flawless Survivor performance I've seen so far in IVS.
Yeah, for sure. I just feel like ultimately it just comes to him not feeling comfortable in the Dream Witch anymore, even though it's supposed to be his comfort hero, his comfort character, his comfort, because he is an S-Batch Dream Witch. He's known for that. Honestly, I feel like in this map, if he went for a Dream Witch, he would have been able to pressure the survivors more. But ultimately, like you can just see, not even at full presence, Posh, only until the Cypher has been primed. Not even a single rescue has been done.
No one was down. Like, that was insane. It's just, it shows that I would say he might have to revisit the game plan when it comes to the Bonbon in Chinatown, especially with only 3 survivors banned. Yes, you banned the Priestess, that's great. But I mean, the Seer was there, the forward was there, and also Long dropping these catapults left and right. All catapults were used to their full effect. MK kiting for the longest. I mean, everyone had their time to shine here. So it was just a beautiful performance on Weibo Gaming's side, but not the best start for ZETA.
Yeah, but you know, it's a massive upgrade from the previous encounter, ZETA getting a 2-0, but this time it's Weibo Gaming actually pulling one against ZETA first in the first half. But let's not forget, in the next round, we are still going to be seeing ZETA survivors going up against XC. Going up against YMM, sorry. Going up against YMM, and YMM, now he's under a lot of pressure of trying to get a 4K in order to equalize round number 1.
YMM actually is in a good spot for Weibo Gaming because he just needs 1K.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah. So there we go. And I think this is the best possible scenario. I mean, we don't have to think about this too hard. YMM for sure is going to bring out Dream Witch. It's the survivors, but I would have to say the survivors. We saw how Kazuneko was so insane. We saw how the Mochi is so stable with the rescues. I still think that there is a chance for ZETA to come out guns blazing here. However, if you're going up against YMM, one of the most stable hunters out there, and you're playing to his Dream Witch, getting a 4K is kind of tough because he does not have to play too aggressive. He just needs to camp one out, and they get the win. He'd gladly do that. So, and also, Nell, not to mention, you know, if this does push for round number 3, that 5 points will still haunt you in the end.
For sure. But getting just a draw, because of the position that Weibo Gaming has put in the first half against ZETA, right now they are just in the position, YMM is just in the position to just get a 1K or even a draw, and that's more than enough. And usually in that situation, it's almost always that we see that the hunters, when they're going defensive, the survivors trying to make things happen, and somehow when they try to force things, it always ends up with more than a draw. The hunter gets more kills.
Exactly, right? Yeah, just shoot. What's that saying? Shoot for the moon, you'll end up with the stars if you miss or something like that. So I think, if you go far enough, you'll be able to get it. And also people in the chat, a lot of Vampy fans out there. He is struggling. So do send him your support because, as I said with NTT, a lot of these players are, they're put in immense pressure and they're here to entertain and showcase their hard work. And this is just one chapter in Vampy's career. So if you guys keep supporting him, I'm sure he's going to appreciate that. And it's tough. I would have to say also, when it was Bonbon picked at the start, I think this kind of is a result of the previous days and him kind of losing confidence in his Dream Witch, and he wanted to change things up. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off how he wants it, but we want to find the best of the best here in IVS, and we shall move on. Hopefully, Zeta survivors, like you said, the bond is strong in them, and they want to be able to lift up the spirits of Vampy, and they will try to get that 4-man escape for him.
Yeah, but let me just add on to the previous one. After we introduce the players, because right now, Dolisu, the signature characters for him, Enchantress, Priestess, are the most played by him, and you can see that there's a lot of success in his win rates. Definitely one of the best supporters in the game for Zeta team. I just have to say, we're not seeing a lot of Enchantress games here yet, but if YMM is gonna go with a Dream Wish in game 1, I guess we're gonna see more of his Priestess then.
Yeah,
but
unless Eli Enchantress counters Dream Wish. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna see. We've seen. Yeah, I'm sure. I could hear his. Like, no, it doesn't. But you know what? The Lisu, aside from the Enchantress, he brought out Magician. He's brought out Clown, a Weeping Clown. So he's like really one of the wild card picks here for Zeta. To if the survivor pool gets thin, yeah, all right, cool. I'll get Weeping Clown. I'll get Enchantress. I'll get whatever you guys need because I'm here to support all you guys. I'm here to kite. I'm here to give any support, any heals to any one of you. So leave it up to me, Dolisu.
Also plays the entomologist, which is very
entomologist. I'm sorry. I could hear Eli say no, Poch. No, don't.
No. Yeah, I may be sleeping now, but I hear you in my dreams. So Kazuneko, he's just waving. Obviously, he's still feeling very comfortable and confident. One of the best kiters in Zeta as well. With the forward, it doesn't matter if he plays a decoder / a supporter or even a rescuer. He just does super well. We've never actually seen him mess up his kite, mess up his rescue. It's just so good.
I'm just so surprised he's not MVP because Alpha's on the team, right? That's why he's not MVP. But he's had so much MVP moments. He allows. Oh, he's asking his. He's.
Yeah.
Kazuneko just giving the head pats to his coach. Probably the head pats of good luck. But yeah, what I wanted to say is Vampy, whenever someone is kiting, he invites his teammate, kite on my cipher. I shall support with my magnets when I'm the prospector. So I can't wait to see how Vampy will perform coming into this one. So yeah, I know they're wearing masks, but I'm pretty sure they're all smiles. Now, moving on to Sasori.
Yeah, Sasori also playing the Enchantress, also playing the Entomologist. I mean, he also plays Embalmer, so maybe that's going to be put into use.
Could be.
But, but
maybe not now. Maybe,
probably.
They want to go aggressive for now.
He also plays the Magician, though. Magician, Coordinator. But yeah, we're going to see him most of the time on Entomologist. You can see that he always rescues. It feels like he at least rescues once per game. So definitely one of those people making the rescue happen. And can I just say something? His picture, he just looks like PP Blue.
Shout out to Baby Blue. Yeah, we saw him in the previous offline event.
Yeah.
So now moving on to I would say the ice in his veins, nerves of steel rescuer, Mochi here. Always with the backdoor rescues, the stable rescuer of the bunch here. Has a patient, has a mercenary. Mercenary has been his calling card of a character. I'll bring it back to when he was able to rescue out of Metal Sculptor. He was able to dodge. Not one statue touched him. No, and he was not thwarted in his rescue attempts. He'd rescue you from the basement. I say he's the ideal relationship goals when it comes to rescuing because he's always stable, he's always reliable, and he's always there for you.
Yeah, and not to mention rescuing at 49.9%, big risk, but he made it work, and so he is rewarded with good karma because his escape rate is 100%.
Yeah, that's true. That's if you rescue right before half, you're rewarded with good karma. The All-Fathers see you, Mochi, and they bless you.
Yeah, they definitely love Mochi, for sure, for his precise rescuing. But right now we are gonna be seeing a layout of all of these survivors put together. Obviously, they are taking the time to calm down, try and figure out how the strategy would work. While waving, the coach seems really, really young. So
he got head pats from Kazuneko, so he got the head pats blessed him with the gift of youth, man. I wish I could get head pats from Kazuneko.
Yeah, please give us some head pats soon. Yeah. Speaking of head pads, I just saw like in the comments as well. Even in the past stream, they were just doing meow for no reason in the chat. So yeah, so head pads. But right now, this guy means business. Not
Wow.
really smiling. Yeah,
Look at
no
that.
meow.
YMM usually all smiles. Oh, there it is. He's able
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
he's all business for now because he knows that Weibo Gaming is they're in a good spot right now, and he wants to be able to take round number one and solidify their lead here because they want to be able to push their way to the grand final. So going through Zeta is the start, and he did say in his interview that he's excited to be facing the survivors of Zeta coming into this. So, Nell, I actually want to ask you about that point you were supposed to bring up before we head into the match. Was there something that you wanted to say?
The point? Yes. I was actually I wanted to bring up the point that this is just a stepping stone, just a milestone in the player's life. Like IVS is just a milestone. There are still going to be future events. So I feel like they do not want to take Van P out of best of one because they want it's so important that they motivate him, keep encouraging him throughout the journey. And I feel like this applies to every single team. Yeah, sure, maybe winning this is super important, but again, we want to think about the long term, the future of this, because so many teams break up because of this
one
kind of
bad
matter.
streak. Or I totally get that, and you want to be able to invest in your survivors, your hunters, because end of the day, there's no other experience like this. Yes, it'll be great to have this big experience, get this big trophy, but it's the experience along the way. And this is IVS is like you said, a mini Koa, right? It's just to test the skills, and I think skills have been tested. So we'll put a pin in that discussion and now head into the picks and bans, banning the Seer, and we see that the Mercenary and Priestess will get picked up.
Yeah, but in return, the Fort will be taken out. So Zeta doesn't really care, even if Fort gets taken out. I mean, worst to worst, they already have the Mercenary, and if they want to go hyper aggressive, they can easily bring out a Prospector. But they're just gonna opt with Acrobat first. Like you can see in the previous game, it was such a good fighter. The Acrobat just looped infinitely, forcing the Bonbon to just teleport away, and always a good choice. But now YMM even taking out the Embalmer, so maybe he realized.
He's leaving no stone unturned here. He wants to go for as much points as possible. But luckily for him that the Prospector wasn't picked up. Kazuneko on his Acrobat here, not as aggressive, but he still wants to go for kites here. And we're not going to see anything too flashy from YMM. He's going to go with his signature character of that Dream Witch because it's been one of his most stable. I feel like, YMM, round one is always so strong. Then round number two, depending on the map, he brings out different stuff. He brought out Naiad, which I felt like it didn't work out quite well in Church, but we'll find out how this one goes though, because it was Zeta to pick Chinatown, so the next map could empower YMM, but for now, it seems like a pretty solid lock-in with these characters.
Yeah, very solid pick against the Dream Wish. Of course, there's no healer like Barmaid, like Psychologist, which is really good in providing the heal. We saw it before against Dream Witch, but hey, in the previous encounter, Zeta got the upper hand. So this time, round two of the encounter, we'll see if they are able to make that 4 escape in order to equalize round one, or will YMM be able to just take 1, take 2, and just take the win in game 1.
True. He just needs 1. He wants to go for 2 and more. I think Banny, the Embalmer, just shows that he wants to go all out with this one. It's going to be a little tough, though, because, he's spawned next to, in the Lantern Gate. We do see that, this is the Umbrella Gate. The Acrobat is there along with the Priestess to provide some support. And looking at it, we do have 2 flywheels on the Entomologist and that Priestess. Acrobat does have Tide Turner as well as Mercenary, so they are kind of accounting for rescues here in this matchup. So it seems like they want to have all grounds covered going up against YMM's Dream Witch.
Yeah, they have a double Tide Turner, which will make things. They have to expect this because they cannot expect just one person to make the rescue the whole time. YMM gonna be passing through the big tree in the middle, gonna spot the Entomologist really, really soon. This is the advantage of playing as a Dream Witch. The host can move really, really fast, as you can see. Gonna get that first leech on, that's the strategy, and then moving forward, Okay, trying to sandwich the story here.
Yeah, it seems like the bees are gonna get. Oh wow, at least force a leech hit, so that's an excellent trade-off, I would have to say. But now Patroller is ready, and there are no pallets for him to vault. Let's see if he's able to get behind it. Oh, and now he's gonna try to vault it. Not quite there for the ankles, and now he gets the bite onto the entomologist.
I mean, Sasori was just staying there a little too long.
Yeah, I would have to agree there. So now it seems like, he's gonna try to hit him through, but no, he's gonna go through. He's gonna try to loop back into the window here. Oh, but the Patroller able to do his job. And I would have to say, no, that was actually an early down for YMM here. So that's a great job on his side. Cypher progress looking pretty good. We're about to hit the 50% mark. So now they're gonna have to make a tough decision because we're gonna go to the basement.
Basement party, Posh. I mean, we definitely love seeing this kind of situation with the basement party. But hey, Mochi is already Mochi's already in the basement.
He's there. This could be an early rescue here. Main body is positioned here. There are no leeches yet, and able to get an elbow pad off. And now we see the bees.
Oh my god!
Oh wow, able to block here, but this could be a double down situation. We are going to see the mercenary, I believe, get leeched, and now Entomologist has to get out of the basement at least. But mercenary being down, Entomologist might go down here, so it could be a double down situation.
It is, and this is the advantage of playing as a Dream Witch. Like, oh my god, the support by the portal, but again, there's no leech onto Entomologist, so that's the saving grace for Zeta at least.
So Mochi, job well done, able to get the able to get the entomologist out. Priestess is healing up the entomologist, but now YMM probably gonna throw down the Patroller here, waiting for the main body to come through, and now able to cut off the. Can she get through the portal? Not quite.
Yeah, she has to get through. Oh my god!
The Priestess able to block in time, and now Sasori continues the kite here. It's looking pretty good, but Nell, oh my god, blink able to down the entomologist. I was gonna say, Nell, Cypher progress are kind of on a standstill here.
It is. They're using too much resources. They're supporting too much. You can see that they're expanding too much, like the early rescue, getting the double down, the portals, the bees. They're using everything. Even the body block, and you know what? Playing against a Dream Witch, you're not supposed. Two leeches on the map, it's really hard.
Okay, able to get the slow. Oh wow, able to get that interaction, but now Tide Turn is gonna be expended, but a traffic jam situation forcing the entomologist to go for that flywheel. But now we see Sasori able to just move on away. I agree with what you said. They are investing so much with, I would say, not much return in the process, because this entomologist will fall down to one more hit. Waiting out Tide Turner, we're gonna see YMM reposition the main body, and Sasori is gonna try his best to move to a better spot here, since his bees have already run out.
My goodness, Posh. He's gonna get him really, really soon here. But you notice everyone is injured, so it's really hard. So Sasori, if he falls down here, I think it's just gonna be so hard to come from this. He has to make this kite down.
Yeah, so what's interesting here is everyone's injured. They're all probably healing up. That means objectives are not moving, but then the Acrobat is here to provide a little bit of that support and that slowdown. So that does help Sasori move along here, but I just have to point to the objectives. You want to pop these ciphers at specific times, because these traits, these cooldowns of the Dream Witch will keep respawning, while elbow pads of the mercenary are being dwindled. No more bees for the entomologist. Now we'll work on a kite here at the hotel. So it seems like they're biting back here. Now Acrobat will get hit one more time. Everyone's injured.
Yeah, I mean, YMM definitely keeping the pressure up. I mean, at this point, we just have to see that, like, even though Entomologist is really, really weak, like, the bees are so good at blocking, right, Posh? But because the Patroller just goes through the bees, it just counters Entomologist so much. But still, Sasori is doing such an amazing job. Of course, at the expense of his teammates covering so well. But this is where you see, like we say, they're supporting a lot. But hey, 2 ciphers remaining and only 1 person down. So Zeta, I guess the game plan is to go for just at least a draw, minimize the loss.
I think so. I think they have to be able to just play defensively here because YMM has already sealed a deal with one of his survivors. That's the win condition for the round, but he wants to go for more. There's still a detention here. And resources, again, Priestess, she can renew her skill. We do note that he's already switched to that blink. So now it's going to be kind of tough for these survivors to come back from this because everyone is already on notice here because one hit, they will fall down. They do have anti-curses, though, on the Acrobat and the Mercenary side. Mercenary's already removed his leech. Acrobat is the only one with another leech. And we do see that Dolisu is going to get spotted out. He's going to do a little cleanup here. And now 3 ciphers. They're working on 3 ciphers. They just need to pop 2 more. And they'll be able to push for the exit gate.
Yeah, they're going to be discovered really soon by YMM. Like, you notice that they're really playing aggressive. They're not even stopping to heal until now. So I feel like the moment they caught up to Sasori, the healing should have been done. This is the only one at full health. Everyone else, 1 hit and you're down. So what can you do at this point? If Priestess goes down first, anyone goes down first, Priestess is forced to rescue. Machinery is probably going to be, not even going to be decoding as fast.
Oh, wow, what a jump. That was awesome. So now, I mean, like you said, he wants to go for either the Acrobat or that Mercenary. Priestess is the only one at full health, but also has a curse on her. So this is going to be so important because if you're able to down that one person, 2 ciphers still remaining, not much are moving. So everyone's kind of put on notice. No one wants to get anything at Priestess. Eating that hit, I think this is what YMM wants to do. He wants to be able to split push these survivors and separate them from healing, de-leeching. 1 cipher remains, so he's gonna have to go. He's gonna be very defensive with this last objective of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he does not have any more trades to change, right? He's already invested into Blink, YMM. But again, Zeta, they cannot exactly rush a cipher except for Machinery because he still has 1 elbow pad. Kazuneko's gonna be at the same spot where he kited. Yeah, just playing so well in this terrain. He knows that the moment he changes follower.
Wow. And now we see that he did silence him, but no gets the hit onto him. That cipher is close to popping though, but now we see he will get chaired. Priestess able to remove the curse here, so that's good. Main body is already positioned with the follower, so now they're gonna have to wait it out. Priestess calling onto the Mercenary is actually a great job because now at least they can go for a heal.
Yeah, Mochi is the one who has to go for the rescue. Almost hitting that, but he's not having any of this. He's gonna stop.
Oh my god!
My god! Oh my god!
Yeah,
oh my god, man.
And now Mercenary eating that hit. That follower has been placed on the last cipher. No more long portal. Mercenary will be falling down with the terror shot. Blink. Huge play on YMM side. Double down situation. The Priestess has to walk on over to that last cipher, and it seems like YMM is definitely going to get more than 1k at this point.
That's so weird though, Posh. Like, if he knows that the Dream Wish is gonna go for the last cipher, Priestess knows he's gonna get hit, he might as well just prime and run away because Machinery at full health will still be able to rescue.
True.
Will still be able to rescue. At least the ciphers will be prime. Priestess will still be able to make something happen. Acrobat will be gone. You know, at least Acrobat will be able to be rescued. But right now, nada.
Yeah, let's revisit that point when we try to dissect the situation, because what a scramble. And YMM, you know what, the overextension of the survivors definitely played in his favor. And now we see the Blink trying to cut the corners here. Priestess is going to fall to 1 hit, but no, he was able to use the flywheel. And now the Priestess has a long way to kite, Nell, because the Mercenary is far from expiring. And now we see he's going to just be able to solidify his camp of this Mercenary. Priestess 1 hit away, already expended the flywheel. He's gonna try to cut corners here with using the Holy Key to just create that separation. But now we see Dolisu on his last legs. Can he kite out till dungeon?
Dolisu knows where the dungeon is, kiting towards the dungeon, but hey, he doesn't have any more portal keys. Gonna go and rescue Mochi. Okay, so they're playing for the... Oh my god!
Wow, what? He was able to go through a Holy Key. That is a huge game changer there. If they're able to touch at least 1 cipher once this Priestess falls, that's going to be big. I wonder where the Mercenary's at. Priestess falls. Are they ready? They pop! They pop now!
Oh my god! Going for the late game, yeah. So they're just making everything work at this point. Like, trying to get it to late game, but they're not out of trouble yet because they have 2 leeches on their body.
They do. And they're separated from each other. So injured or full health, doesn't matter. Detention is at the 90-second clock. And we do see that they are mercenaries pushing for this gate. So he can tank a detention hit, but then he can just go for that exit. I think that's why YMM is just going for this priestess. Priestess has a holy key. Oh no, and now he has a holy key to use, but then she's being cut off, unable to go for the dungeon just yet.
Oh, what's going on here? I mean, okay, he's going straight for Dolisu. Machinery has already opened the gate, so I feel like this definitely could have been a 4K for YMM, but I guess ZETA should be really happy because that was a 4K situation. They got one out at least. Yeah, it's just so many turn of events. It's like a roller coaster.
It was. I think this was definitely a redemption of YMM's Dream Witch, especially in Ever Sleeping Town, where he did get 4-man escape, which is not good for any hunter, but this just shows the veteran experience of YMM. But let's kind of take it back to the scrambly parts of this situation because, I mean, there's just so much was going on. I think, yeah, when the Cypher was primed, and then the double down situation was there, it really was in favor of YMM, and then the Blink Terror Shock to be able to solidify himself. I think, yeah, it was a back and forth, right? But I think YMM was able to roll with the punches even better than our survivors here.
That's true. But here's the thing though, okay, let's just look at the match stats first. You can see that Sasori has kited a very long time. Like for those people who does not watch the match, they just look at the stats, they will think Sasori is doing really good. But the thing is, look at the graph below. Only one cipher has been completed before decoding acceleration, and even the second, the third, it was all done towards the end. So you can see that they spend so much time supporting. Honestly, I feel like if they know YMM is gonna go for Dream Witch, I feel like the obvious choice would be just to get a psychologist instead of an entomologist. But yeah, I mean, at least that's the kill if she's not getting chased first.
That's true. And yeah, let's revisit that point of just the overextension of that support because yes, you do have entomologist and the mercenary that their items will get expended. Acrobat, the longer they kite, you can get some bombs off, or if you decode, it can renew. But it was really tough because I think, yeah, at the 3-minute mark, no ciphers were popping. Everyone was injured at that point, and it looked like YMM was already kind of taking the reins of the early to mid part of that game. It did go a little back and forth, and you gotta admit, like the priestess of Dolisu was able to provide those exit strategies. But ultimately, I would say when Eli says, right, he says like overextension can break a team, and I feel like yes, it's very hyped to see, but that's just smoke and mirrors because the hunter knows I'm dwindling your resources. I'd gladly take away like an elbow pad, these
Squeezing
bees.
it dry.
Exactly, right. You gotta wonder if the juice is worth the squeeze. And here YMM was definitely he definitely paid it off there at the end there. So that point you were saying about the double down situation, I think there was a bit of a scramble that was happening. So I'm not sure if you want to revisit that because I think just if we could use that frame by frame, I think that's an analysis video on its own because a lot of back and forth was going on.
Yeah, I think I'll just bring out the point that usually Dream Witch players they always max Berserker, which is they get 3 points, they max it out. So you can see that the attack recovery was so fast, which is why the double down situation actually happened. I felt like after Mochi rescued, he could have just went further into the basement instead of just going out together with the entomologist.
True.
That way, even if entomologist goes down again, it's fine because hey, you're still good. You can still do a second rescue, and they don't need to waste so much resources trying to support the entomologist all the way. So I feel like that's a different scenario they could have revisit.
Yeah, because usually, right, and if you guys didn't notice, like when a basement rescue does happen, one runs deeper into the basement while the other one runs away, forcing the hunter to make a decision and they usually go for the one that was chaired. And at this point, they both went. Yes, it's good to body block, but at the right moment. And in a Dream Witch match, we were talking about how you want to save your resources for endgame because if the mercenary held onto his pads, if they were able to focus a little more on just conserving their resources, it could have been a different game. And that's when usually you see good counters to Dream Witch, yeah, they're playing it very conservatively, very slowly, because when you pop that last cipher, you want to make sure you're full health, you want to make sure you have endgame items, and you want to make sure that you have anti-curses ready to remove those leeches.
Yeah, you want to be able to make sure you have enough food to survive the winter.
That's true. Wow, look at that. I mean, Christmas season is coming up, so
that's true.
It's the Dream Witch season. You got to survive
It is. Not to mention, this is actually Zeta's pick. Zeta actually picked China.
Oh, you're right.
So getting that victory is like, oh my God. Weibo Gaming has to be really comfortable, and it shows, right? Because they're like, we're here to do our best, and because of that kind of mentality, it feels like they're performing much better. So. And
yeah, I think this is a huge boost of confidence on their side, especially now because, like you said, this was Zeta's pick. This was supposed to be their map, and then they got completely, I would say it didn't go in their favor completely. So this is not a good run. We do note that Weibo is going to be the one picking the map now, and this is if we push for round number 3, the points will definitely haunt them. So I think they need to completely reset, get some drinks, get some food in them or something, just shake it off and focus on round number 2.
Yeah, we should. Honestly, watching this game, I couldn't help myself. I don't know how you feel. I don't know how all of you in the comment section feel. For me, I just feel very, very tense. Because again, this is a elimination match. So 2 of these great teams, one of them are going to go home. So that's why I just feel the tension in the air. So you know what? We're seeing a lot of discussion as well. I'm pretty sure you guys in the chat are also feeling very tense about what's going on. But again, this is Zeta versus Weibo Gaming. They have their own mindsets. They have their own train of thoughts. And as fans, yeah, we can comment. We can give our opinions. But ultimately, I think as fans, we kind of supposed to encourage and cheer them on, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's definitely something. Yeah, and these players, they're not gods. They're human just like us, and they're susceptible to some missteps here and there. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've all experienced that lose streak in rank. We've also experienced like bad games as well. And this could be it. And the show of character here is how they're going to rebound from this. And you know what? We want, in a competitive environment like this, we can't help but note that there are going to be winners and losers. And highlights will be at the expense of some. And that's the nature of the game. That's what they signed up for. And the most that we could do, or the least we could do, is just be there. Be there for our favorite players, our favorite teams, and still encourage them instead of criticize them to a point that, you know, it's kind of debilitating. So again, criticism is okay as long as it's constructive. But if you're just there to hate, I don't think that's that can help out. So again, the discussions, I'm liking the discussion so far on like certain strategies and picks, but let's keep it to a competitive level and keep it on about the game. And also just continue to support these players because, you know what, this is just, like Nell said, the start of their journey.
For sure. A start of in their journey for a lot of these teams, honestly. But imagine, Nell, like one thing I want to bring up, this is the second year of IVS. We were lucky enough to cast the first year. So for it to be this big already, yeah, there's going to be definitely more in the future. So yeah, I would say this is the year 2 of it. And for it to gain this much traction, I can't wait to see how far, you know, IVS, KOA, the game Identity 5 will be in the future. Yeah. I mean, it's because of the continuous support of everyone that, hey, it's gonna keep growing. I mean, we all have our own opinions, but I feel like if you love a game so much, if you love this game so much, if you love the community so much, if you love the players, if you love the friends you made here so much, I feel like treat it the way that you want to be treated. I feel like that's the perfect analogy of what we're supposed to say. So yes, I guess that's gonna we have to put a pin on it because I feel like we're becoming uncles. we're becoming, it's gonna be a TED talk again.
Yeah, dude, Chocho called me an uncle. I'm like, all right.
Oh my god,
yeah.
So, he called me an uncle too, so.
Yeah, pick up your toys, kids. Don't let the toy merchant leave toys around.
You're young. You're not an uncle. You're young. You're still young. Come on.
We sound like uncles here, but anyway, you're young too. I'm just saying that. Again, TLDR, just support your favorite players, spread the good vibes, and also, we want to also talk about competitive stuff. I do love the insights that you're giving us in chat, and also the history. So please keep that coming. It's very encouraging. and also gives a little more layers to our research, because me and Nell, you know us, we love writing stuff down in a primitive pen and paper here. So
same here. Oh my god, we have the same.
So much.
We have the
Yeah,
same
just so much
habit.
stats. Just
it is.
So interestingly enough, Weibo Gaming in their previous outing they did go Lakeside, but now they're going for Arms Factory, and ZETA banning Ever Sleeping Town. This is actually the first time I'm seeing Arms Factory for the whole day. This is weird. I'm feeling claustrophobic now. This is a small map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. It's a very balanced map, and it's definitely a very good map for Dreamwitch as well. Very good for Bonbon as well. But here's the thing, though, something very interesting. I'm not sure if you picked it up, because Weibo Gaming banned Ever Sleeping Town, and ZETA picked Chinatown in the first round. But now in the second game, ZETA is the one banning Ever Sleeping Town again. So they don't like Ever Sleeping Town, do they?
Which is weird, because this is one of the most picked maps, right? I guess. Maybe in round number 2, who knows? I'm just excited to see Arms Factory. We're gonna bring things close quarters. This might actually bring up YMM's Naiad, or maybe even a small ranged hunter, because pretty sure they're gonna just straight up ban out the Dreamwitch. They had enough of it, and especially in a map like this where the radius of the Dreamwitch is so menacing in a small map like Arms Factory.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely love to see a Prospector in this game. If they take out the Dreamwitch, well, Prospector would make much more sense, especially if you want to go against a Naiad or go against, or even a Clark or even a Geisha. I feel like Prospector is such a good support. I see a lot of Prospector plays lately, and I feel like it's definitely one of those characters where it's so versatile. I don't know what other YouTubers rate them. I don't know what the community rates them, but personally, I feel like Prospector's like an S tier, honestly. Simply because harass, decode, you want harass, you want decode, you want rescue, you want whatever, you want kiting.
You want a cool dance, a cool emote.
Oh, he has the cool dance.
He has the best dance. Yeah, exactly. He has one of the best dance. I'm like, dang, this is up there with Creature's Scream, with Mind's Eye vibing. Yeah. Norton, one of the best characters. I have to give you a shout out too, Nell. You kind of walked me through of how Norton does work. So shout outs to Nell for showing me the ropes of how Prospector does work. But here we are going to see the picks and bans. I wouldn't be surprised if YMM might go Naiad. We have seen a little bit of his Clerk, but let's look at how the picks and bans are going to shake out first. Because right now, Priestess, not really a necessary ban, but look at that. He does not want to see the dance. He does not want to see the Norton dance.
Yeah, I think he was kind of expecting it. But banning it over the forward, banning it over the machinery, or I feel like a lot of respect for Kazuneko's Prospector.
I feel like we sold it too much to YMM. I think he's listening to us. He's like, oh yeah,
I think
don't
he
know.
is. He probably follows us on IG.
Stuns, decoding. Yeah, you're right. Ban, instant ban. No.
Oh my god.
I would say also maybe he also did his homework, because he's gonna force Kazuneko on maybe the acrobat or something that he's not used to, because he's just so good. Like usually you hope that the Prospector will get they'll have some highlights, but every time Kazuneko picks Prospector, regardless of how the match is going, he's gonna get at least one magnet in a hunter. Like in IVS, you could have so much highlights of Kazuneko on this Prospector.
That's true. He's definitely very scary, but even if you take out his Prospector, he can still play forward. So I feel like it's like you take away the left hand, he still has his right hand. You take away his cereals, he still has the milk. So why?
Well, that's true. I mean, you just can't take. You got to take away the player, not the character.
The tools.
Right?
Yeah, not the characters. But hey, can I just point out that they have the cutest equipment ever, the cutest fan signs ever.
Yeah, dude, they do. I mean, yesterday there was like hedgehogs or porcupines. I apologize, Chad. I couldn't tell the difference. Yeah, I don't know. They were saying because Alf has like porcupine-like hair or something, or hedgehog hair. And we'll see again, because like in the stickers, you saw that Kazuneko does have that carrot, because I believe that's one of his favorite skins, the forward pajama carrot thing. Yeah, so he'll probably relegated on this forward, but now banning out the acrobat. I would say pretty solid bans on the side of YMM. He's still got a lot to work with in terms of hunters to pick from. Definitely not that Dreamwitch. He has been going to a lot of Naiad, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brought that one out.
I mean, he can. Technically, they won 8-1. But yeah, gonna go with the support healer this time. So I feel like that component was missing from the first game itself. I feel like if they actually played Barmaid instead of Entomologist, that would have extended the kite even longer without a lot of support from teammates. But hey, bringing it out, and you are right, Posh. We're gonna see the sea mermaid making her appearance.
Shout out to our people in prod. Shout outs to he was asking NTT for tips on how to use Naiad. So I would say Naiad is one of those hunters out there that that receive a lot of love. You know, in even high and low level, like if a Naiad comes out, people go wild. And YMM bringing it out here and also in the previous IVL, it was definitely a breath of fresh air. In a map like this, an Arms Factory, she could definitely make mark her territory and just fill the whole place with humidity. So they gotta watch out for the puddles, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta wear slippers or pull up your pants when you're going up against YMM in Arms Factory.
Wear Mr. Bean boots. The yellow boots.
The yellow boots, yeah.
Yeah. But hey, I feel like YMM's Naiad definitely will be able to create a lot of pressure, especially if he's chasing the Barmaid first. Not directly in front of the Naiad, because the humidity can kinda, if you're caught in the wrong place, well, it forces you to transition away. And well, the 20 seconds might be too long for you to wait out the heal.
True. So we do see that the builds here, 2 flywheels, 2 tide turners, very well-rounded build. That's the usual you go for. I think this kind of plays into what Zeta had in the previous one. But my concern here, Nell, and I think you might be thinking too, is the over-support. Let's see if they will go for that, or they're going to rely on just rock hiding. Sasori is actually going to be in the midst of that trident, but YMM actually just going huge left here. Let's see if he's going to spot anyone. No, he doesn't seem to go for the... he's not committing towards that part, but Dolisu is actually going to be in the immediate vicinity, probably triggering that tinnitus. It seems like YMM might try. If he's going to go for the factory, he's going to definitely bump into the Barmaid.
Yeah, he's trying to circle this factory. You can see this is the perfect place for Naiad. Because Naiad, you see, as soon as she puts out her harpoon, the whole area, you see, oh my god.
Yeah, the humidity at 63% already, forcing Dolisu here out in the open. We know that the factory is a safe haven for survivors, but at that moment, you had to move on away. Entomologist bees are also here. We do see YMM trying to circle and trying to move Dolisu away from any of the kiting spots, but Entomologist bee is able to provide a little bit of support for Dolisu to end up in triple pallet.
Yeah, beautiful support by the Entomologist. I mean, this is the perfect example of having... Oh my god, the bling is up! Dolisu very smart not to commit. He knows that the cooldown for bling is up. YMM just waiting. But yeah, here's the tricky part. He still has a bling.
He
Posh.
does. And it seems like he's gonna build a little bit of that presence first. I feel like he knows that he has to play this one patiently. We do see that someone is in the area here, probably for that support. Barmaid's gonna heal up already. We do see Kazuneko going for the big stun here, and Barmaid has already healed up.
Okay, so that's really perfect. Like Dolisu, he's able to make that kite happen again. But again, I feel like they're kind of guessing what YMM has. Excitement, bling, gonna get that one hit, and then the heal is gonna happen again. So this time, the support allows you to get healed up straight away, and it makes sense. Because if you support Entomology is the one getting chased, well... Oh my god!
Wow! He didn't want to wait for the humidity to... He had enough, right? He just wanted to go for that down. Blink hit right away. But as you said, yeah, the Barmaid is being... I mean, that's why she's so good on any team. If you have these single hit hunters, and now we see that he's trying to ring off Kazuneko. Going for an early dash, yeah. And now he's forced to stop in his tracks just to stay away from the waterings. YMM was kind of mind gaming him there not to pick him up. Now has his first survivor in a chair.
Yeah, he kind of got too impatient with it, and he only has half a ball left. So Kazuneko has to make this rescue happen. YMM just circling the territories. Oh, okay, nice chair hit!
Able to get the chair hit, and now we do see that the bees are here just to provide some support. They want to break that line of sight, but YMM knows that Dolisu is still in this area, but forward can go for another rescue. I know they have another tide turner in the team, but now the flywheel.
Yeah, dodging that 100% humidity. So really beautifully done here. Not to mention, Cypher progress is actually pretty healthy. 3 minutes in, and 3 ciphers are being decoded at this point.
Watch it, Nell.
Oh my god!
What a pallet drop, Nell. And now Dolisu continues on with the chase, but now the bees are there just to stop the swim. We do see that the bees are getting thwarted, and now no more bees on this. Well, it's still on cooldown, while Dolisu still running the routes here, while Kazuneko is here with the support. This is the right amount of support because he's still got 2 healthy survivors decoding, while Kazuneko is going to use the ball. So going back and forth at the window here. This is interesting because that's buying so much time for the survivors to pop these objectives.
It is, and Kazuneko, all Kazuneko has to do is just provide support, provide cover to the barmaid. Because 2 survivors are already decoding the last cipher, has to last another 20 seconds, I feel, in order for the cipher to be primed. Dolisu still doing amazing. You can see, oh my god!
Wow! Peekaboo stun. That was huge on Kazuneko's side. You take away my prospector, but I do have this forward, and now we see that the barmaid dropping the pallet too soon, but they can go for the pop. I think they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, they are. They have to, because everyone else is basically too far away. Dolisu has to kite for the remainder of this match because the teammates, both gates are being opened here. Kazuneko though still in the vicinity. So
yeah, he's trying to swing at the pallet there. I'm not sure if he was going to try to go for a blink, but we see that Dolisu is the only target that YMM is going to go after. The best case scenario for him is to at least get this one survivor out, down and out. Now we see that both exit gates are open. Dolisu still like kite of the century here, able to just go for the vault, and now the terror shot.
Yeah, I mean, Dolisu has done his job. My goodness, changing into excitement last minute to the show. But I have to say, ZETA punching back hard in game number 2. So guys, they're not out of the game yet because right here, 3-2-1, 3 survival escape. Not too bad. And not to mention, I have to say, Alf is definitely going to be very comfortable coming into the second half of this game.
This is scary, Nell. I'm not going to lie because I know we're going to talk about it in a bit, but I just want to get my point out there.
Okay.
Bon on Arms Factory. Alf, you got to ban that. I maybe force out the geisha, but we'll get to that in a bit. But let's talk about that match. In YMM on the Naiad, it's his second round hunter. And YMM usually is the strongest at the start. So he's kind of forced to play this hunter. And you saw how well they were. I mean, Dolisu, I just want to see the containment time because that was a long kite. And the barmaid changes have definitely brought more usage of her in competitive. And not to mention Kazuneko with those stuns. I think we only saw the bees come out, but Patient, he kept his hooks. I don't think we saw the Patient at all in this map. I had to look.
True.
I'm like, that was the 4th survivor. Yeah, we had a Patient.
Yeah. Was there even a Patient in the game?
I have no idea.
The silent partner.
She was still with Ada. Like he was still with Ada. Like he wasn't even in this map.
Yeah,
so,
he's, I don't know, probably taking a breather. Like Eli who's sleeping now, probably. But, but hey, look at the stats because this one, okay, I feel like this kind of composition, it works really well against single hit hunters, like Naiad especially, but not against Dream Witch. Because why? Look, 215 seconds by Dolisu with minimal support. Honestly, there wasn't much support going on except for Sasori's bees, which worked perfectly well against YMM. Not to mention allowing the bees actually help, not for Kazuneko not to get the Parashock while rescuing.
Yes.
I guess that's the point. They want a really safe rescue.
And I think just the mere presence of Kazuneko on the forward just kind of made YMM second guess most of his routes, and also he was constantly looking over his shoulder because like he just sees like Kazuneko just lurking around in the shadows getting ready for that stun. Two amazing stuns on his side, so that was great.
Leave me out. Leave me out. Come on, let me go. Just let me share one survivor. If you notice in quick matches or ranked games, do you guys ever, like guys in the chat, do you guys ever see, like, do you guys ever play Hunter and then you have those like a prospector, an enchantress, a forward, like you're at the last cipher and you're chasing this one survivor and all of them are around you and you're like, oh my god, that's exactly how YMM felt, I feel. But it's just Kazuneko and he's so stress.
He's so deadly when it comes to stuns. Yeah, don't let his demeanor fool you, ladies and gentlemen. He's very aggressive when it comes to the game, and yeah, I believe it was. It wasn't even a lot of harassers, I would have to say, but yeah, in that I've tried playing those games where it's just like constant harassment all throughout. Just can you please just give me one survivor? And I think in that scenario, in that pace, in that tempo, that was the best that YMM could ever get. And now we're gonna switch things up. Like you said, we have to talk about Alf the Great.
Alf the Great.
Gandalf, like you said. I heard that.
He has to work his magic. Okay, like what you see on the graphics below just a few moments ago.
Mm-hmm.
If Alf gets 0k, which is I find that very hard to believe. If Weibo Gaming gets 4 escape, that's gonna be Weibo Gaming's win.
GG.
But anything less than that, if Alf gets 1k at least, it's gonna definitely go to game number 3. But knowing Alf, I feel like he has to make that 4k here, because in game number 3, it's so hard if you're playing knowing that you're losing points in the long run. I feel that way.
Yeah, and if he's able to get that 4k, then we're coming into round number 3 completely reset.
That's true.
That's something so important. So Vampy is going to be benched for now, and Alf is going to come in, and I'm pretty sure the survivors have put a smile back on Alf's face. He will have to. He will exactly. He will have to carry the momentum coming into this. That's the thing. Also, Nell, I have to bring up: which evil are you gonna pick? Are you gonna pick the Bonbon or the Dream Witch to ban, because they're really good in this map?
Ban the Dream Witch. I feel like Bonbon is Bonbon's really scary, but I feel like in this map, I don't know. But based on if you're just gonna base it on performance. His Bonbon got 4k more, got 3k, 4k, but his Dream Witch, not the same result. So doesn't matter. I feel like it's up to them what they want to ban, because ultimately both are deadly. But if it's up to me, I feel like banning Bonbon. Yeah,
because
the Dream Witch.
they can go for that and just not save. I think there's more control for a Bon. I mean, it's a small map, so it's gonna be tough, but. Yeah, you don't want to roll the dice on. It's tough because he made such a good name for himself with the Bonbon, right? So, do you really want to risk that, or risk him going for a hunter that is meta, but he's not that known for? So it's tough because it's Vampy that's really known for the Dream Witch.
That's true. But speaking of speaking of the chat. I think they're responding towards the being harassed by survivors. Throw Antiquarian in there all the time. Oh my God, all the time getting harassed. I just surrender.
Dude. Yeah, I think Antiquarians, even when I'm paired up with them, dude, they just want to stun hunters. If you're an Antiquarian player out there and you're stunning people, dude, what are you doing? Come on, focus on the objectives. Why so much hate, guys? This is why it's so stressful for hunters. We don't want to stress them out too much, okay? I'm talking to you, Antiquarian players. Come on. Let's not.
Yeah, but honestly, that's what makes the game so fun. But when you're playing the hunter and you're dealing with 4 harassers like this, I don't think you're gonna have a lot of fun unless if you like to be beaten up.
True. Nell, look, they do not want to roll the dice on the Bonbon. Dream Witch might come inbound. Could be Geisha, but I mean, he probably should save the Geisha for a bigger map. But now we see ban on the Seer, ban on the Forward, and now Entomologist, since Entomologist is kind of like a Priestess substitute in this map. Great job for them locking them in.
Gandalf
there. Gandalf the Grey, and his hair is grey.
Yeah, it is. He's like the young version.
And Gandalf. Also, I don't know if you saw this, it's his birthday tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, it was Monet's birthday today, and it's Alf's birthday. Yeah, so he did, like, when we found out in chat that it was his birthday, that's when Celia gave him the gift of 3k. So it's like they got a pretty big round number too. So I don't know, maybe Alf's gonna get an advanced birthday gift coming forward.
Maybe. Well, we are gonna be waiting for the picks to happen. I mean, Gandalf, birthday or not, I feel like he's just there to give it his best, give it his all, and at the same time just enjoy the experience itself. But here we're gonna look at pretty similar picks by Weibo Gaming. Like there's the Barmaid, there's the Entomologist. It's just that the 4 is missing, but it's gonna be replaced by Mercenary. So maybe they are gearing up, countering a Geisha.
Also, I think Dream Witch, if ever.
Yeah, Dream Witch for sure.
Because they banned the Bonbon. Geisha might be inbound. Also, ooh, interesting. So single hits for sure, either Geisha or Dream Witch. But that's interesting because Weibo Gaming doesn't really. I mean, they're not too wild with their survivor picks. Here might be Patient, might be Psychologist if they really want to lean into the healing factor of the Dream Witch will come out. So or Postman.
I mean, I think they can. They don't really have a lot of debuffs in decoding. There's no forward, so I feel like they can just. Oh, what?
Wow, tanking up. So this is interesting.
They're playing for the late game. They're playing for the late game because of the shovels by Gravekeeper. So I feel like they're really confident they can make it to prime the Cypher. It's just that they're playing maybe like if it's a draw, they want to force a 3-man escape. I feel like it's really that kind of situation where they try to force 1 or 2 out with this composition. But yeah, so I definitely like that they're gearing this up towards this instead of picking the Psychologist.
Right. Yeah, because as we said, Psychologist, once she's used her heal and she's going to get rescued, there's not much he can rebound with. He needs support of the survivors, he needs an item. But with this Gravekeeper, he can hold on to it. Hold on. We're going to see a Clerk coming out from Alf. So this is going to be a little tough because... wow, Clerk in a small map like this could definitely work out in his favor.
How did we not see this coming? He does play Clark as well, but I mean, should have saw this coming when he banned the Magician, you know, because
that's true. That's very true.
But again, this composition though,
it's so much notes. Yeah, I think they were really expecting a Dream Witch, and he picked Clerk last minute. But I think the Magician pick could have been kind of telling for them, but maybe he didn't want to reveal it too much because maybe if he was gonna ban like Explorer, then it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna play Clerk. We gotta be careful here.
That's true. But Clark, I definitely like this. It's a very strong 4K potential, and not to mention, Weibo Gaming has really committed towards tanking up against a possible Dream Witch. I feel like they were placing their bets against a Dream Witch, which is why there's the double tanker there. With a Barmaid and a Psychologist. And an Entomologist. So
a lot of love in the studio here for Alfred. Happy birthday! I mean, advanced happy birthday to him. Yeah, Alfred. I mean, that's his whole name. They were first naming him Alfred.
Alfred. I still prefer Gandalf, but
Gandalf. Maybe Alfred. I think is his whole name. So.
Alfred.
But I mean, Alfred sounds like such a person with age, right? Like it's Alf. So here we go.
That's true.
We do see a corner spawn on Alf's side. This is going to be a long match, and XC was able to make the 4K Clerk work. So let's see if Alf here has took inspiration from MRC's XC coming into this, because all these survivors, I would say, also have a lot of survivability. I mean, tanking a lot of these hits. Barmaid is over there at the factory area, so she's not going to be bothered by this Clerk as of yet. So confined space and detention is the build for this Clerk. So yeah, they're gonna be very careful because Cypher Rush isn't gonna be on their side with this lineup.
That's true. I guess the idea is not to let the Barmaid kite first. Let Clark waste time chasing those tankers first, because ultimately, if anyone gets hit, Barmaid can easily rotate. You know, they can just transition towards Barmaid and get the free heal.
Right.
So Alf making a rotation for the shack. Gonna go towards the 3 pallets, or the very common route that goes, but MK is going to be spotted first. Not the optimal target you want to choose. Alf still trying to make rotations. He knows that the Mercenary is heading towards the factory. He knows that someone is in the vicinity. He just doesn't know who it is yet. But hey, Long.
Oh my god, he sees the bees. Oh, just a little bit off there. And now blocking the windows, though, still able to get off. That was actually real close. You gotta love it. Yeah, just running that route, recording the window vault just to block it. And now Long, yeah, he doesn't need to be blocking these, dropping these pallets. And now he has to be very careful. Alf able to, gets the hit onto the drop down, and Long has to be careful. One hit and this Entomologist will be falling down, and that is when the Clerk comes online.
Yeah, not to mention the Clark has 2 recordings. One of the recording is a pallet interaction, so he can easily just move up the pallet or put it down. But again, it's just so far. Look at how far it is. Yeah, he just has to get rid of the bees first. Entomology is like, this is what we mentioned. Getting the heal from Barmaid, transitioning, and then now extending the kite. So really, really great communication. In about 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds, it's going to be healed properly. The kite continues.
Yeah, for sure. And now we see that Iron is actually in the area. We do note that Blink is already available, but this Blink hit won't drop him down. Now he's going to go for the trick. He's not going to fall for the red light trick. And we see that Alf, just going straight for the Blink hit just to unlock the first skill. But still, this is the power of that Barmaid, able to heal on the go. Long now transitioning towards the middle part of this map. We do see that Alf is actually monitoring these ciphers, but decent progress on 4 ciphers already now.
Oh, mind game by Long. This is exactly why you love Long. He kites long. He lasts long. Exactly. And getting another Dublin! That is looking so good for Weibo Gaming because oh my god, missing!
Yeah, I mean
the panic swings though.
Yeah, it's kind of apparent now. He's gonna record here. Hui has to be careful. Drops down the pallet. The recording is there, and now Barmaid eats that hit. So this is huge. Alf now has a huge target on the back of that Barmaid, but Cypher progress is still looking kind of decent for a clerk match, and now going for another swing and miss.
Yeah, he totally, I think he totally forgot. Wow, and picking up a pad on the way. I think he underestimated. Oh my god!
Elbow pad to that! Oh my god, the back and forth breaking ankles here, and now can go for that window vault. Gets the recording here, blocks the window, but Hui says it's all good. I'm actually transitioning to no man's land, which I feel like this might be the spot where he falls down on. It's gonna be tough because he's gonna need as much items or resources to rebound kite from. No more bees, no more drinks. It's just the mercenaries, 1 elbow pad, charge up hit will down this Barmaid.
And can I say 3 ciphers remaining, and all of them are almost popped because the Barmaid was kiting so well. Alf was so pressured and focused, tunnel vision. He did not even notice or even CCTV and do a recording to stop the ciphers.
Right.
So
yeah.
Look at how often do you see this? 3 ciphers almost done.
Yeah, this is not the way you want to start out a clerk match, but let's see how he's going to try to rebound this. This is where Iron comes in with a shovel. He's going to eat that hit, and now he can tank actually another hit. Well, he can go down shovel form, but we're going to see he's going to try to go for the hit, and Gravekeeper able to eat that body block. So that's huge. 1 cipher is about to pop. The other one is at the 78 mark. We do note that Iron will be falling down. Hui just trying to buy as much time as possible for his team, but another blink spent late in this game could be game-changing. So let's see if Alf would be okay by spending that. He's gonna get a chair onto this Barmaid, and it's now the mercenaries' time to go for the rescue.
He has to get this recording. He has to get this recording because the recording is already at 92%. But Weibo Gaming not giving him a chance at all. They're not even gonna give him the recording because if he has the recording, can easily go for the block cipher, can easily go for the fake prime. But MK's gonna rescue. Okay.
Yeah, MK getting a decent rescue here. Tide Turner, and now the constant back and forth. Last effort's going to be Pop. He's going to try and establish as much distance as possible.
He has to block. He has to keep blocking. While chasing Hui, he has to keep blocking the ciphers. He still has 1 more recording. Yeah, he's going to block it again. Okay, he's going to reverse the decoding. Well, at least he'll be able to check Hui 100%. But the thing is, he has already expanded his blink, so there won't be any more chase potential after this. And let's not forget, he also doesn't have trump card. So
and they're just gonna pop it straight up. 3 healthy survivors, and now they're gonna try to block out the exit gate here. The thing is, Mercenary could tank a detention hit. Gravekeeper has 2 shovels to use. Entomologist is staying out of dodge here. Doesn't want to be in any area where they're at. And now we see that the exit gate is opening slowly. All of them are actually here.
Oh my god!
Now Oh, he's gonna record. Okay, now we see that the Gravekeeper is here to just try and get something, but the Entomologist actually eats that hit. Mercenary's trying to open it, but no, he actually just swipes away with the elbow pad. It's too much of a risk. Mercenary might be going back, but we see that the moonwalking. This is huge. Will he use the self-heal? Entomologist is still down. Oh my God, close. It's honestly, if you just tap it, if a breeze would open up the exit gate. A bird landing on the button.
Oh, they're going now. They're going now. He should have chaired because now they're just gonna go out.
That's true. It's too much of a risk, and now going for the tie. Still though, Zeta wins this round, which is great. Again, they need to win round number 3. That's gonna be so important. Again, Alf on a tie is actually unheard of, but in this scenario, it's still building that momentum for Team Zeta here, ladies and gentlemen. So a well-fought game. It was looking like Weibo was going to win this one with how it was going, but he was still able to hold on a little bit. Still getting a tie, not so bad.
Yeah, not so bad because now, but still, pulling through game 2 is definitely very good. But in game number 3, they have to make something even bigger happen. And what are you gonna have? What are you gonna do when the survivors of Weibo Gaming bans your Bonbon, bans your Dream Witch, or slash Clark? And,
yeah, that's true. I would have to admit that it's not the best. It's not the most solid performance to get everyone on board with if Zeta's gonna win this, because point wise, I think we still have the lead for Weibo Gaming, but if Zeta could just win round number 2. Round number 3, we're just going to count rounds. Yeah, we're just going to count rounds at that point. So I think they want to play it solid enough, but it just shows that Weibo really did their homework. They knew the mistakes they committed in the group stage, and now they're just not committing to that. I think they were really caught off guard, just like we were with Alf's Clerk, because they were definitely expecting a Dream Witch.
For sure. But hey, like what you said, round points first, right? So round wins is going to come in first. As long as they don't get a draw, then Zeta will, if they get a draw, then Zeta will be out and Weibo Gaming will be moving forward. But you know what? Let's just look at the match stats first. You can see, I have to say MVP has to go to Long.
Oh my God, yeah.
The beautiful kite, not just the beautiful kite, but the excellent communication as well, because he liaises with Hui. His kite route. He's like an Uber driver. I'm about to reach this location in 30 seconds. Do you have a Dublin for me? And he got it twice.
And that's the thing. It's like those Uber cars that don't stop. They just open the door, jump in. Okay, jump out. In. Or they roll down the window, drink the Dublin. Actually, don't drink Dublin while you drive Uber, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think that's good. But the analogy is there, ladies and gentlemen, that Long and Hui's connection was so good. At this point, it was really one to behold, and I think, MVP of the match. Even though Alf, a tie game is good, not as convincing, because in round number, maybe this is them building that momentum, right?
That's true.
Because it was Alf to say that they wanted to claim the IVS trophy, because this was the same team now that we're so close to claiming Koa Glory, and now we're at the round number 3. 1 round apiece, 11-6 points in favor of Weibo Gaming. So now it's gonna go back. It's crazy to think that whenever it's the team to pick the map, it doesn't go in their favor. Zeta picked Chinatown, it didn't go their way in round number 1.
That's true.
Now Arms Factory for Weibo Gaming, it didn't go in their favor. So now going back to Zeta's corner here with a map pick.
So okay, here's the thing: Zeta will be picking the factions now, right? Sorry, Zeta will be picking the maps now. Yes. So it's very important for Weibo Gaming to decide which faction to go first, because ultimately, who wins the first half, whoever wins the first half, is gonna have a much better time in the second half. Because as long as it's not a draw, because if it's a win, then technically second half the other faction will just have to work less, just to get a win. So.
In your opinion, let's try to brainstorm this. If you're in Weibo's shoes,
Survivor first.
I would say that too, yeah, because YMM unfortunately doesn't bode so well with the late game.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're gonna ban his Naiad, even though it didn't perform as well, leaving him what to use Breaking Wheel, Photographer. I don't think he's used Photographer. Yeah, who knows. and I think Alf was still trying to find himself in that match. So it could be the battle of the survivors for both these factions, and the Hunters just have to brace for impact. They need to just go on the defense as much as possible and hope their survivor teams score the points in round number 3.
Yeah, and may I just say, the survivors from both teams, they pulled up so much. They stepped up so much. But hey, let's just look at the Chinese wordings down there. Well, I can't read half of it. But, basically, what it's saying is, for Escape and Weibo Gaming's if 4 Escape in the first half and Weibo Gaming just wins.
Yeah, straight up. And then
straight up.
That's what we want to say out there. Chocho help, or like anyone read it. But yeah, if I don't know if they're gonna play it out, but we're gonna play this by ear with how this goes. And I agree with you 100%, Nell, that you got to get the survivors of Weibo to go first, since the advantage of map pick goes to Zeta. It's tough because the trajectory of tonight is that it seems like you're at a worse spot if you're picking the map. So what are the other maps that you could pick here to help empower Alf for this Bonbon, since the smallest map is already done? There is Red Church to work with. Maybe you want to not even consider Hospital. Ever Sleeping Town is also there, but I don't think that is going to help out Alf. Well, then again, I'm pretty sure they won't even allow his Bonbon to come out. So it's a matter of comfort.
Just keep the Bonbon in the cage. I mean, the rabbit's cute, but ultimately it's just too scary to let out.
I find that rabbit really creepy. I'm not gonna lie that I like Monokuma better, but or the panda outfit.
The B-Duck's cuter too.
B-Duck is great.
Yeah.
Didn't we say that we were gonna cosplay B-Duck?
Well, you're gonna go as the mercenary, and I'll go as the guard 26, I guess.
Dude, that's gonna be so hard on you. I feel like you need to hydrate, and people in the chat were telling us to hydrate. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are staying hydrated as well, because this is a crazy match. Like the build up to this, it's really reaching its crescendo, and I can't wait to see how this is gonna culminate, because one team will be going home tonight, or one team will be out of this tournament. So it's gonna be tough.
But regardless of which team goes back, I think ultimately it's still a wonderful experience to play up until this stage. Again, IVS is not the
end of the road,
the end of all, the be it and all, the start of it and the end of it. So there's definitely plenty of events in the future, but I just have to say, as long as the teams don't give up, keep going.
Yeah, and Hanako chiming in the chat, after this, IVL will be starting on October 5 on Wednesday next week. So this is so it's like culmination of events, and now we also have that community tournament that we're gonna that is in the works. So just stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. So like we said, I think it's the best time to be an Identity 5 fan, especially for competitive, whatever region you're in. Me and Nell are in the Southeast Asia region, so we try our best to put tournaments out just so that it will keep the competitive spirit alive, and also keep the community up to date with the current meta, because like every JP just risen in terms of the rankings for teams, right? And we want Southeast Asia as well. We want all the other teams to show up. I mean, RD just making a great performance today as well in the Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan region is great. We got also Fusion from NAEU. You also got the Korea region. So now Moonlit River Park.
Oh, so they just want to make use of the roller coaster. I don't hate it. Yeah. And let's take a bet. We don't even need to bet, because it's definitely gonna be a zigzag. First station, fourth station, the ghost house, and the bridge.
When it was when we were NTT, it was a zigzag, but the upper part, like they didn't opt for the last stop, but the zigzag was like 10th, first, third station, and so it's still a zigzag pattern when it comes to this this map. And like you called Nell, Weibo Gaming survivors are still on their chairs. They will be the ones doing the surviving to start things off. Really putting pressure on Alf. I would have to say this is them double downing on. I know it's a tie, but I would say that was a good performance by the survivors more than the Hunter, because I think Alf was really put on the ropes, and that was the best. The tie is the best possible scenario for him to get.
Yeah. I mean, Alf definitely saved himself from a possible 3-man escape. Honestly, that was gearing up towards a 3-man escape because of how beautiful the kite was in the beginning, the support and everything. But hey, I feel like let's see what's gonna happen here in game number 3 because while we're just waiting, we're just looking at the trophy. I'm just thinking, Posh, like we were talking about local tournaments, right?
Yes.
IVL is gonna start soon, IGL is gonna start soon, and you realize, right? Some of the viewers are saying, "Hey, it just ended last month and it's starting again." So
Right.
this is the one thing that Chinese mainland, Japan has. They have this regular tournament,
Consistent, yeah.
consistently. So for Southeast Asia, we're really doing local tournaments. So all the support and help will definitely bring us a long way. Yeah, back to the game, Posh.
Follow Nello on Facebook for more info. Anyway, just want to get that out there, ladies and gentlemen. Look forward to that coming soon. Now we're going to see the picks and bans here. Seer, Forward, and Priestess.
I mean, it's based on history and stats, right? Like you made, I'm pretty sure you already have in your stats.
True.
But Alf didn't do that well.
They don't know we write everything down now.
We do.
We're future tellers. We're future tellers. So that, I'm kidding.
Kinda cool. I wish we're not reading a curse message. I hope not. I hope not if it's cursed. Yeah. honestly, as casters, we're just professional fans, but we do put in the work behind the scenes.
Yes, for sure.
To prepare, we don't just come in and just say whatever.
And if we're having fun, that means we've already prepared enough to have
That's true.
knowledge of what's going on. So just shout outs to the hardworking people out there, also in the back, pushing the ones and twos. So you know who you are.
For sure.
Shout out to you for taking care of us. Anyway, we're gonna go back into the picks here. MK, oh my gosh, Toy Merchant. This is gonna be so annoying.
Yeah, and it is. And you know why they're highlighting Long? Because he's the one that's gonna play Toy Merchant again.
I knew it.
He's like,
Toy Merchant just setting up the catapult in third or second stop, and just seems like he could possibly go for.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just thinking he doesn't ban Embalmer. That would be really weird because this map is so good for Embalmer as well.
Usually the last bands go for Embalmer, right? Because that's their last ditch effort to secure at least, just a tie or at least one secured person rescued. So we've seen a lot of amazing Embalmer plays, but now just leaning in on this Barmaid. So they're kind of thinking maybe he's gonna bring out the Dream Witch here. So just covering that as much. So we'll see what Alf will opt for.
But Barmaid is technically really good, even if it's in this map, even if it's not Dream Witch. I feel like it's technically good because if you have the train station ready, you get hit, you heal up, you ride the tram. By the time the tram reaches the other station, you're healed up.
You're healed. That's insane because usually when you go to amusement parks and you're bringing Dublin and you're drinking it, no, you cannot ride, sir. This ride would make you more dizzy. You cannot do this.
True. And another factor, you must be this tall.
This
to
tall.
ride.
And
and that's why the Toy Merchant exists because
just boost it. Yeah, that's true. Would you happen to know who's the shortest survivor? I mean, I know it's gonna be Kurt. I know it's gonna be the Explorer when he goes down, but
Conan.
It's
Conan's the shortest survivor.
That is true. Jeez, that makes sense. All right, you got me there. No, checkmate. Alf on the Dream Witch. He's gonna play into this role. It's gonna be tough because I would say, like, based on what I've seen in his IJL finals, where he did bring out like a plethora of hunters, his Sculptor was the one to be the hunter that didn't net him as much points. Dream Witch, though, yeah, it's pretty stable. In a map like this, it's gonna be a little hard, especially since there's no Priestess. They're gonna have to play around the coaster. They're gonna have to play with the catapults of the Toy Merchant. But I'm sure Weibo Gaming, they've faced a lot of Dream Witches, so let's see if they face the Dream Witch like Alf.
This lineup counters Dream Witch so much, though. Machinery,
it does.
Away, the catapults, the acrobat bombs, and not to mention the Barmaid. Oh my god, this is such a hard game for Alf, I have to say. Like, even if he plays perfectly. So that's a pretty interesting starting point.
big zigzags. Yeah, and the starting point over here next to the is that the? I always confuse this. Is that working carousel or the working carousel? Okay.
Workstation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, oof, this is tough because Acrobat fourth stop is a tough chase. He's got good jump spots. Depends on the route that Alf is gonna run, and also the trait. I'm pretty sure, it's gonna be Patroller. I know we like the Blink Dream Witch, but we've been seeing a lot of survivors just counter that as much as possible. Even though they know how to counter Patroller, if he brings the Blink out, which again it could be a little, reminiscent of Silk or Vampy, he needs to be very purposeful with it.
Oh, he's not going for the Acrobat. He's going for long straight away. I mean, that makes sense. Fourth station is just so strong.
I do note though that he was able to throw a magic wand into the working carousel side, so that could be in the future. He does get another drink off to the mercenary, but now this is the last we'll see of the toy merchant. Long,
my God,
not really living up to his name, but that just shows how good Alf is.
Short kite. But again, it comes to, that's why the hunter's trait is so important. He just comes to Long not being prepared for the bling build. He definitely thought that it was a patroller. But again, it's just so risky at this point, and that's why the downfall, the Dublin strategy didn't really work with the. And now Acrobat's the one taking the second kite.
So we do have some good resources, I would have to say. Mercenary picked up the magic wand that the toy merchant threw down. There's one cipher that's on the way, but 3 ciphers still remaining. So this next kite, or this next survivor that Alf will have to work on, this next Alf, which I'm guessing is going to be MK, he's going to have to make this kite count, because he's going to have to make up for the lost time that that did happen on that early down. Slow bomb just to provide that a little bit of distance, but now just going for the main body hit. Able to just negate that whiff of that because of the flywheel and getting that regular hit. Now Acrobat will get leeched.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to fly with the first time, but it's not gonna work the second time. MK trying to make it work. Oh my God, the blink! He blinked right across the firebomb.
He doesn't care if he's going to go through the fire and flames. He wants to be able to down MK. So now this forces Iron to go for the rescue. No more tide turners. So this is going to be a little tough since the last Cypher is yet to reach that 50% mark. So Iron is going to get spotted out here. How are they going to play this one out?
Yeah, he's just going to take that hit onto his face. Going to rescue straight away. But my God, why? Iron
down? Okay, forcing attack recovery. This is actually, yeah, I'm not necessarily sure I agree with this because the Acrobat, I mean, yes, providing the distance, but he does have a leech on him and Iron's going to fall down. Alf realizing that, he's going to go straight up and see where the barmaid is at and he's going to just leech. He's going to watch this. He's going to at least camp out this Cypher here now.
I don't think he should have done that. He knows that there's a leech onto MK. So even if you do that and the hunter focuses on you, doesn't matter because the leech is gonna find MK no matter what.
Alf
follow.
Yeah, he's actually primed to get even more than just the tie. This is gonna be huge. Acrobat, Acrobat picked up a leech here and now just destroying the catapult. Acrobat, not much resources. It's the barmaid that has to go for this rescue. Oh, the blink hit! That one registered. So this is huge. 4K inbound for Alf.
My goodness, Alf. We doubted his Dream Wish in this map, but he's making everyone here a believer.
I'm gonna have a knife and a fork. I'm eating my words here now. This is definitely, I'm definitely never doubting Alf's Dream Wish and Moonlit ever again. Iron has to be very careful. All of them are injured, and now we're gonna see a blink to the main body here, just so Huyi will get leached out. We do see that he is stuck in a pretty tough spot here, able to get the broken windows boost to go and transition towards the second floor. And now it seems like all the survivors are up, but the barmaid falls down once again.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna pick up the barmaid and then maybe use the host to try and find MK again. Yeah, he's just gonna bring the follower around. I think he realizes that as long as he gets the Acrobat down, well, he has already lost his self-heal. So that will give him enough time to stop the Cypher from being decoded and just get another survivor out. So
this is gonna be crazy, you know. I feel the 4K might be inbound here since these survivors, yes, no leeches, but resource-wise, not looking too good. And now they're gonna actually, one is gonna get a leech. That is gonna be successfully, yeah, it's the barmaid that will get leeched. So it's gonna be tough to go for even a rescue here. So it seems like he's gonna have to spread his attention a little too much here. MK just being in the vicinity, he's gonna try to gain the attention while Iron will work on that Cypher. I think they're gonna just sacrifice the barmaid at this point.
They should. I think they could still go for a draw if they sacrifice the barmaid here, but I don't think they. Well, the Cypher's almost prime. It's already prime. Oh my God! Oh no! The blow killer. Okay, I eat that guy once again.
Yeah, here, have a fork. Here, have a fork, Mel. Like, we're just eating our words here. Alf, never doubt, always trust, fam. On God here. Alf able to make this Dream Witch in Moonlit work. Gandalf, yeah. Gandalf the White now, right? That's when he came back. He came back to save everyone.
My God, Gandalf the White.
The Balrog was nothing for Gandalf. Sorry, we're just Lord of the Rings fans, ladies and gentlemen. And now this is gonna be tough. Like 2 survivors left. This is gonna be just a cleanup for Alf at this point. It's just business as usual. We see that Alf, he's just gonna make sure that he's waiting for the abnormal. Can I just say, Tomie has like the best abnormal. He just kicks it, dude.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
IVS has a magic wand, so he's already expanded the magic wand. So there's nothing really, anything that he can do to stop the Dream Wish from purchasing. But you know, another leech onto MK. Both ciphers are, you know, not even prime, so it looks really hard. Oh wait.
Nice drop on the pallet just to create a little bit of the separation. We do note that Alf is positioning his body right in the middle here, right near that cipher and to that 2-story part. They might have to look for another one because at this point it's really tough. MK is gonna have to just provide as much, just get the attention as much as possible. They know he has the abnormal. Acrobat can kite for a while here at 4th stop since he does have a pretty good jump spot and still 2 pallets to work with. Now we see that the mercenary did open up a chest for that syringe. MK able to go for a distance here and now just going for the pallet. This is going to be huge for MK, still providing that support while the mercenary is healing up.
This is why you see, like, when Dream Witch gets to full presence, you can see that the area is so big. She just needs to stand in the middle and her spawn follower can easily camp. the last cipher in the haunted house, and easily used another follower to just chase Acrobat. So another abnormal into the head. My God, this is a very torturing game for Weibo.
Yeah.
Gaming.
I mean, we thought it was gonna be a long match because of Joseph, but no, abnormal Dream Witch could make you lose hope in the survivor side. But leave it to Weibo Gaming to keep fighting here. I'm pretty sure the comms are still on point here. They just gotta stay calm and collected. We do see like Mercenary did pick up a tiny syringe and also the Magician's Wand. He's waiting for the flywheel to drop pallet. What a sequence there by MK.
That's true. But here's the thing though. Like Iron, he's gonna heal up, he's gonna try and finish Cypher, but he's gonna instantly be leeched. So Alf is doing a really great job. Like he's just playing defense so well. Defense while doing offense at the same time. But for Weibo Gaming, the saving grace is they know that Alf doesn't have Blink anymore. And you know that a Dream Witch chasing on foot, it's not gonna be easy.
True. We do see that Mercenary has already used up the entire, he's, oh my gosh, he might go abnormal again, but he has removed the leech. Acrobat is actually primed to remove that leech as well. So this is going to be huge. Acrobat is the only one with that leech that is available. And I mean, at this point, it's a very tense moment and none of them want to touch these ciphers just yet. But note with abnormal, as you keep using it, the less and less it actually goes down. So
That's
MK
true.
having the kite of his life here, and he's at half health now, and he's also kiting with a leech on him.
Oh my God! And you can see like a follower chasing on foot. It's not the best result, right? The attention, the division of focus. My God! I'm finally down. Oh my God!
And this just solidifies the momentum of Alf now. Going for the Mercenary now, we see that the Mercenary does have a leech, has a magic wand, waiting for the Acrobat to get up. So it seems like Mercenary is still just providing time, but it's kind of a checkmate situation. He's going to block out the stairs here, and now he's just waiting for him to actually go down. This is the definition of a slide sandwich. And now just going for the slide right away, but has to tank that hit.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful, but he's gonna get that rescue. He's gonna get that. He's gonna get that heal up. But it doesn't matter because MK. Another Tyrant Shot.
Deja vu. Same window, same sequence of events. But Acrobat's still holding on to that. Oh wait, did he use the self heal already? No. Oh, he did.
Acrobat did, but Mercenary just healed him. Healed him, got up, but got down again. Iron. Honestly, at this point, they're just delaying the inevitable. I feel,
And there it is. That's gonna solidify the GGs. Acrobat accordingly. 4K. No, this is.
My God.
I think it's all tied up at this point.
This is.
Yeah.
Gandalf 4K. My God, from a practical sweep in game 1. Like getting a 0K into a 2K in game 2 and finally a 4K in game 3. Alf has done his job.
He has, and look at that. He's not celebrating just yet because he knows the pressure is still there for his survivor team. He's gonna go back. He's gonna at least shake everyone's hand and say, "I did what I could. They shall not pass for now." And now it's YMM's turn to try and tiebreaker could be inbound here now.
No, that's not gonna happen.
No, you think? Okay, all right.
The reason why is because if YMM gets a 4K, drawing round number 3, it's gonna come to points calculation, and based on points, Weibo Gaming has the advantage because of the 8-1 in game 1, right? Remember? So if it comes to that, it's gonna be points calculation. So maybe that's why Alf isn't celebrating yet, because if YMM gets a 4K, bringing it into a draw, it's going to go into points calculation and Weibo Gaming is going to win.
As of now, and maybe people in the back could chime in here or put up the scoreboard, but I think as of now, I think they're tied up in points. But we'll get to that in a bit. Weibo Gaming here and ZETA, the stats. The Dream Witch here, ladies and gentlemen, of Alf, not to be doubted ever again. It's I can't believe we were actually saying those things. How dare we? How dare we blaspheme the Dream Witch of Alf? Again, I'm eating my words here. Again, there was nothing to worry about. Alf knew what he was doing. He was able to get. I mean, it was the blink at third stop that really solidified himself. It was going out really well, but I mean, for Long to kite under 60 seconds, that's really not that's not what he's known for. For Alf to do that was incredible.
It is. Not to mention that less than 60 seconds and dying in after being rescued twice. So technically he was part of the time that he was kiting was also on the chair. So I feel like if Long actually pulled off that jump the second time, the third stop, Alf would have been in serious trouble. But
could have been. Yeah, that's another one of those hinge point moments in the beautiful game of Identity 5 that could turn into anyone's favor. I mean, triple digits on Iron and MK, who were the last survivors, but like you said, it's inevitable for him to get that 4K, and Alf living up to it. I mean, a little delayed here. The Clerk match was just the warm-up, and now he's able to come to his full form here. 3 to 4 survivors out is his usual. That's the Alf special, and
specialty.
Yeah, it's the specialty, man. He loves that 5 points that he can bring to his team. So I can't wait. Now it's YMM's turn. But the thing is, Dreamwitch is definitely going to get banned in this map for YMM. So what's he going to play? Yeah, for sure. So yeah, see, we're all tied up. So if YMM ties this game, we're gonna go for a tiebreaker. Right? Because look, they're tied up in round 1. Look, round points. How does it... Sorry, what?
Sorry, I'm just stuck. Wait.
So Zeta would win. Zeta's going to win because of the round points. Right. Okay. All right, cool. Keep forgetting that. All right. So YMM needs to get a 5. Oh, my God.
Even if he gets a 5-0, they're still going to lose. Sorry.
No. This is where
they're going to win. 5-0, they're going to win. Because
Yeah.
the absolute one situation Zeta cannot allow is a draw. So that's why Alf wasn't celebrating, because he knows he get the maximum point of 5 points. But if YMM also gets 5 points, it's still a draw. And if it's a draw, Weibo Gaming wins. So it's very simple. Zeta just needs one survivor out. Just needs one survivor out.
That's a tall order for YMM. He needs to go plus Ultra in this next one. YMM the Great, I don't know if he has a counterpart to Alf the Great here. That's going to be insane. So, thank you for the math again, people in the back, and also Nell there. That's tough because like we're looking at the hunters that he can use, right? Geisha's going to get banned most likely, like you said. Also Dreamwitch. So he plays Naiad in a big map like this. That's going to be really tough.
Yeah, you can see for yourself. 0 escape, then Weibo wins. Anything, as long as they get 1 escape, Zeta wins. So 1 escape and above, everything is Zeta. But Weibo Gaming only has 1 small window. And like I totally agree with you, Posh. I don't feel like YMM is like the best of 3 kind of hunter to get 4K. But hey, we sounded our doubts of Gandalf's Dreamwitch in best of 3 in this map. So I do not want to cast my doubts on YMM because who knows what he's going to bring into the table.
Yeah, so I have a feeling, I don't know if you agree with me or not, I think Breaking Wheel might come out.
Yo!
Right? I have a feeling...
so hard though.
I have a feeling that if Breaking Wheel, like maybe the bans are going to look pretty good. Once he sees like not much on Flywheel, it could be different. I don't know. Could be different.
Yeah,
some people in the back do not like Breaking Wheel apparently. So I don't know, because like I have to bring it back to how successful YMM was on the Breaking Wheel. That was that could be something that he's gonna go back to, because Naiad does not work in this map. What else? Photographer, I don't think he's thinking of that, because like
please no.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough to watch if ever, because it's gonna be so long. So I don't know what they're gonna gear up towards. I don't know what YMM would opt else to bring. Maybe BQ, maybe Axeboy, maybe other stuff, but maybe Anne. I don't know. That could be another thing he could look into. But yeah, it seems like Zeta just needs that one. Man, pick round 1 and first pick Embalmer. easy. Embalmer, go for the tie, go for nothing too crazy, and get the win. I think that's Alf has all the right to be reserved for now, but trust in Zeta Division, trust in their survivors, because they're very crafty in at least getting a tie situation. So now, like you said, they just need one out, and I think that they can do that. It really depends on how YMM's gonna draft this next pick and ban.
That's true. And not to mention, Zeta Division definitely does not want to let down their sponsors. Plenty of sponsors on their team, on their t-shirt, by the way.
Me and Nell are up for sponsors too. If any of the Zeta Division wants to send us jerseys, that's awesome. We'll wear it.
With our names, please. Can someone tweet about it?
Please, thank you. We'll...
Yeah, but okay, so a lot of discussions on what to be banned, but I feel like, the usual bans, which is the seer, the forward, and the priestess. Whereas actually this is very common, but I'm more interested to see who Zeta's gonna pick first. Mercenary plus toy merchant, you think?
Could be Merc toy merchant, Merc Embalmer, Merc. Yeah, and now we see that the ban on the clerk gets banned. So Geisha is allowed to come out. So they gotta. Oh, this is gonna be a little tough on Zeta's side. You do have, Kazuneko's still in there. At least he doesn't have his forward, but Prospector's still up. I think, they need to lock in some solid picks here. They can't just rely on going a strategy of just getting one out. Yeah, lock in the Mercenary, lock in Acrobat, and that's what they do.
Mercenary, Acrobat. Okay, very solid choices, because I feel like Acrobat will always be the reliable character on the 4th station. And even Kaiti, you saw how long Weibo Gaming with the Acrobat kited just now. So more than 200 seconds. So I feel like getting rid of this is definitely good. But hey, Kazuneko not gonna have any of his favorite characters, Posh.
No, well,
no
Prospector's gone, but I'm pretty sure he's on that, either the Embalmer or that the Acrobat. So now banning out the Postman. So this is interesting. Yeah, just stopping the Cypher Rush from happening. Mechanic! Oh god. Now this is going to be interesting. We're going to see the lock-in. Geisha, Breaking Wheel. Wait, I think we want to see lock in the traits first. And based on that, maybe YMM is going to decide on who he's going to pick. I know he's going to see it first, because you got to lock in the traits first before anything. 1 flywheel. 2 flywheels, my bad. So it seems like Breaking Wheel. Let's go!
Wow, my god. The prod is doing such an amazing job. I think the prod is like the seer plot twist. The wheel is gonna be in effect. I don't hate it. This is like the all or nothing. It's still very strong, and not to mention only 2 players have flywheels, so it can definitely work. If it gets the early down, it can definitely work. But again, that's an Embalmer, that's a mechanic. So I feel like YMM, he's either gonna win in glory, or he's just gonna
it's gonna be a
big lose.
Yeah, I would have to agree, because let's bring it back to IVC. We were saying flywheel is just killing Breaking Wheel, but you have to admit Breaking Wheel is still pretty terrifying. Yes, the flywheel, 1 hit, or just to get rid of the AoE spikes. But in a map like this, you eliminate the Priestess, you eliminate the Seer, and now you have to go with the rest of the survivors that is left on the table that aren't your comfort picks. That makes a big case for the Breaking Wheel, because it's a very open welcome, and wherever he spawns, he's just gonna go straight for whoever. And having the mechanic also in the mix can provide a little bit of that Cypher Rush. He needs to go for 4K, because this draft can go for at least 1 out.
Yeah, Breaking Wheel, no doubt, Breaking Wheel is still a very good hunter, especially in the big map. And not to mention, this is best of 3. There's no Priestess available. There's no Toy Merchant available. So ultimately, it can work. But the only thing that's hard is he has to get a 4K. Like, it's easy to pick off the first survivor. It's very easy to pick off the first survivor. Very easy to pick off the second one. But again, with the existence of Mechanic, with the existence of Embalmer, those 2 characters alone are already gonna affect the game a lot. So
And note that, yeah, YMM, round 1 breaking wheel in IVL and in Koa is known to get that 4K. So now, Insolence and Trump card, we do see that Dolisu is going to take the first kite. We know that Dolisu is so menacing whenever he is on the chase here. He's just going to go for a regular hit here. Embalmer is forced to go back into the 2-story building. But now we see that the coaster is actually ready for use for any of the survivors.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely saw Sasori. He's gonna stop. Sasori's gonna move over. Gonna continue to chase on foot. Sasori gonna dodge the spike. Well, at least there's no blink for the time being. Another 19 seconds. Ciphers are still being done. So I feel like,
wow.
Chasing the mechanic first.
So yeah, just providing a little bit of that presence here, just hitting that Embalmer to start things off. And now we see that he is going up the slide area. He's just going to wait for him to just thread the needle here. Not going to waste anything just yet. He's not going to slide. We're going to see him go down. No spikes just yet, Nell. So this is actually huge. So flywheels are still inbound for any of these survivors.
Yeah, he's having trouble maneuvering his wheels. No, he's not really controlling it that well.
Yeah, and now we see that the trap is going to get placed. We're going to see the Sasori able to slide down, vaulting over, blink, hit, attack, but no, ends up empty. And Sasori continues this kite. This is huge, but now he will inevitably fall down to that hit. Still, slowly but surely, but YMM, he wants to play at a furious pace when he's on this breaking wheel.
Crazy. How did Sasori make that work with this immensely slow vaulting speed and kiting it and, you know, forcing the blink out? I feel like it's already a victory. Not to mention the robot is also out. 2 ciphers about to be done really soon. Mochi is already on the vicinity, so YMM, high mobility, that's true. But right now he's just occupied at this one spot because the rescuers come so early.
And now no blink inbound. He's just gonna chase on foot here. He's just gonna at least go for the hit onto the mechanic. There is a cipher here at the bridge side, so luckily enough that the Embalmer did not get a glimpse of this mechanic, so this chair rescue will have to happen while Mochi will try to pop that cipher. Mochi still can go for that rescue. He only has 1 spike on him. So let's see if he'll pop this cipher even before. He's going to change back into wheel form. Let's see if the pop is going to happen. Not quite yet. It seems like he's really going to force it to happen, but this is so dangerous for the mercenary because he's going to receive another spike in the process if he's not going to be careful. Able to pop the elbow pad, and no, he drops the elbow, the trap, and now terror shock situation. Beautiful sequence by YMM. 2 ciphers still remaining. He's going to get his first survivor out.
They don't mind sacrificing Sasori, but because the saving grace is, I feel like they should just go. He should have just he should just hit the machinery first. Because ultimately, the mechanic is just so slow at vaulting. You can see, right? He got caught up so fast. So, well, 1 cipher remaining and 3 survivors are still running around. Even if Dolisu dies here, doesn't matter. He has a coffin. So
that's true. So it seems like he's going to go for the snap, and that's still not going to drop him. So it seems like YMM is put in a tough spot here. He's going to go for the wheel form here. He does know that he's the end game pop is inevitable. He's going to try and watch this exit gate, and he's going to go back and forth here. Dolisu here. He's trying to force this cipher pop to happen, but like you said, he could just resurrect himself in that coffin. I believe it was placed at 2-story. So it's still going to buy enough time for the survivors to pop and get ready for the endgame situation. And none of the spikes have been landing, and that's where the flywheel comes out.
That's why breaking wheel gets counted so much by
they just pop it, Nell, and now we see that the end game is at night. 3 survivors up and about. YMM, he's gonna make a dash towards the 4th stop exit where Kazuneko is, and Kazuneko has all his bombs ready. I'm pretty sure he has more white bombs because of all the decoding he's done, and now he's just gonna hang around in the carousel.
Yeah, when you're on the carousel, you can't get spiked. So that's the thing. Mochi is gonna be spotted out, but again, let's not forget, guys, the win criteria is just 1 escape, and ZETA's gonna move forward. Not to mention, the machinery has already... Sorry, the gate has already been opened, one of it. Both are gonna be open very soon. Mochi's just buying time. Honestly, YMM, he's done his best, but breaking wheel this late in the game against a flying wheel meta, yeah, it's not gonna work.
He's just gonna drop a patroller, okay, just to stop the mercenary here. So I feel like at this point, yeah, Mochi's just gonna pop one of the elbow pads, another elbow pad is gonna be done on cooldown. and that exit gate, both are already open. So this is going to be a huge win on Zeta Division's side. They needed 1, but it seemed like a 3 is going to be inevitable because Mochi is going to go for the dungeon exit. And YMM, a valiant effort here. But as the rounds went on, his Dream Witch was banned, his Clerk was banned also, and he had to be forced to play Wheel, and they were just ready for it. And congratulations to Zeta. The night belongs to you because you are moving on to tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, for sure. Weibo Gaming has definitely played their hearts out. It has been a survivor, the battle of the survivors, but ultimately when it came to the late game, Alf is just, tonight, in this matchup, he's just the better hunter at best of 3. So
yeah, it shows that his hunter pool is deeper, and especially in picks and bans, definitely outdrafted. His Clerk actually, I feel like, drew most of the attention from the survivors to ban, and now he had to, they kind of played into the hand of him playing the Dream Witch. So it's gonna be a run back of Zeta Division versus Scars tomorrow, and the winner is gonna have the right to face MRC. But guys in the chat, please give it up to Weibo Gaming for making it this far now, because they did end in the top 4 position, and that was just a beautiful showing from both teams. Facing adversity early on, and the bounce back was real. The comeback was real on Zeta's side.
For sure. Like, regardless of what happened, like, you see the power of teamwork, the trust in their teammates. Even though Vanpy didn't have the best first game, they still went with it regardless. And you know what? At the end, they pulled through. So I feel like the trust, and it's just good energy, man. Good energy, good communication, and ultimately not leaving anyone behind. They were rewarded with good karma. I feel a little bit of that coming their way. So congratulations, Zeta.
Karma, the golden rule, right? Or whatever you put in, the work you put in, or the good vibes you put out, it will come back to you. And you know what? Same for Weibo. I'd have to say that yes, they did have their time in the sun in IVL and IVS. They did have a lot of amazing moments, but tonight it really showed that Zeta was ready. I'm excited to see the adjustments that Zeta is going to make, because you know what, in tomorrow's match we will have the finals of the lower bracket and the grand finals, and now we have the front row seat for that lower bracket finals, and it's going to be a JP standoff, because it's going to be a run back of not just what we saw in the first round, but all the first day of the elimination stage, but also a rematch of IJL. So it's going to be Zeta Division versus Scars to start things out tomorrow, and MRC, I'm sure, is just waiting in the wings and just waiting who they're going to be facing first, because these two teams, as crazy as they are, it's really hard to prepare for any of them. So now let's look at the match stats.
4 ciphers done before accelerated decoding. You can see how breaking wheel meta just doesn't work anymore. And when the mechanic doesn't matter, even if the mechanic, I would say, like what you mentioned, smokes and mirrors. Like even if you feel like you got the mechanic fairly fast, let's not forget. Cypher is still being done. Like, they bought enough time for 3-person this game, honestly.
Yeah, I would say though, aside from the great flywheels, I don't think YMM's breaking wheel is up to par from his. The height of his power is definitely like last season or in IVL, because like even that situation where he was trying to thread through the slide area, I think we also noticed that. He was having a little struggle. I think the pressure was definitely there. Here we have the match results, ladies and gentlemen. Zeta takes the night here with 2-1. Faced adversity early on, 8-1 difference. But look at that. What goes around comes around, says Zeta. They're able to duplicate that same type of score in their favor, getting 14-12 over Weibo Gaming. But you know, I gotta give props to Weibo Gaming. Still one of my favorite teams out there. Still an amazing team through and through. I can't wait to see more of them in IVL. As the chat mentioned, it's going to be happening on October 5. So Weibo Gaming will be bowing out of the competition as of now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, Weibo Gaming is definitely strong, like what you mentioned. The survivors are definitely very strong, but I feel like if they have another hunter, that would make sense. But now looking at the MVP, in the knockout stage, Alf, no surprise there, man. How many MVPs has this guy gotten, man?
I think now it's like 5 and counting. Like, I'm running out of fingers to count. This guy is insane. And this is the same teammate of Dolisu, of Kazuneko, that just kite for so long. So it's just insane how he always manages to pull off the clutch factor. And now another MVP status for Alf, now on the Dream Witch side. And I feel like we're going to head towards the interview portion. And yeah, I'm out a few words, and also advance happy birthday to Alf. This is actually the best birthday gift he could get.
For sure, he was so happy. Okay, let me just listen to the
大家好，
translation.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是阮阮冰。那非常恭喜 ZETA 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，让我们马上呢有请他们的选手来进行一下
Now
采
we're
访。
gonna invite
そ
the
れではアルプ選
representative
手、モチ
to
選手、
answer
ご登
our
場くだ
interview.
さい。
She just said, "Hello, handsome, kudasai." I'm just kidding.
Nell, I didn't know your Japanese was amazing, man. Thank you.
いや本当に
Okay.
見事な接戦で勝
Alf
利を収
and
めま
Mochi.
した。今のお気
So
持ち
tall,
はいかが
Mochi.
ですか？
めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
嬉しいですね。モチ選手はどうですか？
嬉しいです。
那我问一下，他们也是真正经历了非常激烈的这样的一个比赛，那他们俩的现在
Such an
心情呢
intense
都
match.
是非
So
常
now
非常的
they're
高兴。
feeling
モチ
extremely,
選手に先ほど質問
extremely
したん
great.
ですけ
Definitely
れど
extremely
も
good.
確かにこの試合の後でも 100% の脱出率ですね。はい。ちなみに今中国で弾幕でなんか 100% 王子で言われてるんですけ
Sure,
れ
you're
ど
100%
も
more handsome
ど
than
うです
Nello.
かこの呼び方は。
なんか
How do you know that?
最初の方は全然気にしなかったんですけど。
Hey, she's asking the questions.
なんかコメント
Okay,
とかで
sorry.
100文字とか言われてるから、ちょっと
Nell's just translating.
このまま100
That's a
に
very
しようか
long
なって思ってます。
response.
那刚刚呢也是在弹幕里大家疯狂的管他叫这个100%的逃生王子。那他自己也说，就是看到弹幕里也是这样说之后，自己有意识来维持住这个100%。
My God! She speaks so fast!
第1セットの後半で一人逃げしかない場面でも、なんかドリスさんがモッチーさんを助けるためはその 100% を持つことですか？
Why do they keep talking about
普通
100%?
に一逃げしようっていうつもりで
Giving you the 100%? What?
なんか俺だけ逃げて
Listen again. I have to increase the volume.
They rate themselves 100 out of 100. As, big shout out to Thea for the translation. Thank you.
になるように頑張っていきたいと思います。那刚刚呢，就说其实，在第一场比赛的后半段呢，当时只剩下一个祭司在场上呢，其实只有一个人能够逃生的这样的一个局面下，还是把这个机会让给了莫吉。但是说不是让的，其实就是说当时大家就想着一个人逃出去好了，形成了这样的结果。そしてアルフ選手は先ほどの第3試合の前半戦本当にすごくかっこよく、そして水をかけるタイミングが素晴らしかったんです。そこはどういう考えですか？
負傷した曲芸師がいて、まあ球場来れないし、オリジナル寄せて、まあ異常かけたらその規制のクールタイムも上がるんで。規制の数増やせるから暗号機も守れるしっていう感じで以上かけました。
はい、とっても素晴らしい動きなので本当に勝利の鍵じゃないかと思っております。那刚才也是说，在第3回的前半段呢，阿福选手真的是他的那一脚失常，真的是非常非常的帅气。那当时呢，他也是非常冷静的判断了，当时杂技已经负伤了，应该是救助也来不及了，所以呢，他就是在机子上做了失常，踢了一脚之后呢，就是最终呢，这也成为了之后胜利的一个关键。ありがとうございます。そして明日はますます激戦になるんですけども、そしてまたスカーズと戦うことになり、なんか対策とかもしっかり立てましたか？
They were, yeah, so the
どうですか？
good enough to make it.
対策
Nice, nice.
対策とりあえず僕が4釣りしたらいいだけなんで。
そうですね。はい、皆さんちょっと4釣りできるじゃないかと思って皆さんちょっと拍手も聞こえたんですけれども、本当にもちさんはいかがですか？
こっちも3逃げ4逃げすればいいかなって思ってます。
そうですね。那刚刚也说明天呢，接下来比赛会越来越激烈，然后他们呢又会对上同样是日本战区的 Stars。那他们两人也说了，这个作为这个监管的话就是4抓，然后作为求生啊就争取3跑4跑。希望明天的比赛呢也能够順利。はい、最後にこの本当に最後まで応援してくださったファンの皆さん、そして生配信を見ている皆さんに一言お願いします。
本当に夜遅くまでなっちゃったんですけど、会場に来てくれた方やずっと配信見て応援してくれた方たちありがとうございました。明日も頑張ります。
Shout out to Nello and Posh Spice. We'll send you the jersey. We heard you.
Nice. Thank you, Alf. Advance happy birthday, bro.
He's saying that it dragged on so late tonight. You guys are supporting in the live audience chat. So thank you so much for the support. So nice.
And thank you, Nell, for the translation. I heard she said that. I think my Japanese is a little rusty. But beautiful stuff. I think what a turnout for today. It's the elimination of day number 2. Unfortunately, we did say goodbye to one of our favorite teams, Weibo Gaming. But I mean, with a team that falls, a team did rise among the ashes. It's Zeta Division, and yes, did face adversity at first. However, they were still able to bounce back with Alf. So I can't wait for tomorrow. And I think the chat was Vampy redemption. It could happen tomorrow. So
it could.
Yeah, so we can't take that away from them. Now let's check out today's results now.
Yeah, 2-0. Zeta proving to be sweeping tonight and ultimately taking one against Weibo Gaming. Will be showing up tomorrow against Scars, whereas MRC sending Scars to the bottom, the lower bracket, to the 1-1 draw. It was actually really, really close.
It was.
So, yeah, so tomorrow, like what Posh has mentioned, we are going to see the rematch of Scars versus Zeta since the IJL finals, and now we're seeing it in IVS. Ultimately, one of these teams are going to face MRC. So Chinese versus Japan again. So Minikoa.
That's true. A Minikoa reunion here. But, just changing things up instead of Wolves. But, I mean, Zeta was the one to challenge Wolves and Koa. MRC, for sure, is waiting in the wings. They have yet to be served. They did redeem themselves, being able to beat Scars. But here are tomorrow's schedules, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out. Scars versus Zeta to start things off. And our main event is going to be MRC versus the winner of Scars versus Zeta. So it's going to be guaranteed, Nell, that it's going to be JP versus China region. That's Koa vibes of this year. I'm excited to see how this one's gonna pan out.
Yeah, I'm so excited as well. Definitely this is the highlight, man. Every year we're waiting for the same thing: IVC, IVS, Koa. So a lot of these events, it just feels like we're getting closer and closer towards them just by watching them play and just encouraging us to play even better. But before we're just gonna move on to our official partner here. So Posh.
Yes, I'll give we're gonna give our shout outs to everyone, but we gotta give a big shout outs to UU Game Booster. Thank you so much for the support with a special accelerated technology of 80% improvement, low latency, and stable online connections. UU Booster is the best choice for playing Identity 5, so please check that out. I feel like Nell's using it right now. It's 80% improvement. Oh my goodness. So big shout outs to UU Game Booster. And also, since we're giving our thanks and our shout outs, any shout outs you want to give out, Nell, before we close things out?
Ultimately, everyone. Ultimately, everyone in the chat has been really supportive. Thank you so much. We've come a long way from last year. We've come a long way from last year until now, where everyone is just in the chat. We're interacting. Who would have imagined it happened? So it's happening now. So we're only going to get better. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the said time. Once again, Poch Spice and Nello Mello, we're going to sign off for tonight. So you guys have yourself a good night. See you tomorrow.